right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. All right, I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk? At this time, I would love for Mark to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. All right, at this time, we would like to observe a moment of silence. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Breckus. Doer absent at this time, Delgado. McKenzie. Jordan. Bobzine. Shivi.
Here. Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor, we're on item A4, public comment.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Don Dixon.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. Madam Mayor, Miss Mary Harlexiful. Anyway, my name is Mark Markell, and I'm here to warn, I'm a Reno resident. I'm here to warn people about getting in the car with a drunk driver. I know I don't talk well, and I'm not very good. I can't talk well, and I don't know much. I just want to be an example of what happens to people who get in the car with a drunk driver. I can't do normal everyday tasks. My life's a mess. And it's all because I got in the car with a drunk driver. I just want to warn people not to get in the car with the drunk driver. And that's all. Please don't. Thank you.
Fantastic job. Good job.
Don Dixon, followed by Jeff Siri.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Donald Dixon, and I am here today to speak to you about the electrical grid, its security, and the prevention of serious trauma to our community, including significant injury and loss of life, should we experience a loss of grid power extending over a wide span of our country for a time period measured in weeks or months. A condition which is proposed could possibly occur with a loss of less than a dozen substation sites out of thousands in the United States. Please recall I met with you a number of weeks ago relative to this very issue, that is grid security. I left you a copy of Ted Koppel's recent book, Lights Out, Cyber Attack, A Nation Unprepared, Surviving the Aftermath. I also left a copy of the workbook Triple Threat Power Grid Exercise, designed in large measure, and I believe with FBI involvement, to help communities become more resilient given catastrophic threats to the grid. In furtherance of this resilience objective, and for those who have not seen it, I am providing you a copy of the July 14, 2016 Wall Street article titled Power Grid Left Exposed to Sabotage, which covers new federal security regulations for a limited number of substation sites, the number not covered by these new requirements and lacks, I think criminally lacks substation security. I recommend the city request the Nevada Public Utilities Commission or whoever you consider appropriate to certify electrical substation compliance for their jurisdiction, including our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Jeff Siri, followed by Nettie Oliverio.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Siri, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I have today, this is in regards to item J1 that's on your agenda for later consideration, but I want to just give a quick presentation in regards to it. This is a picture of what was then the First National Bank of Nevada building, which is now today City Hall, and we'd like to donate this, myself, Bill Thornton and his family. Bill's back here, Barbara Thornton, and their grandchildren are back there, Nick and Kitty. So a little history on the building, if I can. It was built in 1963, opened October 23rd. It was the headquarters building for the state, for First National Bank of Nevada, which later became First Interstate Bank, and First Interstate Bank later sold to Wells Fargo Bank. The building, when it was constructed, was designed by Langdon and Wilson. They were out of LA. The engineering was done by a company named Harding Group, and they also oversaw a lot of the construction. And it was built by two different contractors, L.E. Dixon Company out of L.A. and also by J.A. Tiberte Company out of Las Vegas. As both companies were not from the Reno area, they did use many suppliers and subcontractors from the Reno area to make the residents of this area happy. This building is 16 stories tall, is 294 feet tall. And the top of the building, there is a 42-foot lightning rod, and that rod is also used today to display the flag. As it was done in 1963, when they opened this building on October 23rd, 1963, they flew Old Glory on top of the building. The building has 160,000 usable square feet. And a couple of interesting things in the basement, for people who haven't been in the basement, there is a very large vault. The door on the vault is 18 tons. It's 18 feet wide. It's about 84 feet long. And the walls are 2 feet thick with concrete and steel in them. So very sound structure. The building, when it was built in 1963, cost $4.5 million to build. So quite a bit of money in that day and age. The building was the vision of the then President Eddie Cuesta, and he was the president of First National Bank. First National Bank had their headquarters just to the north of us on 2nd and Virginia, and that was still a very prestigious location. It now is housed by Ichiban and the Harrah's executive offices. When the bank first opened here, they had the first 4 floors, and the rest of the building was occupied by a number of prestigious law firms and other commercial users. A couple of the law firms that were in here include Woodburn and Wedge and Radjo and Wooster, so some names that are well known around this area. In 1964, the adjacent parking garage was built by the bank, and that was headed by a different president at that point in time. When they built the garage, it was originally 5 stories tall. It had a gas station in it. It had lube bays so they could take care of the cars.
You're
Can I
fine.
continue
Go
for a
ahead.
minute? Okay, thank you. Later on, a couple of years after 1964, they added 2 additional floors, so it is a 7-story structure plus a basement, so it holds about 500 cars. When First Interstate Bank decided they wanted to sell the building, this was back in 1985, they approached us, the Club Calneva, and we had a great interest, not in the building, but in the parking, because at that point in time, the majority of our business was coming from people from California, and they were driving up here and using the parking garage. So it was an important part of it. So through negotiations, the Club Calneva ended up buying the tower and the parking garage from First Interstate Bank, and we leased the building back to them. and they continued to operate the building themselves for 10 years. When Wells Fargo came in and purchased First Interstate Bank, they decided they no longer had a use for this type of building. They wanted to move to the suburbs, and I think, as you know, Wells Fargo is now located out off of Kitsky Lane with most of their corporate office stuff here in Reno. At that point in time, the Club County continued operating it for a few years, and then we approached the city of Reno, Mayor Jeff Griffin at that point in time, and we entered into an agreement to sell this building to the city to house City Hall. That's kind of the history of it. The parking garage did not originally sell with it, and I think, as you know, it was purchased by the city of Reno about a year ago now. So the parking garage is now back with its rightful owner. Anyway, we'd like to present this rendering to you. There was a couple modifications we have to note that are in there. As you see, the Mapes is not in the picture anymore. It was there across the street for many, many years, torn down, I think, in the year 2000. We added the clock, which was also a donation to the repair of the clock was a donation to the city of Reno by Bill Thornton and the Club County-Eva. And the ice rink has been added on the plaza. So with that,
Wow, it's absolutely beautiful. That is beautiful. How many of you have been in the vault? Come on. It's impressive.
it's very
Lots
impressive.
of history in this building. And the chamber was once the home to the chamber.
Yeah, the chamber actually took over the Woodburn Wedge offices on the 16th floor.
Wow, fascinating. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful. So where are we putting it?
I think out on,
In my office?
I think it's out in the lobby here, isn't it?
Yes, that would be great, so everyone can enjoy it. It's fantastic. It's absolutely beautiful. Thank you to the Thornton family. Thank you so much for bringing this. It's incredible. Yeah. Do you want to take a picture? Let's take a picture. So would the Thornton family please come on up? They're looking at me like, why are you embarrassing me? Come on. Can you get everyone in?
Oh, hold on a second. Councilwoman Dewar just got here.
We'll squeeze. All right.
Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love it. Super cool.
Well, hello.
Hi.
I'm Nettie Oliverio. I'm speaking on J1 too, so, you know, I lost my prop. The City of Reno's Arts and Culture Commission and Public Art Committee both had the great honor of having Bill Thornton come to talk to us about the presentation of this piece of art. And so I was present for both of those, and I wanted to say we loved hearing about it, and both bodies passed the motion to accept this and to recommend it to you as council unanimously. So thank you for applauding it as well. What I wanted to say, though, is that this is just another in the long list of the fabulous things that Bill Thornton and the Thornton family have done for the city of Reno. It's absolutely remarkable. You walk outside this building, not even counting inside, and see right away the clock that Bill helped and the Calneva put together to run again and to be in right downtown again as a monument to the history of our community. The Reno Star that's down at the intersection of South Virginia and South McCarran too would not be there without Bill's help and all of that. An interesting piece that we have, the fish in Idlewild Park out in the water. They're in a cage right now, but they'll be released soon. started out as a carving on a tree on Riverside Drive. And when that tree needed to come down, as many of them did, unfortunately, older cottonwoods, Bill had those fish encased by local artist Eileen Gay, tiled all around to be presented and placed in the water. And they reflect. The tiles underneath are special tiles that reflect to continue the life of these fish. And it was working with the Public Art Committee and using his funds and City of Reno public art funds that now we have that piece of art at Idlewild. There are other pieces around. There's 180 acres with the big inn north of the city up that the Thornton family donated to just preserve our landscape. It's remarkable what they have done. When I think about the fact that Bill and Barbara Thornton had the opportunity very early in their marriage to be wild and crazy people in Washington, D.C., they could have stayed. They could have had a great life there, and they didn't. They decided to come back here and to be with us, to look at our community, to care about our community, to perceive what needs were there, to grow our community and help us become more of an inter-threaded community. And they answer those needs. In many cases, they perceive them before we perceive them ourselves. I note on the agenda, there is a place for superheroes coming up, and I would offer that these are our city's superheroes. Thank you very much.
Great job. Absolutely grateful for all the things that you've given back to our city. Incredible. Well, that's good. They chose to get wild and crazy here in Reno, right? So thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. And Nettie, thank you for all that you do and all the history and knowledge that you bring to us for the arts. Great job. Fantastic. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and the guard angel against media mouse corruption and against blundering and corruption by the government. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying B-52 bombers and F-4 Phantoms, defending our nation. For the last 2 decades, I've been defending our city against corrupt, mendacious, perverted, deceptive, rotten, evil, wicked, sleazy, slimy media mouses who are scared to death. Oh, and the fat cats who pull their strings and push their buttons, defending against those media mouses who are so shameful that I lose my sense of thought sometimes. You know, there's a lot of talk about plagiarism going on around these days. Well, those folks back there in the Republican convention, that's where the plagiarizing is going on, but not the one you're hearing about from the silly, umptious media mouses. The plagiarism that's going on, ladies and gentlemen, is all of those people plagiarizing Sam Dene, Sam Dene's choreography, Sam Dene's, and trying to plagiarize Sam Dene's spunk, gumption, moxie, and natural charisma. 2 things they cannot plagiarize. 1, they cannot plagiarize their ubiquitous teleprompters because Sam doesn't use or need a teleprompter. They also cannot plagiarize Sam's honesty and integrity. You know, there's a lot of talk over there from that chubby guy from New Jersey at the Republican convention. He's putting Hillary Clinton on trial last night, asking the audience to find guilty or not guilty of all the things that Clinton supposedly did. Well, I'm going to put Sam on trial, just a short trial right now. Sam Dene is responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno. The media mousers are responsible for 99% of the bad things about Reno. First of all, is Sam guilty of saving Burning Man? Guilty or not guilty? Guilty! Sam is guilty. Is Sam guilty? Excuse my parade ground voice again. Is nice smiley face over there. Is Sam guilty of saving the Air National Guard when they wanted to get fighter planes and Sam ordered cargo planes that saved the Air Guard? Guilty or not guilty? Did Sam save the Air Guard? Guilty once again. One more. How about Tesla? Was Sam guilty of being a driving force to bring the beloved Tesla to Reno? Yes, Sam is guilty. Does anybody want to say not guilty? I'm waiting for it. No, the audience is mesmerized, and the media mouse is back there. I don't even want to say what they are. I've also been recruited to try to get you folks to vote for an $800 million tax bond for the children. And I'm in favor of good schools for the children. One more second, please. I'm in favor of good schools for the children. But my problem with the whole issue, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact when you go down to vote, you're going to have to vote yes or no for the wrong people to have to pay those taxes. The people who are benefiting from those taxes and the need for the schools are the people over there, Tahoe Reno Industrial Complex,
Okay.
and many
Thank
companies
you,
here in
Sam.
Reno.
Thank you.
Thank you, and
Thank you so much.
can I say you're welcome? Should I say you're welcome? Over and out.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Donna Klontz.
Our favorite senior activist.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Council and Mr. City Manager. I'm here because we do have an item on your agenda at the end, K1.1, which is appointments. The Senior Citizen Advisory Committee has 9 members and 1 seat is vacant right now, and we're asking that you appoint Linda Musselman. I've talked with Councilwoman Jordan, who's our liaison, about Linda, who's been a long time resident here in Reno as a businesswoman and has volunteered in lots of different civic organizations such as Hot August Nights and the Balloon Festival and so on, and has a lot of senior clients. She does taxes for folks these days in her own business and has a lot of interest in our seniors here in our community. So we'd love to have her added to our group as someone who's spent a lot of time volunteering but also's got a financial background to take a look at ways that might help us do some fundraising, to go forward with the strategic plan that we've been working on really diligently this year. We'll be coming back to you to give you a short presentation on the strategic plan, probably in the next council meeting or the one after that. We're very excited. We've joined a couple of senior organizations lately that are outreach organizations such as the Senior Coalition, made up of all of the organizations that work for seniors in our community, and SARA, which is a newer 501c3 nonprofit that networks with folks that are in the business of working with seniors and providing services and resources for seniors out there. So we're expanding our networks. We thank you so much for your support, for the little extra money in our budget this year. Also, Councilwoman Jordan, we thank you for a donation of a little over $800 for RTC passes that we can use to give back to some of our seniors who have a hard time getting around, getting to places that they need to go, because transportation is a big issue for all of our seniors. So thank you all so very much, and looking forward to the appointment today.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Maury Kabaz.
Good afternoon. I've been coming here trying to get my property and some rent money back from my former cop associate who runs his own network. His name is Reza Mashur. There has been some progress thanks to you and Chief Soto. On June 23rd, there was a second sit-down with a lawyer and my former Marine associate, and this time, Reza's designated financial backer for my case was also there, a Persian named Sunny. But there are red flags because Reza is controlling him. He's a sociopath. He wants to sabotage and control. So I explained all those red flags in a follow-up that I certify mailed to you. I didn't want to come in here because you had a joint meeting with the county. There is a second avenue for financial backing, but it will be months. Meanwhile, I would like to request Sheriff Chuck Allen to help me to get a judgment on this man and to get those 2 items, my property and some $90,000 in rent, because those items are mine. And this man, this former cop, claims he's basically running a racket, his own network. Yeah, and he claims to be worth $20 million. money laundering, attempted contract killing. He's done it all in the past. So I'm going to ask the request. Meanwhile, while we wait for financial backing, I would like to ask Sheriff Allen to help me get a judgment on him on these two items. Then I could use my own money to file a complaint in the federal court on a civil matter involving his accomplices. Meanwhile, Reza is causing some problems. Being squeezed financially, he's also throwing his son in the mix. Every mob boss wants his son to be a doctor. Well, one of his two sons is a doctor, and he's throwing him in the mix. And the whole time, Reza's stocks has been in his son's name, Steve Mashur. There's also one more issue. Former Councilman Haschaf represented Reza's accomplice, Shaheh, who was the directed lender, and he also was my neighbor. He owns a fancy design jewelry. He's a known shark in the neighborhood, and time and again, these two have been passing the money for their deeds and stuff. And in the letter, I have explained that nobody within the city has any obligation to stall or buy time for these crooks, okay? And I'm asking former Councilman Haschaf, who is a judge now, I am asking him, I'm explaining why he should drop this client, Shaheh, so we can move forward, so there won't be any hurdles. That's about it. I have some follow-ups for Mayor Shivi and Chief Soto. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Kelly Learman and Mandy Bowler.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. We just wanted to take a moment to come before you and talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion, something that we talk about and feel is very important here at the city. Most people, when they talk about the diversity that you can see. And actually, statistically, our city employee population does a very good job reflecting the Reno citizen demographics in the diversity that you can see. One of the things, though, that Human Resources recognizes is that the real value of diversity is having the ability to see problems and solutions from many perspectives. So there's more than just race involved. There's gender, there's family status, there's what you've gone through in your background, challenges that you've met throughout your life. So we want to make sure that the city employee population brings together people with all different perspectives. So as we look at problems and solutions, we've considered it from a multi-perspective point of view. So we have had the opportunity to create a very exciting partnership with TMCC. And TMCC serves local folks who may not take the traditional four-year university route. And for that reason, it's a real benefit to our ability to recruit diverse people. So we have something going on that's proactive, and I wanted Manny to have a chance to tell you about it.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager. My name is Mandy Bowler. I'm the Labor Relations Program Manager for the City of Reno here in the Human Resources Department. And I have the best job in the world today. Because I stand before you to tell you about a group of students that have come to spend the day with us to learn about what we do at the City of Reno. Marcy Yannicchione and Scott Weissman are two administrators that work for Truckee Meadows Community College that have put together what's called the Transitions Summer Camp. And they've been able to do this with a grant from the Department of Education, Training, and Rehabilitation. And they've brought to us today 8 students who are transitioning from high school to college. And they're teaching them things like career readiness, class readiness, note-taking skills, personal appearance skills. We spent the morning discussing career readiness, careers here at the City of Reno, and maybe one of them might be a mayor someday, might be a council member someday, Perhaps one of them will come back as a city attorney or perhaps a clerk. So we're very excited because we've brought them to the council meeting to show them what you do for the city of Reno. Whether these students see a career at the city of Reno, though, is really secondary to our purpose. Our purpose is to engage them, both as students and as citizens, because we're pleased to help increase the awareness of city government, how they can participate in both their local and national governments, and how they have a hand in shaping the city that they live in and that their families will live in the future. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the city department directors and their staff for their cooperation and support. We couldn't do this without you. I would also like to recognize the HR team, specifically Jennifer Maxwell, who, without her help, we wouldn't be standing here today making this visit as meaningful for these wonderful students as we are. So thank you very much. I'd like to have the students stand, please.
Yes, I would love that. Actually, of course, you know me, I'd love for the students to come on up. Come on up, you guys. Have we scared you away yet? Future mayors, future council members, come on up. Great job, Mandy. What a great program.
Thank you.
Love it. Fantastic. Come on up. Let's get pictures. Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Thank you. Thank you. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, here, we've got stickers too. Biggest little city stickers. Mr. McKenzie, I might not call on you today. More our pin. Well, good, get in here, let's take a picture. Okay? All right.
One more.
Hiding it, right?
Can you squeeze in just a little? Perfect. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Right. All right. Thanks for coming, you guys. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment today.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're on to. Madam Mayor, at this time, we'll move to item A5, City Manager announcements. I do have a few announcements this morning, some introductions of some new staff who I think are all here. So I'd ask them to stand when I call their name. The first one is Julie DeLucchi, who is my new executive assistant, who has replaced Visha. Rick Caldera, who is the chief of staff to the mayor.
Woo, 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 woo.
Shawnee Dunnigan, a senior engineering tech 1 in community development. There she is. James Pearson, a senior engineering tech 1 in community development. Daniel Osborne, Parks Maintenance Worker 2 in Parks and Recreation. Chelsea Diaz, Public Safety Dispatcher Trainee in Dispatch,
Great.
who is probably training.
She's probably training.
Welcome all
great.
to the
That's
City of
great.
Reno team. Thank you.
Yay.
I'm also excited to announce to council and our community that this month is Parks and Recreation Month. This is one of our important departments here at the City of Reno that contributes greatly to the quality of life we all enjoy in Reno. I'd like to invite Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Director Andy Bass up to the podium now to tell us more.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Mr. Manager. Since 1985, the nation has celebrated July as Parks and Recreation Month. Parks and Recreation is really an avenue that the city uses to provide public places for its residents to gather. When you visit one of our parks or one of our facilities and programs, you will definitely observe families and individuals of all income levels, religions, ethnicities, age groups, and political affiliations. They're interacting and they're participating as equals. Today, we want to honor and give thanks to our employees who work very hard to make it all possible. And also, we've been celebrating this month by providing some free community swim days at our pools. And our next free community swim day is this Friday, the 22nd at Trainer Pool. So we'd like to invite you and the public out to come and get a free swim and a break from the heat. We've also created a video that highlights our department, and we'd like to show it now.
To call home. We need places where we can work, as well as places that are culturally inspiring. We need neighborhoods, restaurants, streets, and shops. But very importantly, we need places in our city where we can play and grow. We need parks and recreation. And people who believe the jobs they perform every day play a big role in making our city a great city.
I believe
They're the people who take care of our parks, the people who have helped make Reno a Tree City, USA.
I believe in healthy trees.
And the people who keep our city pools clean and safe.
I believe in being rescue ready.
They cut the lawns, spread the chalk, and groom the fields.
I believe in a beautiful ballpark.
These are people who believe in people, especially kids.
I believe in playtime.
And seniors.
I believe he's bluffing.
Reno's Parks and Rec and community service employees believe in maintaining facilities for all walks. They believe in efficient operations and in creating outlets and opportunities for those facing challenges that we often take for granted.
I believe in full contact.
There's a lot that goes into your Reno's Parks and Rec. But the most important thing that goes into Parks and Rec are the people who come to work here every day. People who believe.
We believe.
We would just like to thank council for your support and believing in us and the important work that we do each day for our residents. Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Give him another round of applause.
All right, thank you, Andy. And just so that council knows, the proclamation was read at the June Recreation and Parks Commission meeting in honor of Parks and Recreation Month. Couple more announcements, Madam Mayor. As part of our Blight Initiative, the City of Reno and the Ward 1 NAB are hosting a neighborhood cleanup for the Grove Street neighborhood this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Participants will meet at Echo Loader Elementary School before 9 a.m. Volunteers will help pick up trash in the neighborhood, clean up Yory Park, remove graffiti, and staff the dumpsters for neighborhood drop-offs. Questions about the event can be directed to Ward 1 Community Liaison, Callie, at her email address, wilseyc@reno.gov, or at 775-689-8459. And a friendly reminder to council and the public that the next regular meeting will be 1 week from today on July 27th, and that meeting will start at our regular time of 10 a.m. And for more information on upcoming meetings, you can visit reno.gov/meetings. There is also a view agenda button on the reno.gov homepage now to help people find our meeting agendas easier. Perfect. That was the whole intent of that, based on our discussion at our last meeting. And then finally, an exciting announcement today about the opening of Station 19 this Friday in Somerset. So I'd like to turn it over to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And for those of you who are going, what's Station 19? And we understand it as Station 19, it is the Somerset Fire Station. We are so excited here at the City of Reno. During the downturn in the economy, the city had to lay off or let go a third of all of its personnel. And it's taken some time and a recovering economy and, the council making some really strategic decisions with regards to its budget to rebuild and get us on stable ground. And the opening of the Somerset Station this Friday, we are thrilled about. It's been 6 years since that station has been open fully, and it will be open with a 2-person medical unit, and it will be open 24/7, and we are very, very excited. I want to make sure I don't miss any comments here. The Ward 5 NAB members and the Del Webb community have made it critically important that we make opening that station a priority. And this council not only made opening that station a priority, but safety in general is this council's #1 priority. So this just indicates that it is a new day in the city of Reno, that we are heading in the right direction. We have 31 new firefighters on. We have a number of new police officers on. And we are very excited to have this station open. And I welcome all of you and anybody listening to come to the station this Friday at 9:30 a.m. for kind of a soft reopening, grand reopening of the station. You can take a tour, meet some of the fire personnel, and hopefully within a few weeks, we're going to open the Skyline Station and have more of a grand reopening for both those stations and invite the community to that as well. So it's an exciting day here in Reno.
Great job. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. I want to thank this council. Thank you for the support, and especially Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And I would totally be remiss if I didn't thank everybody that's been involved in making this happen, from the fire union to Chief Cochran, who is not here today. He was instrumental in making this happen, and that is just so critically important that we recognize him and, again, recognize everybody that helped get this station open and get us back to where our community wants us to be and, frankly, expects us to be.
Great job.
All right, Madam Mayor, that takes us to item A6, approval of the agenda. I have no changes to the agenda today. We do have 3 presentations and 1 public hearing, item F1, North Valley Estates Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. That item is not to be heard before 1 p.m.
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you very much. May I get approval of the agenda?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item A7, approval of the minutes. We have 2 items. Item A7-1, Reno City Council regular meeting on June 8th, 2016. And item A7-2, Reno City Council special meeting on June 21st, 2016.
All right, thank you very much. May I get a motion?
May I, Madam Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, I think your staff's doing a great job in the minutes, and you also. I do have one comment of clarification and kind of different approach. The June 21st minutes, where we, on item G3, we do what I think is one of 2 most important things we do all year: set the budget, evaluate our manager who runs our organization for us. The comments there are just too brief in the what went on in that task. It just immediately goes to public comment, no request to speak. Councilmember Breckus said, let's give the manager a 3% raise. I think there needs to be a little more narrative for the record that can be referred to. I think each council member spoke and gave their personal summary of evaluations on the manager. I know the mayor called on us one by one. I started the discussion off. So I'd like to see these minutes amended with a little discussion, summary of each council member's comments, if the rest are agreeable to that. So I'll make a motion then that with that guidance, those minutes be continued to our meeting, the first meeting in August, give you a little time to work on that, and that we adopt the minutes of June 8th.
Second. All right, so I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, that brings us to item B1, cash disbursements.
All right, thank you. Do any council members need to make any disclosures? Seeing if they're not making a motion. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
We have no proclamations, so that brings us to item D1, presentation of life-saving medal to Officer Andrew Barba, if I got that
Barba.
right.
There's- Wow, very cool.
We need you, obviously, so come up here.
Well, good afternoon, Chief Jason Soto, Reno Police Department, and it is my privilege, and I'm certainly proud to be here today to recognize one of Reno's finest, Officer Andrew Barba. And before I read what I have in front of me, I just want to say that these types of presentations are very near and dear to our executive staff's heart, because these are the guys that go out there and actually do the work and work within our community and really build these relationships that we have. Thank you to Officer Barba for that. So today he is being recognized for the Life Saving Award nomination. On July 12, 2015, at approximately 0200 hours, officers responded on a report of a victim of a stabbing in the area of Brinkby and Salem. The first officer on scene, Officer Barba, located a subject with severe stab wounds to his lower leg. Officer Barba was able to quickly apply a tourniquet, which stopped the active flow of blood from the leg of the victim until medical personnel could respond. Reno Fire Department and RIMSA personnel arrived several minutes after the tourniquet had been applied and took over medical efforts for the victim. At approximately 0600 hours that same day, Reno Police Department spoke with RIMSA medic units who treated the victim. In the opinion of both medics, the victim likely would have bled out and died before their arrival had the tourniquet not been applied. On August 16th, Reno Police Department was able to speak to Dr. Troy Sullivan of Renown ER. He was a physician that treated the victim after RIMSA personnel transported him. Dr. Sullivan readily recalled the incident and stated that as he attempted to remove the tourniquet for inspection in the trauma bay, the wound began to bleed profusely. He stated he put the partially removed tourniquet back and ordered the victim directly to the OR. In the opinion of Dr. Sullivan, the victim would have died of blood loss had the tourniquet not been applied. In the words of Dr. Sullivan, he thought the officer who had applied the tourniquet should definitely be commended. Officer Barba demonstrated outstanding preparedness and quick thinking in this incident. He was carrying his issued trauma kit on his person and immediately put it to good use. Had he not had the trauma kit so readily available and been prepared to use it, all indications are the victim of this stabbing would have expired. For these reasons, Officer Barba is deserving of receiving the Life Saving Award.
Wow. Would you like to say something?
I already asked him
Come
and he said
on.
no.
You already asked? Come on. We could start chanting speech, speech.
All right, grab your medal, we'll get a picture real quick.
This is my wifely privilege here. One, two, three.
Thank you.
All right, their city manager.
Madam Mayor, we are now on item D2, Presentation Trauma Intervention Program.
Well, that's fun to follow.
Right?
No.
A little difficult, right?
A little tricky.
Yeah.
We got this. Okay.
Well, but I'm excited that you're here.
I am
Because I don't
excited
know
too.
how many council members know exactly what you do and how incredibly important it is what you do. So, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all for inviting us here today. My name's Gabrielle Totten. I am the Executive Director of the Trauma Intervention Program of Northern Nevada, also known as TIP. For those who haven't had time to read the packet information or other folks in the room, TIP is a team of specially trained citizen volunteers who provide immediate on-scene emotional and practical support to survivors of tragedy, with the goal being to basically alleviate that acute impact of the trauma so as to help facilitate their long-term recovery from those tragedies. TIP volunteers respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year at the request of our emergency responders, police, fire, paramedics. While our volunteers respond to major incidents in our community, we most often respond to the daily disasters. So when Bob wakes to find his wife of 40 years lying dead next to him, when baby Lucy doesn't wake up from her nap, when 16-year-old Sarah pulls out in front of a construction vehicle and is seriously injured. That is most often when TIP volunteers are called to the scene. I skipped a little bit here, but they're all out. Oh, Mac's here. I thought everybody went outside to take photos. I just wanted to say who was with us today to support this program. Deputy Chief Mac Venzen from Reno Police, Chief Soto and Lieutenant Ruler are outside doing the photo ops. So, I'm sorry, I didn't turn far enough. Lieutenant Rula, TIP Board President Mike Yak, and TIP volunteers. I invited them all. There's 32 of them. I got 2. The 2 who aren't working today.
Yeah.
So, but I wanted you to see the faces of TIP and know the folks that support this program. The benefits of TIP are twofold. Not only do we provide support to the clients in the community, but we're also supporting these emergency responders when we respond on scene. In your booklets or in the packets that we gave you on pages 4 and 5, there's feedback from clients who we have provided direct support to in your community. And then on page 6 is feedback from our community partners, the police, fire, paramedics. So I'd encourage you to read those. If that's not enough, I have an entire file cabinet filled with feedback similar if you need some light reading. Reno Deputy Chief Mac Venzen spoke at our Heroes with Heart dinner a couple years ago as our keynote speaker, and he noted that as he was reviewing complaints received in his department, one thing was missing in all those complaints, and that was a TIP volunteer. Now, I cannot say that every time you call a TIP volunteer to a scene, we can ensure there will be no complaint filed in that instance. But what I can guarantee is that a TIP volunteer who is incredibly well-trained in emotional and practical support will respond on scene. And not only will they have that emotional support, but they will also have the ability to know, they know the system, they know how emergency responders work. The benefit of that is that when the citizens approach the emergency responders, not sure what's going on, why are they doing what they're doing, why won't they let me see my loved one, why won't they let me back in my house, those volunteers can explain to those citizens what's going on, what to expect next, why the emergency responders are doing what they're doing. Basically, try to prevent that second injury that so often happens when emergency responders come to someone's home. They feel uninformed, right? Deprived of information, don't know what's going on. So our volunteers can run a little interference and hopefully prevent that from happening. That kind of support has the power to change a complaint to a compliment. It has the ability to help those citizens better understand and appreciate what the emergency responders in our community are doing. That presentation we just saw, TIP volunteers know that happens more often than not in our community. It's part of the thing, one of the things that I love about this program is we get volunteers, just general public, who come in, do this program, get to see firsthand fire, police, paramedics do what they do, so they have such a better understanding of what they give to our community every single day. Why am I here today? Basically, TIP has been navigating the last 5.5 years on private donations, grants, and our fundraising efforts. That fiscal approach is not going to sustain us for the long term. We know that. Our volunteers have always worked very hard at fundraising, and we will continue to do that. That is a critical component of this program for sure. But one of the things that we need right now is we need the City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe County to help us financially to ensure this program's long-term commitment in this community. We can't stick around doing it only on private donations. So nationally speaking, public agencies who work with TIP programs pay anywhere from 12 cents to 15 cents per capita. For the city of Reno, that's 235,000 residents, which puts you at $28,200 annually. We are obviously not looking for one government agency to support this entire program. We're looking for support from the entire community. I want to put that number into perspective for you, though, 28,000. One advocate in our community averages about $90,000 annually between benefits and the salary, right? So $90,000 for one person. With the trauma intervention program, you're getting a minimum of 30 volunteers, sometimes as many as 45 volunteers who are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. On the low end, that's almost $5 million a year of volunteer hours put into our community. When we have our full capacity of 45 volunteers, it's closer to $7 million a year these volunteers give back to our community. Our annual budget for the trauma intervention program is a mere $75,000. So for all those volunteers, training, putting them out on the street, doing what we do, $75,000. A perfect world budget would be $125,000. That additional money enables us to recruit and train more volunteers, hopefully targeting the Spanish-speaking community and getting more Spanish-speaking volunteers in. It also allows us to better equip our volunteers. We provide uniforms and safety vests for all our volunteers, and obviously a very expensive training. But what our volunteers do is provide Kleenex, umbrellas, diapers, snacks, bottled water, crayons, coloring books, stuffed animals, items that as they've gone on calls have learned these are things we need to have with us when we're dealing with clients out in the community. The other thing that we provide all of our folks is a resource guide. This resource guide is a pretty incredible little piece of information. In the front, it kind of covers our emotional first aid, so just little helpful reminders for the clients, what they're going through, what common things to expect, normalizing a little bit for them. After the fact, repeats in Spanish in the middle, and then at the back we have a wealth of information, everything from all the mortuary and funeral homes, suicide support, sexual assault support, cleanup services, tons of information in here. So it's one nice, concise location that folks can go to get all this information. We're here in your council chambers today because we see the city of Reno as a leader in the community in terms of making things happen. You guys are go-getters. There's no doubt about that. So I am hoping that you see the value in this trauma intervention program and that you're willing to back that belief up publicly with public funding. Your financial support carries a lot of weight with the city of Sparks and Washoe County. We know that. We want to be able to go to those agencies and say, we are in contract with the city of Reno for public funding, and we would like you to do the same because we know that matters to them as well. I firmly believe that a TIP affiliate in a community is definitely a positive quality of life indicator in our community. There's no doubt about that. I think you could ask any of these emergency responders here today, and they would agree that this program brings good things to their departments, to their staff when they're out on the scene. I'm asking you as representatives of the city of Reno to become financial partner with the trauma intervention program. I want to personally thank Councilman McKenzie, who has been an avid supporter of our program for a few years now. He attends our Heroes with Heart event every year, has made donations to it, and in fact just made a very generous donation from his discretionary fund to our program. That being said, I would ask that all of the council members reach into your discretionary funds and make a donation to the trauma intervention program today, because it will have an impact today on your constituents and in this community. I want to thank you for your time. I left a little time, 22 seconds, for questions.
All right, great job. Again, I want to reiterate that no one gets paid.
No. Well, that's not true.
Well, but all your volunteers, they're volunteers.
They are volunteers. They are 100% volunteers, yes.
I mean, it's remarkable. Can you imagine? I mean, something happens in your life so incredibly tragic. I mean, and I've been in those situations before, and you don't know where to turn, where to look, and you guys are like angels. Someone comes out of nowhere, and you're holding their hand, you're hugging them. I mean, this is the first interaction that sometimes people never have this kind of interaction with the city.
Yeah.
You could be the very first point person in that interaction with our city. That's why I think it is important that the city does partner in this capacity, because I think it's so incredibly critical. Because, I mean, there have been entire families that have lost, entire families in a car accident. This is so critical. It's unbelievable. But what I would love is, Sergeant Rula, would you come up and tell me, I would love to hear from you how important this program is in conjunction with the Reno Police Department.
Thank you, ma'am. For the record, Lieutenant Bill Rula, the Reno Police Department. TIP, I've been on this board now for 3.5 years in my current position, and it really opened my eyes to the function that they do and the need that we have in our community. We have our current victim services unit with Lori Freilich, and
even if you talk to Lori, she'll tell you there's work, unfortunately, there's a lot of work that they could have, and TIP takes a lot of that work from them as well. You know, we have a focus with our victim services on maybe high-profile criminal cases where TIP comes in, as Gabby described, on other cases that we may not have a victim services person go out on. So one, they take a lot of our work for us. I think the volunteer, I've been to each of their academies since I've been in this position, and they're great people. We actually have some city employees that have decided to become volunteers on this program as well. And so to me, I think it's vital. We always encourage our folks to call them out anytime they can. And if not for the counseling and the caring portion of it, but also the resourcing. As many of us know, you know, I've lost family members, and you're in shock. You don't know where to turn. You don't know what the process is. And even if it's not just the caring part, it's the fact that someone's going to explain to you, here's what the process is going to be, and kind of get you calmed down enough to understand at that moment in time what's happening to you and what's going to happen to your loved one. So I think it's absolutely critical. I would support Gabby, and I do support Gabby in this request. I think the sustainability is our larger issue for this. She does a great job. Our folks do a great job with TIP of doing our fundraisers. Great folks that help us out as well. But for the long term and seeing the numbers and being a board member and seeing our financial records on almost a quarterly basis, I think this would help us sustain it very long term.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
you so much. I would just ask this council that coming into the next budget cycles, this is something that we should make a priority. It's so critical what you do in our community. Thank you so very much. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is the sort of funding approach that's eligible for the increasing diminishing, what do they call them, seizure funds that we get through that federal allocation. I don't know if that's been something explored, but those have discretion from our departments.
Mac Benzon, Deputy Chief for the record. I don't know. I'd have to check into that. Seems like it should, but I'd have to look specifically into that.
I know those are shrinking, but they're still very flexible, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think we should be able to explore all options.
Agreed.
That would be great. Any other questions from council?
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You
And
want
I-
something from me, huh? Go right ahead.
Do I have to wear an R to get it?
Yes.
We love that art.
See?
Ma-
Throwback. It's a
Madam Mayor,
throwback.
I was introduced to the TIP program through a couple of the volunteers who came to me and asked if I'd like to go to the Heroes of the Heart dinner 2 years ago. And if you're any way concerned about how viable this organization is, you need to go to that dinner and listen to some of the testimony that's given there, because the people that have seen a benefit from it can tell you best what the benefit of it is, and I'm sold on it. I believe they're one of the most valuable assets we have for police department to deal with this kind of with trauma, and I'll always be a supporter of them. And so I know the budget cycle's a year away, but we all have discretionary funds, and I think that assisting them any way we can until we can find a way to assist them budgetarily is something each of the council members need to think about, because they donate thousands of hours, not hundreds, thousands of hours to our community, and they don't ask anything in return. And I truly appreciate them.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Dewar.
Just a quick question. It seems phenomenal, and there may be an analog here too with the Red Cross. You know, they come in different kind of situations, maybe longer term, finding housing and that kind of thing, and they too, you know, need funding. I guess my question is, you know, being, you know, very moved by what Councilman McKenzie said. So what kind of budget do you have, or what is the sustainability issue? You're the only paid person, so does the money go to you? Is there supplies? I mean, what?
It's a combination. So we provide the uniforms, which are this polo.
Uniforms, okay.
Yeah. We provide safety vests. We do the training. We have to background check all of our volunteers, and I don't have a free background check service. I pay the state of Nevada for that. It is my salary. It is taxes. We have to carry insurance. We have to make sure that all of our volunteers are covered. It's workers' comp. It's also director contractors and officers insurance. I have a copy of the budget that we currently have. If anybody is interested, I have for everybody can have a copy. So it kind of lists blow by blow everything that we have. One of the benefits that we have is, generally speaking, these affiliates are run out of someone's home. In our case, I run it out of our plumbing shop. So that saves me a lot of money. I don't have to pay for rent. I don't have to pay, we cover the postage, the paper, the this, the that, the ink. So we save a lot of money by doing that for sure. But there's costs associated with any nonprofit.
Absolutely. And I was just thinking that would be something helpful to provide us, especially as we're, so many people do come for, a request for council funds.
Sure.
And we want to make sure it will make a difference. And I'll just give you an example. Last year I donated to a group. It was kind of challenging getting there. This year I didn't donate to that same group, even though I totally support them. But they had, moved on. They'd created a different kind of funding source. And I just think that kind of information could be helpful.
Sure.
So I appreciate it. I'm
Sure,
very
absolutely.
supportive of
And
the
please
organization.
know that part of the public funding is to tie us with those emergency responders. There is definitely a benefit to having them pay into it, because that makes them want to call, right? The service means nothing if these emergency responders don't call us out.
Exactly.
So putting in that money makes them go, hey, we're paying.
Yeah,
Call, make the
good.
call, right?
Thank you.
Can I give these to the clerk for you folks for the budget?
Absolutely.
Okay,
We would
I'll give
love
that
it.
with her. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you
so
for what you
very
do in the
much.
community.
So incredibly important. Thank you. You are a partner with the Reno Police Department, and that's why we need to support you. Thank you very, very much.
Ran into.
Oh, sorry.
Great. Madam Mayor, next item is item D3, free dental care program for veterans.
All right, this is exciting. How great are these presentations today? They're great. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Councilman, and City Manager. Sorry. For the record, my name is Linda Haig, founder of the Adopt-A-Vet Dental Program. With me today is James Snyder, our veteran advocate. We would like to start with our video today, which explains our program, why it's critically important to provide dental care to our low-income veterans who cannot afford to see a dentist or do not qualify for treatment at the Reno VA Dental Clinic.
And now they need our help. Through donated dental services, Adopt-A-Vet Dental Program provides free dental care to our community's low-income veterans who are in critical need.
They live every day with oral decay, infection, abscesses, and pain, and this really affects their overall health. Our veterans who serve their country, many who put their life on the line for us, deserve better.
Well, it's like a big weight hanging over your head because, you don't know when the next infection's going to hit and if it's going to be the one that kills you. And, infection there can go to your brain just as easy as anything.
Sometimes they have teeth that are so decayed that they're off the gum line or below the gum line, and other times the periodontal disease is rampant and there's bone loss and the pus or blood is oozing out around the teeth.
You have to be 100% service connected, injured in the jaw or the mouth while in service, or have been a prisoner of war. So you see, that leaves out the vast majority of our veterans not able to call.
I had 8 teeth, and my
my mouth was always infected, and the pain was just, I took Tylenol like crazy, and it was just miserable. I couldn't eat, couldn't talk. What I would do is I would buy the food that I could eat, and I was pretty much ready to sit at home and eat every meal alone in front of the TV.
I had no teeth, and it was really rough. I was reluctant to meet new people because in my mind they would form a mental picture of me as toothless and, down and out, and I hated that.
Rotten, disappearing, broken, missing, in pretty bad shape. I was, continuing to suffer abscesses one after another and having to go to the VA emergency room and just basically get antibiotics and painkillers and try to, live with it.
The bacteria in your mouth go into the bloodstream, and they can go to the brain, and they can cause atherosclerotic plaques, which can rupture and lead to heart attacks and strokes. There's a definite increase in the risk of heart attacks and strokes.
With your support, Adaptive Ed Dental can continue transforming the lives of our veterans by helping them heal from the physical and emotional pain caused by a staggering lack of dental care.
I had to have oral surgery. They took out 4 bones in my jaws and extracted those 8 teeth and fitted me for what you see today.
Well, I could face people, I could smile all the time. My eating, I could eat hard food, and my whole life changed completely.
These dentists have done an incredible job of giving these veterans their life back, their smile back. And, it's been such a win-win program. The dentists feel so good about helping a veteran, and our veterans are so grateful for that opportunity to have their dental care done.
We love success stories, but we're falling behind. Our need is so great, vets currently wait up to 2 years before they receive treatment. As they wait, their conditions worsen, which increases their pain and other health risks. But now, more than ever, we need your help.
The hardest thing is having to have our veterans wait so long for a dentist.
The ability to give back to these folks who have served our country is very meaningful to me.
Hey, they're saving lives. Bottom line. I've had both hips replaced, back surgery and knee surgery, and nothing's been as life-changing as this.
We have an epidemic of oral health disease among our veterans in northern Nevada. We would like the city to join us, be a part of the solution of this overwhelming challenge among our veterans. Over the past 6 years, we have provided full restoration and emergency dental care to over 750 low-income veterans. 500 of them reside here in the city of Reno. We have over 110 dentists that have stepped forward to donate their time and services to help our veterans. Our goal is to get them out of pain, fix their teeth, give them their smile back, and get them out in the community working or volunteering. Each case takes about $700 per veteran. So for $10,000, if the council would like to contribute and help, that would take care of 14 veterans. However, we would be grateful for any amount that you would be able to help us with. We now have a waiting list of 170 veterans waiting again up to 2 years for dental care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, is this program national?
It should be national. In fact, we won a national award by the Paul Newman's Own and the Fisher House for the work that we're doing for our military. We thought we would move on to different, we are in 10 counties that we serve, but the need is so great that we want to take care of our city and county first. So we have the model, and we'd be glad to show anybody how we're doing it. Thanks.
For the record, my name is Jim Snyder. I served in the United States Marine Corps. AAVD saved my life and changed my life. And I'm able to function without pain, being more social, and I just got married Sunday. So and I smile. I smiled at the wedding.
Congratulations.
So this shows how important this is to me to come today. And I postponed everything to make sure that I came with Linda today, because she saved my life. I'm honored also that last August I received the Nevada Veteran of the Month Award from Governor Sandoval. And I would like to express the difficulties veterans have asking for help. When the help comes, after you get them to ask, when the help comes, they feel they don't deserve it. And I talk to the veterans every single day, and I've talked to over 700 veterans. And most of them say, well, I don't deserve it. Have someone else do it. Have someone else take my spot. Have someone, no, you deserve it. This is what the program was built on. And in May, it was very exciting. We were at a charity event and we met the mayor. And for the first time, she got to hear about the program, invited us to speak today because funding is needed. We have 170 vets, as she said. They've done over $2.9 million of pro bono work, this program. I've dealt with suicides, 2 suicide vets. Thank God I have a direct line to the VA. I don't use their 1-800 number because no one answers. So I was able to call the VA. I have a direct line to help. Because of the pain and the waiting, and if we have to push them back a couple months because we don't have a dentist available. And I would hope that the city would understand that this is a team effort. And veterans vote, as we all know, and they vote strong. And when I was researching this city council, I saw that there is one veteran on the council, and he's missing. And I'm a little kind of don't understand that because this is so important to veterans. And the VA just does not cover it. And I've dealt with World War II veterans, a 102-year-old veteran that was torpedoed in the water for 3 days, and he couldn't eat. He couldn't eat, so he needed dentures. We got him dentures. So I want to let you know how important this program is. And I speak from the heart on this program because I've seen how many lives it has changed. And I would say 90% come from Reno itself. And we get calls from around the country, why don't we have this program in our city? So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And if you have questions, I've been involved with the program 6 years now. So if you have questions, please ask.
Yeah, so when did it start?
2010.
Wow.
2010. We kept a pretty low profile starting off. Again, gaining, more dentists. And also, every time we do a media blitz, we get 300 more, veterans calling it. We can't handle the magnitude of thousands of veterans needing this dental care because it is so restrictive, at the VA. The vast majority of our veterans do not give it. And we're just kind of targeting the low income that simply have an issue financially to get their dental care done.
And you said you don't qualify unless you are a POW.
You have to be 100% service connected, which means you're disabled, injured in the jaw or the mouth while in service, or have been a prisoner of war.
Yeah.
So that's
So there's-
very limiting. About 95% of our veterans do not qualify.
Are there any bills in Washington sort of looking at this? I mean,
It was, no, it's Congress that kind of mandated.
no, I know, but I mean,
Yeah, but we just have talked in front of the Committee for Seniors and Veterans, and they just passed one of our appropriation bills to move it into a draft of a bill for this upcoming legislation here at the state. And that's what we're asking, is to have the state also help us with this issue.
well, that's
I
fantastic.
wanted to give you an example, if I could. I just got done with a Marine, Silver Star, Vietnam, the real deal. He was turned down by the VA, and we sent him to one of our dentists and recognized that he had cancer. He is now pretty much on life support in Palo Alto. We run across this numerous times with not being followed through. I'm not here to bash the VA. I'm just saying they don't provide that service at all, and it's a shame.
Yeah, so you really have to rely on a lot of donations and
Right.
outreach.
Yes, we
right,
do.
Right.
Fundraising, donations.
Absolutely. And I mean, imagine you get a toothache and it's like the end of the world. So can you imagine if it's left untreated?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really
These
critical.
veterans go years and years, in constant pain. And I think our program, more than anything, we're saving and transforming lives, and that's something that needs to be done. They matter.
Well, I look forward to working with you and providing a donation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, council member.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I know population health and the dental issue in general is just huge and very, very hard. It's a huge demand, not a lot of suppliers. So I'd like to, at some point, sit down with you, get to better understand your model and how that works in terms of referrals, VAs, other surrounding healthcare organizations, to kind of best understand how you guys receive those veterans and how that process works. So before you leave, make sure you get my information. We'll be able to sit down, and I'd like to learn more.
Be glad to. I do want to say that 95% of our referrals come from the VA. Every department refers them to us, so it's just been incredible. But they have a source, because they have felt bad that they can't, help our veterans. So that's one way that we can. So thank you so much.
Yeah. You know, you could even partner with like an artist organization and do some really cool artwork of these veterans showing their smile. I mean, that's huge.
That's the best fundraising tool. She has the before and after photos. I believe in the packet she put some in.
Right.
That is the best fundraising tool we have.
I think there's one at Jim, and you'll see the transformation.
I'm on the milk carton.
He's my postboard. Thank you so much
But
for
it
your
was a
time.
pleasure meeting the mayor and her listening to this, because veterans are so important in this community. I think the Reno VA is considered one of the best, and they come here and live here to go to this VA, and now they don't get the dental done, and no one knows that. Yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation, really sensitive to these issues. I wanted to just alert you that although we may only have one veteran on our council, you have a number of what I would call secret veteran supporters. I'm one of them. Just a little background, you wouldn't find this on my bio, on my page, but my dad came here in the 70s specifically to start a research program at the VA. He started that in the 70s. He ran it for 30 years till he retired. It goes on today. Even have a building named after him over there at the Reno VA. But, and they've recently asked me to serve on their board. And I personally have proposed a couple L items. Those are council-initiated items that deal with veterans. One is probably going to come up today. I didn't know you were coming today, but I was planning to talk about it today later at the end of our meeting, but you won't be here, so I wanted you to know that. But I think, without going too far abroad, I think everyone on this council
supports our veterans in one way or another, whether it's in their heart and soul or proactively or with funding or in some way. And so it doesn't, they may have family members that have served, friends that have served. So just don't believe, I don't want you to leave with the mistaken understanding that somehow we're not connected to that community. So
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why, because the majority of dentists, the reason they do it is because they have a family member that was in the military, and that affects, I see more giving out of that than anybody.
Right.
They've had family history in the military. They want to give back. We have a dentist that takes a lot of cases, and the reason he does it, everybody in his family was in the military but him. And that's the only way he knows how to give back is doing dental work.
Right.
So,
So
yes.
my only question, so just know that, and then my question is the same question from our previous presenter. I know that you said that the dentists do this. I think you said pro bono.
Right.
And so it'd be useful to us again to understand when you're needing money, what would that go towards? Is it marketing or what is it about?
Right. It's a lot of it is operation. We have to coordinate every case that's available. We do an extensive pre-screening where we bring them in. We have to get their medical release. So it's helping us. We do get some funding to pay for the dental lab. While the dentist will do everything pro bono, the service, we're responsible for the dental lab, the partials, the crowns, and so it's the operating
Got
that
it.
helps.
Well,
it.
that helps.
Yeah.
That kind of puts
Yes.
a bigger package together for us.
Right.
thank
So I
you.
did put some information in your packet on that
Oh, great.
too. So
All right.
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to point out so that people understand, we do actually have 4 members who are running for election or re-election, which actually prohibits them from using some of their council donation funds. So just want to make sure that everybody understands if you
very
don't
good point.
see all of them donate, it's not because they don't think it's a great cause.
Are
Yes.
elected, they can certainly donate. They can certainly donate.
If.
Oh, if, is that what you're
Still
saying?
gotta work. Still working.
I was being optimistic. All right, thank you very much. Thank you guys for coming. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Good luck. All right, are we moving on?
Madam Mayor, we are on the consent agenda, item E.
All right, before we move on with the consent agenda item, I am going to make a disclosure. And then I will hand it over to our Vice Mayor, Councilman Delgado. But I would like to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item E1A6, the proposed approval of a privileged business license for a business that I've started called Visionary. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I am the owner, which is a creative space for vision board workshops. I've consulted with the city attorney's office, and I have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this significant pecuniary interest, and because this is a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and any subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Vice Mayor, Mayor Delgado, will you please preside over the council meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before you leave, may I ask a question
Yes.
about that? Is it possible to, and I guess to our attorneys, to pull this item off the consent agenda and allow the mayor to participate in the other items, or, okay, well, I mean, I would do that if you would be so interested.
Sure. I mean, I want to make sure that there's no conflict.
Excuse me?
You can change the order.
Okay,
The
I mean,
agenda.
could I just pull that off the agenda and?
And you
Yes.
can do it last.
Okay,
All right.
we'll do that last.
Okay, so then I'll sit it out for a little while. Mr.
Darn,
McKenzie, his face is going red and he has a huge smile on his face.
You
Okay.
thought you were going on break.
He thought I was going on break. He was gonna, actually what he was trying to do is get a little bit of R slam in there. All right, all right. Okay.
I have a few other items to pull off the
Would you,
consent,
yes.
if that would be appropriate. at this time.
Absolutely. Hold on 1 second. So, may I have a motion, or or right now, do any council members wish to pull any items?
Yeah, so I do.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so on item E1B3, which is the Lake Mill Maxi Mart, we got a report on that. I just think it would be useful, and I do have a question, so I'd like to pull that item, E13, which is the Lake Mill Maxi Mart. And there's one other item I'd like to pull, and I mentioned this at caucus. I'd like to pull item E5, and the reason I want to pull that item is it's my personal opinion, not a group opinion, that this is a large dollar contract, and although we don't have any hard and fast rules about what goes on the consent agenda or off, I just think it'd be useful, since this is an $8 million item, to pull it off the consent agenda and briefly speak about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Breckus, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I was wanting to pull item E10, thank you.
E10? Okay. Councilman Bobzian? Nothing? Councilwoman Jordan? Nope. Councilmember McKenzie?
I would like to pull item E4, please.
E4? Okay. Vice Mayor?
My items were pulled.
Your items were pulled? Okay, great. All right. That being said, may
Oh,
I?
and we said E6.
Nobody pulled that yet.
E1A6, yours.
E1.
Oh, E1A.
E1A6, visionary.
Well, yeah, I pulled that first.
So that
but-
was E1.
A6.
That's the first one. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yes.
Correct?
Okay.
All right, with that being said, can we approve the rest of those items?
Move approved.
All right,
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, let's go with item E1A3.
Or E1.
E1B3. E1B3.
All right, well, it sounds like more than I wanted to pull that item perhaps, but I know what, we received a memo from the staff. It came up at caucus, discussion of, that we'd had a lot of code violations at this location. And it was brought up by staff that the Maxi Mart that's embedded in the Lake Mill Lodge has recently changed owners. And the owners have taken some steps to kind of change the operation of it. And since we've had such a large number of complaints, I wanted to get it on the record that there is a change of ownership. And if you could, whoever wants to present this item, just walk us through it very briefly. And I don't know if that's Alex or, and I may have a recommendation too. on
I
that.
actually am going to, can I refer to Vice Mayor on this? I know you.
Yes,
you-
absolutely.
This is something that you've worked on.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's to those questions as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Dewar, I had the same concerns. I think that's why we had pulled it and asked to be continued and that staff to come forward with some more clear ideas as to what the cost for service were to that location. I did go and see the location myself. I did meet with the current new possible owner, Mr. Patel, and he is willing. He is here today. He is willing to come forward and speak to his new store and what his ideas are for that store. But to answer your questions, I'd ask Mr. Willie to come forward, and then I'll followed by asking Mr. Patel to come forward as he can publicly state as to what his intentions are.
Yes, for the record, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager, City of Reno. Yes, Vice Mayor, so as you stated, you've been to the site. Staff have been to the site multiple times. The biggest issue and concern we had was the ability to differentiate between the activity at the motel and the activity at the store, but even more importantly, just dealing with the fact that the new owner has no relations to the previous owner, and also the fact that the new owner has improved the location, is in full compliance with all codes, and they've actually upgraded some portions of the business. For example, the actual display area for the sale of alcohols is less than 10% of the overall area. They actually have fresh produce, as you yourself observed at the site. This is a location with they're selling fish, not fish, meat, eggs, milk, et cetera, et cetera. They also have a significant amount of security cameras, and the location is clean as well. And the owner has expressed his intent to not sell any paraphernalia, any pipes, There's currently some pornography on the location, typical men's magazines. He has no intention of replacing those. They were from the previous owner he purchased with the property. He stated once he sells those, he's not replenishing the stock. And as far as the alcohol, he stated that he would not be expanding the area, the floor area of the alcohol sales.
And Madam Mayor, that sounds exactly as to what was stated by Mr. Patel. And Mr. Patel, if you don't mind coming up here. As we all know, this area has been, again, a lot of major calls for service. And there's a lot of reservations about even keeping a liquor store, AKA convenience store at that location. There's been a lot, so we're looking for a good partner, Mr. Patel. I went and visited your site, and it looks like you're running a really good shop. The windows are clear.
Yes, sir.
There's not a bunch of propaganda media all over covered up. It's clear. You can see I could see all the way through the shop. As stated by Mr. Willie here, are you okay with the conditions that you do not expand more than 10% of your floor area ratio for packaged liquor?
Yes.
And you also, that you're not going to sell any tobacco paraphernalia, so no pipes, none of those things. And currently the adult literature that you have in there, you inherited that from the previous owner, but once you complete those sales, you were no longer going to have that in that store either. Yeah. And so, and also we spoke about the loitering, that he's 24-hour surveillance around his shop, that he's going to keep that clear and moving forward. And so, with those conditions, and I spoke to the city attorney, and with you being present here today, and you're good with those, Mr. Patel, that's a partner that we're looking for in the community. I can't find any other way not to give that opportunity to this owner, knowing that that's a partner, knowing that as residency starts to increase, that people are going to be looking for convenience to your eggs, to your dairy, to other types of foods, as we have food deserts downtown. And I invite the council to ask Mr. Patel of other things in that, but I think with those conditions, that definitely shows an opportunity for us to see some positive activity start taking there versus what we've seen in the past.
A question?
Councilwoman Dewar.
To either one of you. One of the last things you mentioned, Mr. Delgado, was about the security, and I don't know what requirements that we have, for operations like this, or what opportunities there are to exceed that. But you mentioned 24-hour security. I just wondered if you could just briefly mention what are you doing, if that's a reasonable question.
Mr. Patel, you want to talk about the cameras that you have surrounding your thing and how they're running 24 hours?
What was that?
24-hour running camera.
So
Security camera 24 hours.
Yes, if I may, Alex Woolley for the record. Yes, to the extent of his security, what he has is recording security cameras on location on the exterior and interior of the business, but it does not entail having actual physical bodies walking security. Okay. But he does have cameras with, I think, if I remember correctly, 8 different spot cameras with the actual TV visible to the store clerk.
And then I guess one question, and I don't know much about this area, so if there's any others that are more expert in this, I wouldn't mind some help. So when you have cameras like this, I know that there's often a limitation on how much you can record and keep for a certain period of time, and I just wondered, that may be very helpful. I don't know if there's expandable memory or how long they keep those camera tapes. Do you, Alex?
30 days.
30 days, ma'am.
30 days. That seems excellent. I mean, without recording over the.
Correct.
That seems really good. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm the one who initially pulled this off at our last meeting out of concern, and I'm just, shocked that in excess of 400 calls to the property in a 12-month period. I mean, that means our PD is going there every single day, and some days twice.
That's
right?
why we need BDRs to help us.
So that's a lot of calls for service, and it's to me, I maybe take a little different view of it than what I feel staff gave back. Is we've got a site with a lot of intense activity. I mean, that's intense activity, and we have 2 prime uses of how the zoning code looks at it. We have a residential component, motel, residential nature, and we have a retail nature. And sometimes when you have a use that's combined with 2, it's more than can be handled. And so I'm of 2 minds on this. Do we Initially, these were little motel offices where they let people in and out, and at some point it took advantage of the zoning to allow it to go retail. And sometimes when a property owner, I understand he's an operator, he's not the property owner, has their hands too full, they can't handle it. And this is an extreme case of our RPD resources being there every day. So I don't know. I mean, I'm willing to support what Mr. Delgado, it's his ward, is representing as these conditions and criteria, and we'll just see. And, if there's future business license requests, change of ownership, additions, so on, I think we've got to keep tracking this. But these numbers are just, not anywhere close where I thought they were. They are so excessive. And I've always heard that this is a big spot for that, but wow.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And I know that we, like you alluded to, Madam Mayor, with our BDRs, we'll be discussing this in some sort of fashion with regards to how we approached it at the legislature. But I do know that we have asked on a number of occasions, and I don't know that we've gotten a presentation back on a way in which I will refer to them as repeat offender properties. And if you have a property that it hits a mean of calls for service, and they are X percentage over it, there has to be some mechanism by which we can, on a quarterly basis, annual basis, whatever. It's not fair to all the operations out there doing it right. That the taxpayers are funding for some locations to absorb such a huge amount of taxpayer-funded resources to respond. So that was kind of a shout out to staff to bring us back something on, even in addition to the BDR where we get today on maybe some vacant properties, what are we doing with regards to repeat offender properties?
And Madam Mayor, I considered all those and what was provided to us by staff. It looks like almost 300 of those calls, I would say, are in relation to the hotels, not to the convenience store.
Right.
And so that's kind of the other piece to it, where it's a multi-use. We're also asking developers to have multi-use downtown, so we're going to be running into these things. So it's going to be hard to have those conversations, but to be fair in terms of how those calls for service are being asked of. But again, appreciate Mr. Patel. As you see, this area is something that we want to see activated positively, and working with a good partner. So I appreciate you having those conditions apply to your business downtown.
Madam Mayor, one follow-up.
Councilwoman Dorr.
And thank you for introducing that, because this was going to be my final question is, how do we, going forward, now we have two separate owners, separate these calls? I mean, if the calls continue to come in, who do we allocate responsibility to? I think it addresses both Ms. Brecka's point and your point, Mr. Delgado. If we get, instead of 400 calls, 300 calls, or how do we know who they're due to and who do we talk to? Maybe they bought their alcohol at the store, but then maybe they used it in the hotel or in the Lake Mill Lodge or near it or outside it. I mean, whose responsibility, I guess, is that? Is that the lodge, or is that the? Well, I'm just asking our staff, Alex or someone. I mean, how do you figure it out, I mean, obviously it's a judgment call.
No, that's a difficult thing to do, ma'am, especially when you're talking about how do you identify where the alcohol came from, or it's really, that's something we would have to look at and research and see how we can even, I don't know if it's tangible. I don't know how you can, if I get a family disturbance,
right?
How do we relate that to that particular store?
Well, we wouldn't. I'm saying if we got a family disturbance, it's probably something to do with that location. But that's just my struggles. How do you go forward once you've separated the ownership? Right now, we know we have 400 calls from this place, and we may have 400 calls next year, but it has nothing to do with the store.
Correct.
It's everything to do with the lodge. And it may have nothing to do with the lodge. It's just the people that live at the lodge. They may have the best management in the world.
Yes.
So this is just a struggle of just more information.
Yes,
Thank you.
All right. Any other further comments from council?
Madam Mayor, move to approve item E1B3 with the conditions that were expressed by Mr. Patel.
And just for discussing, I'd just like to state that I feel that the conditions applied are reasonably applicable to the nature of the activity and the secondary effects, that could be presumed to occur by a place where people can go buy the paraphernalia, go buy alcohol, perhaps the pornographic materials. I think there's enough evidence that we've seen that there's secondary effects to those being sold in different environments, and particularly in an environment like this where we already know there's a lot of activity that is causing public safety concerns. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, item E1, what, 5?
Or
Is that
E5?
Councilwoman Dewar or E?
Well, I think the next one's
Five.
E4. I think-
E4?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. E4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I know that this study is more on our discharges to the Truckee River, but in this survey, are they going to consider an evaluation of our stormwater capacities and our?
Teresa Jones for the record. The study is specifically for the streams, the tributaries to the Truckee River. We will be looking at any erosion or damage caused by storm drain systems that are discharging into those, but it's not to look at capacity of storm drain systems.
I did, the question came to mind, given a couple meetings ago, the testimony about a storm drain system, which we approved the contract to improve, which I think we have a number of our storm drain systems within the city that are running over capacity when we have events, and I guess more credence to the idea of having a stormwater utility system instead of coupling it with our sewer system, so we're maintaining that and doing improvements on it independently.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Public Works Director. Probably the main thing we're getting out of this is looking at the nutrient loading that's coming in. And that does have some correlation as we look to see where we may have sources coming in as far as our total maximum daily load requirements. That's probably the main gist of this report.
And that was kind of what I understood from the staff report. I just wanted to get a clarification that this wasn't aimed at looking at capacities, it was aimed at looking at content and where we're causing damage. If there's no other questions, I'd move to approve.
Second. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, E5. I requested this item be pulled off the agenda, as I mentioned earlier, due to the dollar amount, and I'm wondering Mr. Flansburgh could just briefly explain what the project's about. I mean, I read the staff report, but just for the benefit of the public.
Certainly, for the record, John Flansburgh, Public Works Director. This is working on our sewer project. It's capacity, and it's capacity both on East 4th Street, which is part of in front of the RTC project for their work on 4th Street, and it's also a portion of West 4th Street, also dealing with capacity from Stoker to Keystone. And so primarily that's the gist of this project. It was part of our work program. There was a question about why this was on the consent agenda due to dollar amount. Typically, when we have something that's in our capital improvement program that's been approved in the budget, we just bring it forward as a routine order of business. But I appreciate the opportunity to highlight the project.
Madam Mayor, if I could.
Councilwoman Breckus.
And I appreciate that last point you made, but I'd just like to see it in the staff report across the board, and that's for the asphalt we're doing for the tennis facility. I think there's another one in here today. I think one of the staff reports of the capital projects today mentions it's actually in our 16-17 CIP. We could just have the staff report always reference it's in this year's CIP. It's very helpful to me when I do my review. I know you always said it's our annual sewer project, and that's the terminology that you've used, but I feel this council is really in our budgeting principles has really tried to put the CIP as a standalone document that we know and are cognizant of is half the budgeting work we do in May.
All right, well, Madam Mayor, I would, if there's no other comments, I would move to approve this item.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item E10 or E6, where is that?
I think it was E10.
I pulled that.
Oh, E6?
Okay. Item E6. I thought Jenny did.
I pulled E10, I thought.
Oh, okay. You had E6?
I think it was included in the
E10,
consent.
Councilwoman
E6.
Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, we've been spending a lot of money on this and just different, I guess, because it's just the nature of the program. And I was just going to bring it up. I'm not entirely familiar or understanding what the whole thing is going to be. And have we had a demonstration of this, like at council, a presentation?
Excuse me, for the record, Ryan High, City Manager's Office. We have not had a demonstration here at council yet.
Do we think it would be useful to maybe have a brief presentation on it? Okay, one colleague is nodding his head, so I would ask for that.
Councilman.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and I say this as a supporter of this effort, is that it's kind of a wonky project that we're engaged in, and we do talk about it, and I think it's the dashboard capabilities and the future accessibility of data to the public. I think it's very important. So being able to kind of paint the picture of what's possible and what's coming with this, I think at some point would be very beneficial.
Sure.
Yep, great, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, so I just say whenever it's ready. And
Absolutely.
thanks. I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I'm confused. What is it?
Oh,
Sorry.
sure thing.
Sorry, I need to understand it. I want to know what it is.
Sure, Madam Mayor.
Because it seems like we spend a lot of money in really weird areas, and I need to know.
Sure
So,
thing.
say again, please.
Sure. For the record, Ryan High, City Manager's Office. So the Secreta platform is our dashboard that's going to match and mirror our strategic plan. So as we're making progress on our strategic priorities and our goals and our initiatives, we're capturing data that's going to be part of this program. So there's two components to this. There's an open dashboard section and an open data section. And they match and they marry together. So it's going to show how we're performing on our goals and priorities and initiatives.
And is this, have
Performance
they used this
measures.
in other cities?
Yes, yes.
All right. Okay. I don't know. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Well, we'll look for the presentation and see. What I'm trying to figure out is how much of it is a communication tool and a publicity tool, and how much of it is a quantitative and analytics. So I'm trying to figure that out, and I do have familiarity that others have these.
Sure.
Okay.
It is both. It'll be both.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Jordan.
Just a quick question. Since our strategic plan is so critically important and we have so many moving parts with the master plan and downtown action plan, will this program also keep track of any council-initiated items that don't align with the strategic plan and track those as well?
It absolutely has that ability to, yes.
Good.
Question.
Thank you.
All right, I just need to make sure that it wasn't quite clear, so I wanted to make sure so I understood. So
Dashboards.
thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. This is a very important process. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you. All right, so, was that Councilwoman Breckus that pulled that? I think it
Yes.
was. So, can I get a motion then?
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Vice Mayor Delgado.
Yep. All right. Item E1A6, visionary, on-premise wine and beer. Item was pulled. Anyone need staff reports?
Oh, there's a question.
Or,
Mr. Vice Mayor, I mean,
Yeah.
just for the purposes of the record and clarity, it would probably be beneficial to just have a brief presentation.
Yeah.
I
Sure.
don't have any specific questions, but I think
Sure. Staff, if you
due
want
the
to come
nature
up.
of this, we should hear it.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, City Council, Mr. Manager. My name is Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager for the record. So this item is, I believe, the visionary, correct?
Correct.
The application that is before you is for an on-premise beer and wine license. This is, as you have heard earlier, Mayor Sheevy's latest business that she is opening. She is the licensee, the applicant for the license. This is, the visionary is a workshop class visioning board type business. The business, as I understand it, is a space that can be used or leased or rented by anybody who wants to do team building, visionary exercises and things of that nature. The intent of the on-premise wine and beer is if a client who is using the space wishes to offer wine and beer as they are going through their visionary process, probably make them a little more visionary maybe, they would be able to consume alcohol on site. There is no intent to actually have a physical bar in there. It is only complementary to the primary use, which is the team building and the visionary exercises. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Further comments? See none, can I have a motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Oh, aye. Item passes. Moving on to item F1. Public hearing. Actually, we'll see if the mayor will be joining us. Just want to take a break? Lunch break or quick minute break? Huh? We will take a half-hour break at this time. We will reconvene at 2:45. A little more than a half hour. Thank you.
Okay, where are we at? All right. Madam Clerk? Are we waiting for the clerk? Yep. Okay. Did you hear about that? How'd you hear about it? Oh, this is nuts. All right, Madam Clerk, you ready? All right, item F1, public hearing. We will now open the public hearing, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment.
Okay. How about a staff presentation? Would council desire staff presentation or no? Okay. All right, Councilmember McKenzie, go right ahead. He's going to ask some questions to staff.
And questions are for staff, Madam Mayor. There's 3 separate projects that have been proposed that are running through the route. I know that there's one on my NAB agenda for tomorrow night. We've got 2 of them that have come before council. And the question I've got, we're doing the zone map amendments right now. How many more times are these going to come back in front of council?
Can I have the projector? Afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Joe Pruch, Senior Planner. Put together this map to kind of show you where these 3 projects are that are coming in, 3 separate maps. Unit 1 here didn't need a rezone master plan amendment. It was just a tentative map, and it was just approved by Planning Commission earlier this month for 45 single-family lots. Unit 2 is a 141 lot subdivision that Planning Commission recommending ZMA. You're going to hear that item next for final reading of the rezone for that application. That's now annexed into the city as well. Number 3 is the one we're here for today. That one is master plan amendment from single-family residential to mixed residential, and rezone from SF 15,000 square foot lots to SF 4 for 4,000 square foot lots. That's before you today. The map application for that is in. I'm reviewing that application, but that can't come forward until the rezone and the master plan amendment is finalized. If that occurs, then the map can come forward to Planning Commission. So today we're asking council to approve a resolution to change the master plan from single family to mixed residential, and then adopt a ordinance to change the zoning from SF 15 to SF 4. The project will also, after today, if you recommend approval, the project would go forward to the Regional Planning Agency for conformance to the master plan approval. Then it'll come back to you probably sometime in October for certification of the master plan. Between now and then, the second reading of the rezone would come forward to you probably next month, and then nothing occurs until all of them are done. And at that point, the property will be changed, the master plan and the rezone. Then the map can come forward to the Planning Commission for, I think they're proposing 66 lots at that point.
So my concern on this, Madam Mayor, is we've got three separate proposals that are rolling through the process. And if you look at them independently, none of them trigger any of the requirements for traffic studies, the numerous other things that we might have with a large development. So we broke a development that's close to 300 lots into 3 smaller developments to keep it off from under those thresholds, and brought it through the process. And by doing that, we have a lot of impacts that are going to be created by these developments that we don't get a bite at getting mitigation for. We don't get traffic mitigations. I've asked at all of our NAB meetings about what they're planning to do for the schools in that area, which are overcrowded. They're zoned for Lemon Valley, which is over capacity. O'Brien is near capacity, and North Valley's at over capacity. We're getting no assistance for the schools from the 300 homes. And this is just one of several developments that have started coming this way in the North Valleys, that the developers are breaking them into small pieces to try to keep off from under the thresholds and to try to keep from having to mitigate impacts in the vicinity. So, and that may not be their intent, but that's what happens. And so my request is that these 3 lots, these 3 separate developments, when they come for final map, that they become as under one final map, and we be able to address the impacts of the cumulative effect of this development, rather than a 45 unit and a 66 unit and a 141 unit one as separate, where you can't see the cumulative effect of them. And I know that there's some minor road improvements included in this project for the roads immediately adjacent to the development, but Lemon Drive is an overcapacity road. We have an intersection at Lemon and Buck that these, at Sky Vista, that these residents are going to have to travel through, that is an F-rated intersection that needs improvements right now. And we're looking at 300 units here. We're looking at 400 units out military. We're looking at another 3 or 4 small groups that are going to drop in here in the future. And we need to look at mitigating some of these impacts that we're creating in a cumulative, rather than looking at them in small numbers. So I don't have a problem with with the process we're in today. But I would hope that when we come with final map, that the developer's willing to step up and give some assistance to schools, give some assistance to our parks. 300 units, and we've got zero park space here. We've got, in one place, we've got a small open space area that they're willing to give up that's pretty much non-developable land that they're willing to give up for some nature trails. But we're not getting any flat fields for our kids out there, no baseball fields for our kids, and we're getting no acreage to build those on. And the one park that we have out there in the city, Mayor's Park, I'm not sure how we got that property, but that property is very problematic for development of fields for the kids because of its location and its soil types. And it'd be nice to get some developer to step up and provide some place that we can keep our kids active out there. So I would hope that the developer would be looking at that as they move forward with their final maps as well. So like I say, I'm not concerned with approving this step of it, but I would hope that before we get the final map that we can get to some consideration for the impacts they're going to have on the community up there.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I want to support Councilman McKenzie's perspective on this. I think arguably Ward 4 and Ward 2, where we both are seem to be experiencing not just a great deal of development, but also in some consolidated areas. And you may recall that I asked for a delay of a review of a permit because I wanted to make sure we had a traffic workshop. There was like 4 independent projects going, but they were all affecting the same roads. And a number of them did not require, as you point out, an independent traffic study, but cumulatively, they were all going to have a big impact, in this case, on the roundabout at Kitski. So I guess perhaps as an L item, when we get there, I had written down a potential item dealing with some kind of consolidated planning process or some kind of an effort to prevent piecemealing if it's the same developer. In my case, it was different developers. But I just want to confirm and reiterate and support what you're saying, that this is something I think as council people we take really seriously, is making sure that the new development that is coming forward is done in a methodical way and that we have looked at the broad range of impacts. And I think we could all get behind that. So I don't know how, but I just want to support you in your comments. I think they're very well founded. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. I'd like to articulate a lot of the same. I think one of the problematic issues, the way we're developing it up in the North Valley, is in addition to the infrastructure deficiencies, is really the city-county edge issues, where you're going to be having, runs for public safety calls just side by side. I see backlots to backlots here of indistinguishable densities, more or less. So it is very problematic. It's very developer-driven, not policy-driven. Best case scenario, I think we would be in an area planning approach and laying down the densities that we see appropriate with our ability to serve. We're not there yet because we're stuck in our master plan process, which is moving along well. We've got a great team working on that. So I don't know. I don't think saying a comment at this stage, hey, I want to catch this in final map and have the developers all come in one, is really outlining a process that's even allowed. So I just don't know. I don't think we're there. I do have one question, though, and that is, I recall when I came onto the council, there was an amendment to the Evans, I always forget if it's Evans Creek or Evans Ranch PUD. It's like a 6,000, 7,000 unit, way up above, and there was a change to some of those PUD conditions for how our fire trucks were going to get through all this county unincorporated level area up to this Evans Creek, Evans Ranch, and it involved that one street that it looks like we're looking at right now, Limber Pine or something. Is that being designed to a what standard is that being designed to? Because that's going to shoot from Stead Fire Station, right?
For the record, Bill Gall, Senior Civil Engineer. Limber Pine will be basically a residential collector, and it'll be constructed by any one of these developments when they come in. The first one would be required to develop it if any one of these came in separately. If the one that's being zoned right now came in first, at the end, they'd have to do all the construction up to their area, and I believe they have a for their first map, they actually have a traffic report that includes all of their developments together as a combined, so we can look at that as combined. But Evans Ranch is off of Red Rock Road. And I don't think that it's Limber Pine, but something off of Echo in that area. It's on the other side of the, and so getting it from here over there, I don't think this is the area that would be, because there's really no connection from here to Evans Ranch. at this
Well,
point.
I mean, that's the problem
So,
of approving 6,000 units that far out. But I thought we amended that PUD to make the connectivity through that. And it's just, are we building, with what's the collective in mind, what the whole big picture is in the mind? I don't know. Maybe we could just have a staff review on that
Yeah,
approval.
we can go
Okay.
back and
Okay.
review on the Evans Ranch PUD.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. My question would be this. So let's say we're suggesting that the developer, for lack of a better term, make some contributions or concessions before final map. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know to what degree that could be facilitated. Does that have to go, the developer would have to completely change their project based upon what we're kind of vaguely suggesting, and that would have to go back to Planning Commission, I would imagine. Right?
Just the amendment.
Can we hear from staff on that? This doesn't have to, if we're,
Joe Prude, Senior Planner. I'm not quite sure where you're going with it. If you wanted the applicant, the developer, to donate maybe funds towards schools or funds
Because
towards.
some do and some don't. correct?
Yeah. But if you wanted them to establish a school site at this location, the elementary school is just a half mile up the road from this site. If that was the case, then sure, if they had to come in and show some kind of school site, we would have to go back to revise the tentative map.
okay, but
I don't know
for,
if that's the case with this, but
okay,
that wasn't the anticipation.
okay, that's what I need. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Vice Mayor, anything?
Yeah, just, I don't want to prolong this more. I sympathize with Councilman McKenzie. If there's a general developer that's going to come forward, knowing that they're making amendments, if they come forward with an entire project, so we know the scale as to how the impacts are going to happen in the north, especially in the north and down south, as that's where the growth is taking place, that we should be made aware of that. We should, our staff should be made aware of that, so we know what we're dealing with. And so I sympathize with you, Councilman McKenzie, in any which way that we can, hopefully maybe the next stage as it comes forward as an entire package deal, so we can better hopefully advise our staff and them in terms of what we need. In terms of general contributions and so forth, I don't think we can necessarily do that to make them do so, but it'd be great benefit to the overall community, as we know that we're in desperate need for facilities and parks and so forth for our community.
All right, thank you. So, is that a motion? Councilmember McKenzie, would you like to make a motion?
Move to approve.
So I have a motion, do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, Mr. City Manager.
The resolution?
All right, item F12, and I will send it to our city attorney.
Yeah.
Resolution number 8225, case number LDC 16-00066, North Valley Estates Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. Resolution to amend resolution number 5673 by adopting a change to the land use plan of the Reno Master Plan as approved in case number LDC 16-00066, Ward 4.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment on this item?
I have none, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. How about, would any council members like a staff presentation?
Move to approve the resolution.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
F13, ordinance introduction.
All right, thank you very much. I will send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 6976, case number LDC 16-00066, North Valley Estates Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, 10.06 acre site located on the west side of Pan American Way in the western terminus of Bulger Way and Kit Court from single-family residential 15,000 square feet to single-family residential 4,000 square feet, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. How about any staff presentation? This is Councilmember McKenzie.
Move approve the ordinance, move second reading.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we're on item G1, ordinance adoption.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I will send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6404, case number LDC 16-00056, North Valley Estate Zone Change Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning two contiguous parcels totaling 20.12 acres west of the intersection of Pan American Way and Terra Court, 9325 and 9355 Pan American Way, from medium-density suburban to single-family residential, 4,000 square feet, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. That being said, Councilmember McKenzie, it's Ward 4 Day.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is one of the other pieces of that development that we were talking about, and I would move to adopt the ordinance.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ordinance adoption for item G2.
All right, I will send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Ordinance adoption number 6405, case number LDC 16-00046, Hanson Neighborhood Office, 740 Del Monte Lane. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a 2.5 acre site located on the south side of Del Monte Lane, 140 plus or minus 140 west of the intersection of Kitsky Lane, from large lot residential, 0.5 acres, to professional office, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment?
None, Madam Mayor.
No? Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes.
It would be you.
Thank you. Before I make the motion on this item, I just want to thank the staff and the applicant for participating, and the council as well for supporting the traffic workshop in advance of this. I think we had a good result. I'm looking forward to working with the developer on the final project. So with that, I would make a motion to approve.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ordinance adoption, item G3.
All right, thank you very much. Before we move on, I know there's a few disclosures. I will read mine, and then I will allow you to read yours. How about that, Councilman? Good. All right, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferraza. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. Currently, she is neither my employee nor my campaign manager. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. The public policy of the state favors the right to perform the duties for which the public officer was elected or appointed, and to vote or otherwise act upon a matter, provided the public officer has properly disclosed the potential conflict. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk. Before I go any further on this item, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item G3. In the interests of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that my wife, Julie Bobzian, is the Executive Director of Volunteer Attorneys for Rural Nevadans, a nonprofit organization providing pro bono legal services to victims of domestic violence and low-income residents of rural northern Nevada. My wife reports to the Varn Board of Directors. Severin Carlson serves on the Varn Board of Directors, and Mr. Carlson also represents and lobbies on behalf of interested parties in this case. Consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this significant pecuniary interest. And because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting in this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record. Thank you. And with that, I'll be stepping out of the room.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I am going to send it back to you, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Item G3, ordinance adoption, number 6406, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 5, privilege licenses, permits, and franchises, Chapter 5.11 entitled Gaming, to add definitions and license requirements in general, and to add licensing and operational requirements regarding bars and bar restaurants with restricted gaming, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we did have public comment from Susan Hartley. She is in opposition of the item, however, did not wish to speak. Additionally, we received 2 public comments, both in opposition, one from Charles Hart via telephone. The other was a letter from Severin Carlson, which has been distributed to you at the dais today.
All right, great, thank you very much. Any council members desire a staff presentation? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item
H1.
H1. Okay. I will send it to you, Mr. City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8226, resolution establishing, approving, and ratifying a friendship city relationship between City of Reno and Sorrento, Italy, along with sister city relationships between City of Reno and Panama City, Panama, Guadalajara, Mexico, Guanajuato, Mexico, and Balanga, Philippines, as well as modifying sister city relationships with Guadalupe, Mexico, and Hatzer, Israel, to emeritus status.
Fantastic, awesome. Okay, any staff presentations on this item?
Yes, please.
All right, let's do it. Sounds like fun.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Councilmember, City Manager. For the record, Skylar Peterson, City Manager's Office. The resolution before you today is just bringing forward everything that happened at the March 9th meeting under item J3, Friendship City with Sorrento, Italy, a formal sister city relationship with Guadalajara, Mexico, Guanajuato, Mexico, Panama City, Panama, and Bologna, Philippines. During the March 9th meeting, the council also gave direction to move our current sister city relationship with Hatzer, Israel to a friendship city and to discontinue our relationship with Guadalupe, Mexico. After speaking with the representatives at Sister Cities International, it was advised to staff to modify this to these 2 cities to represent a emeritus status. What an emeritus city is just basically a relationship with a sister city that's just put on hold temporarily. So our plan is to come back and reevaluate these emeritus cities during our annual review of all of our sister cities. So there is an option to move these emeritus status cities to back into full sister city relationships, or the option to terminate. So based upon the advice that was given from the Sister Cities International, this is the only modifications made from that, decisions made on March 9th. So
Question?
I'll open up for questions.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, so just describe, does emeritus status is sort of a holding pattern where you reevaluate each year? Like, could you do emeritus 2 years in a row? Or?
Yeah, there
Okay.
isn't a guideline or time frame of how long it can stay.
Okay. I mean, and is there something called a friendship city or?
Yeah, so the Friendship City is this process before it becomes a formal sister city. And then once it is a formal sister city, you have the option to move it into an emeritus status to reevaluate. And then if you guys or the council wants to move forward with the termination, then we can do it from that point.
And when would we reevaluate the sister
We're
city?
decided to do it annually.
Mhm. So when, is that
Well, we
next
brought
June
it
or something?
forward last January, so around, I think we were thinking budget season, we would bring
That
it
makes
forward
sense.
again.
So maybe have it official like a June or something for
Yeah.
the next fiscal year?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm comfortable with that.
All right, Councilman Bobzin, would you like to interject since you are the sister
Well,
city?
no, this.
You are the
thank
sister
you-
city.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this makes a lot of
liaison.
sense. I mean, I know we had a lot of conversation and concern about, what we would do with these other cities, and I think the emeritus solution is a very graceful one. And just thank you to the staff for working on this program, and I'll be interested to see how we move things forward and how we get these sorts of updates. I don't know if any of the rest of you had this thought post-Brexit vote. I mean, I think a lot of us did, but one of my first thought was, I wonder how our friends in the world are doing.
Right.
And of course, I checked to see the Brexit vote result map and saw
Yeah.
that they were smack dab square in the leave. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So we'll
Yeah.
have to kind of see. So it'll be interesting to see how this program evolves, and I think serves to keep all of us, the city, very aware of what our connections are in this global environment marketplace, and we'll have to see kind of how things go and move forward. So thank you
Yeah.
again to the staff for working on this, and this is cool progress.
Yeah, great job. All right, so do I need
I'll make a motion if no one else. Do you want to make the motion or?
Madam Mayor, I would make the motion to accept this staff recommendation.
All right, thank you very much. So I have a
I'll
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we're on item H2, resolution.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8227, resolution to reapportion assessments for the City of Reno, Nevada, 2002 Special Assessment District Number 3, reapportionment number 14, Double R Boulevard.
All right. Does council desire staff presentation? No? May I, Madam Secretary, sorry, do we have any public comment?
None, Madam Mayor.
No, thank you. Okay. May I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to.
Have a motion?
To accept the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item H3,
Right.
another resolution.
All right, Mr. Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8228, resolution to reapportion assessments for the City of Reno, Nevada, 2004 Special Assessment District Number 2, reapportionment number 1, Wells Avenue.
All right, Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any staff presentation? Nope. Okay. May I get a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And our final resolution, H4.
All right, I will send it to Carl Hall, our
Resolution
city attorney.
number- Thank you. Resolution number 8229, resolution pertaining to the extension of the stated termination date of the letter of credit for the City of Reno, Nevada tax exempt capital improvement revenue refunding bond series 2005A and providing other details in connection therewith.
All right, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on this item?
Not on this item, Madam Mayor.
All right. Would council like a staff presentation?
Yes, please.
Councilwoman Breckus says yes.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jill Olson, Finance. This item is an extension of the letter of credit that we have with Bank of America for our event center bonds, the bonds listed in the staff report. Currently, we have a letter of credit in place. This just extends it for 3 more years. The most significant change to this agreement is that Bank of America has lowered the letter of credit fee, which will result in approximately just under $200,000 a year savings on those fees. So that saves money in the Event Center Bond Fund.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus?
It's city debt, not redevelopment debt.
That's correct.
And the $200,000 savings, that's going to go down to pay down the bonds, correct?
That's correct. That those funds will not be taken out of the bond fund to pay the fee, so it will remain in the bond fund.
Okay. Council would have discretion otherwise, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, this went to the Financial Advisory Board, and I think this is the prudent recommendation of our manager, so thank you. Motion to approve.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we're on to ordinance introduction, item I1.
Okay, I will send it to Mr. City Attorney Carl Hall.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 6977, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, entitled Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Article 2, Section 12.16.280, titled Connection Fee Payment, to allow the deferral of payment of the connection fee prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy and to add a deferral process for affordable housing, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have none on this item.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How about a staff presentation?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the council, before you today, or for the record, John Flansburgh, Public Works. Before you today is an ordinance change, And really, we're just doing, it's actually fairly straightforward. The history on this item: at the April 27th meeting, Council approved Councilmember Delgado and Mayor Sheevy's request to staff to identify options to incentivize redevelopment and affordable housing through timing and payment of fees. So what will this ordinance do? It accomplishes two things. First, it's going to allow for the deferral of payment of sewer connection fee for all development, and from the issuance of building permit to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. The second thing that this ordinance will do is it allows a flexibility to developers of affordable housing projects to enter into an affordable housing deferral agreement with conditions that would be approved by council. Those agreements would come to you because there's going to be different types of things that would be included in there. And this is for projects, important to note, this would only be for projects that are served by City of Reno facilities, meaning either the Tumwar facility or the Reno Stead facility. What this ordinance will not do, it does not reduce the sewer connection fee amount. Those fees are based on an impact to the capacity at the treatment facility and also our ability to convey the capacity that we have in our conveyance system to get it to the treatment plant. And then finally, is there anything more that can be done? Next steps in Public Works, our work plan for this year is to review our connection fees. A big part of that is a review of the North Valley sewer shed, which we're nearing completion, which will let us know what is the infrastructure that's going to be needed and the timing of that infrastructure, therefore relating into a capital improvement program, cost-wise for build-out, that we can then bring back to you for potential changes to our connection fees. When we review that, we will also look at optional methodology, considering there has been some discussion brought for you recently about the size of the home, the number of fixture units, which is kind of how we do commercial properties at this time, equivalent residential units, those types of things would be looked at. But just to make you aware, fees are set to recover the cost of capacity improvements for treatment and conveyance, and they have to be equitable, fair, and defensible against challenges from all developers. And that is my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go with Vice Mayor. Oh, Councilwoman
Oh, I
Brewer.
just had a
Go ahead.
question on the
Go right ahead.
presentation, if you wouldn't mind coming up. I mean, first of all, just kudos to both of you for bringing this forward. Fantastic. You know, we had the first sort of one like this at the Summit Sierra down in my ward.
Right.
And apartments, the Summit Sierra Apartments, which I think is very creative. And we were hesitant about doing that until we had this that you had put together. But so I just want to put that on the table, and then I want to ask a question. I didn't know, and until I read this, that we were going to do this for all development. And what you're saying, that all development would be able for a one-year deferral, which is item C, but item B says prior to building permit. So I was just wondering if you could explain the difference between B and C in the draft ordinance.
So it is available to all developers for their projects that defer it from, it's not just a one-year deferral or anything. It's from the time of building permit until the time of certificate of occupancy.
Well, so let me just go over this. So
Not to exceed 1 year is not to exceed 1 year.
right. So let's just
It
go
could
over.
be sooner. I mean, it could be sooner.
Okay, I guess I'm going to have you start again because you interrupted each other, and I'm not sure what the real answer is here. So could you just say it again?
So it just defers the payment of the sewer connection fee from the time of building permit issuance to the certificate of occupancy not to exceed 1 year.
So from building permit issuance to CO.
Correct.
But then where does the 1 year come in?
It will not exceed 1 year.
So if the time between building permit issuance and CO is more than 1 year, they would have to pay at 1 year. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so that makes sense because this was a question that came up on our sort of practice case, was we didn't know they were going to build a series of units, and they had asked for deferral to the last unit was constructed and CO for that. And we had some concern, when do we know when the last unit is? We ended up not opining on that because it turned out that that was really a county issue. They were connecting with a county system. But I guess I kind of like the way you did this so that there's at least a time certain that they'll pay it by then. Between, 1 year after building permit is issued, basically.
That's for all development.
Yeah, for all development.
And then the other flexibility this ordinance change allows you
To
is
craft a special agreement.
a special agreement.
Right.
For
So-
affordable housing units.
So it could be longer.
Could be.
In that case. And I guess my last question then is, you would bring those back to us or no, these agreements?
Each of those agreements would be council approved.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Could I,
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. That was helpful because I think that was one of my concerns too, is when does certificate of occupancy of what, at what point? So that's helpful. My question is this. So let's say you have a development that has a portion of affordable housing within its project. How are we embedding an agreement within this framework? Or are you suggesting that it's only in affordable housing projects that are done in totality?
We would say that it would be a pro rata share. So if you had, say, 10 units that were affordable housing and 40 units that were not, or 20 units that were not, we would take that percentage of that would apply for this agreement that we bring back to council. We wouldn't bring the entire development agreement back to you. It would just be that portion that would be able to extend beyond, say, the 1 year time frame or whatever that would be.
Okay, so while we wouldn't be holding up their building permit and their construction while we potentially discussed and negotiated the terms of the affordable housing piece, or does that have to be buttoned up before they commence
Because
building?
this is going to be allowed for all development to go from the time of building permit issuance until to defer your payment to the time of certificate of occupancy, we would have time from the time that they submitted their permits. It would not hold any permits up, but there would be time from the time that they issued the permits until the time that they would need to pay the fee to determine if there was going to be a different structure for those fees.
For the percentage of affordable housing within their development, whatever it would be. Okay, so they've got a year. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very passionate about doing what we can, getting skim in the game to help affordable housing. But I have a couple concerns, not quite sure this is totally cooked concept. Number one is I don't see any definitions. Now, I've heard plenty of people who are building housing products stand up and say, I've got an affordable housing project. And what's the definition? So when I worked in affordable housing, I worked in subsidized housing. So, I have experience in that. So are we talking about subsidized housing, or are we talking about housing that is not using any subsidy, but it meets some sort of affordability thresholds? Because I didn't see any definitions in this ordinance, or maybe there's some cross-references somewhere else in the ordinance. Can you clarify on that?
The reason that you did not see anything specifically in the ordinance is because those agreements would come to you, and in those agreements would be structured, what council felt was going to meet the affordable housing concept.
Okay, that makes me concerned then, next point from an equity perspective. And I think, the Blight Fund shows having a pot of money, a incentive program, without having a lot of rules here. And so how do we have, affordable housing product developer over here says, hey, waive me my sewer connection fees, and affordable housing developer over here says, waive me my sewer connection fees, and the council's like, well, we want this one, but not that one. I'm really struggling with that.
First, I want to make sure you don't say waiving. I want to say deferring.
Deferring.
Okay,
But then the
thank you.
terms of the deferral are not entirely, bless you. The terms of deferral are not entirely clear to me. Now, when you work with subsidized housing, whether it's a tax credit or our home funds, the concept of deferral is built into a lot of that. And so if we were going to talk about products that were subsidized and help those subsidized products, I think that would be a way to go. This other way of allowing it to go out onto the market rate in all products concerns me. We could see this SF4 zoning product that we just came in say, I'm the affordable person, and how does the council compare that to one? So I think maybe we need to vet this a little bit more with some of the housing building industry, maybe some of bring it to the TRC, bring it to the builders. I'm just concerned that we're going to be opening ourselves up for a flood of requests for a lot of market rate housing, that then we'll have a lot of discretion. It could be shown to, going to favoritism or, why this person, not that person. So I'm concerned on that. I'm also feeling like doing the sewer connection study and the different housing products is really a big jump for us to get that affordable housing, to support housing that's more affordable, because it is smaller. We all know that. And then the other thing is, I'm going to bring it up later, but I'm very discouraged that staff recommended we not stand up a stormwater utility, just like my colleague Mr. McKenzie mentioned, because to me, I see that we're spending a lot of our sewer fund money on stormwater issues that maybe aren't necessarily, the burden of that is not being shared equitably. So I'm looking at these other broader policies, then some kind of thought of, then we've got every developer in town here in front of us wanting a sewer connection fee and have to justify why this person and not that person. So I'd like a little on this for a little bit. But you went out, you did your effort, and I appreciate it. I just think that the bigger sewer connection, thinking of how we do the connection fee itself. And I will raise one other point too, is the point that these are only going to be applicable where we sewer. That is in contrast, right face up to what HUD is saying on affordable housing products, because the area that is sewered by the county facilities are out in these neighborhoods that do not have a lot of affordable housing. That's why the ones that you're seeing down in your ward are coming in, because HUD changed some guidelines for where they want to see their money spent, rather than clustering affordable housing, as we have a big pattern of doing in this region in certain areas. And so we would be then seeing a lot more clustering of affordable housing where the national trend is to disperse it throughout your communities. So I think we're working at cross purposes, and maybe should have some workshops on this with some stakeholders before we go to introduction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I can understand your concern. I just think that this council has heard loud and clear that we have to do whatever we can to get low-income housing. And my fear is that if we have workshops, then we continue to go on and on and on. And then sometimes we see it a year later and a year out. I think we can put in very specific criteria. You could even put it in certain areas, right? And I think that the goal here is to really encourage low-income housing or affordable housing. I mean, really, that was the purpose of this. And I also want to be clear that it wasn't, it wasn't a subsidy. And this is something that you guys, I would imagine, because I've heard it many times before, when we're talking to our constituents, that our builders and developers have said to me, this could really help them with certain aspects of development. I don't know, I mean, no, I'm just saying that I want you to really think about, this council has to act now when it comes to starting to really get these projects off the ground. Now, I don't know about having everyone, that one is a little bit, I'm trying to figure that out, if that should be offered to every developer. That one is, and maybe you can tell me, and that could be a legal perspective, so I'm totally open to that.
So currently,
I just don't want people to think that
Right.
we're trying to develop all over the place, because that's not the
Right.
goal here. The goal
So-
is affordable housing.
so currently, Sparks and Washoe County allow for the deferment of fees to certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
For the one, up to the 1 year.
Okay.
And so this is not going to be different than what.
So
is
this
being
is
done by
not a new
partners.
process?
No.
Is that
But
what you're
it's-
saying?
but
That
the
I understand.
flexibility of the
Okay.
affordable housing, and I think to answer Councilmember Breckus's concern, we fully expect that we'll need to come back to you to vet out maybe some guiding principles that we'd be
Okay.
looking at for.
Perfect.
So we can talk about that
Right.
policy discussion. This
Great.
just allows you, again, I'm going to use the word flexibility to go ahead and move forward with one of those types of agreements.
Right.
Well,
right.
let's
Thank
get the
you very
policy
much.
in place when we do the ordinance. I mean, if we learn one thing on the Blight Fund, it's setting up a big thing. It sits, it doesn't get to, and then we're down the road with this request, that request. Let's adopt the policies at the same time. And let's see how it's going to work in concert with all the other affordable housing efforts that we have. If this was tied to ones that we give through the subsidy process, I'd have no problem. And those projects are very hard, as we all know, to pencil, and that's why we're not serving the very
You do
low
want
income.
affordable housing, right? Just, I want to know, do you support affordable housing?
I know affordable housing very well, and
Okay,
I've
I'm
worked
just
in it
asking,
at a
do you support
professional
it?
level. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But
Okay.
I think it's a very complex area, Mayor, if I may continue.
And that's okay.
And
That's fine.
I'm urging the council to adopt in tandem, if they want to do this, the principles, the guidelines for this new program.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. All right,
Me or who?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want to support the concept of having definitions, and I brought this up on every ordinance, so this is not something special to this ordinance or any other ordinance. I think that potentially the definitions, which I do think are important to define our terms, this is probably the fourth one I've asked for definitions in the ordinance. And it's very possible that we could put the definitions in by the reading, because it's not changing the words of the ordinance, but it's adding definition to who we mean by what, affordable, the terms that you've used. And I do support that, because I like to know what we're doing and who we're talking about when we're adopting. So, yeah.
For the record, Des Craig, Community Development Department. I'd just like to point out that affordable housing and the definition of affordable housing means different things to different people.
Okay.
And HUD has a definition that affordable housing is anything that's made available, reserved for, and made available for individuals or families who are earning 80% or less of the area median income. And that also happens to be the state statute.
Okay.
So that would probably be our starting point in terms of defining affordable housing. There may
So
be
could
other things
we-
we'd add into that definition in terms of rent restrictions and so on, but that would be our starting point.
So that, I mean, what I think is important is that the city adopt our definition for the purposes of this program, so we all know what we're talking about. I think that just brings clarity to the process, because what I'm concerned about is, I see a scenario where somebody in staff decides this is affordable housing, spends time on developing an agreement, brings it to us, and we're going, what do you mean this wasn't what we were expecting to see? And I don't want that to happen. And that seems to be the way it's set up right now, without definition. So anyway, I appreciate that, and if we could move forward with it, but incorporate the definition at some point, our lawyers, I'm asking,
All right.
or if you think it has to be now.
All right. Vice Mayor Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go
So I think I want to bring it back a little bit for the intent for what this was for. And the intent for this was that we know the market is very tough for a lot of people. And you guys you guys expressed that 80% AMI. I'm looking at maybe 120 AMI, because right now the big issue, big gap in the community right now is workforce housing, not just affordable housing. Now you say affordable housing, there's a certain connotation to that, but we all know about 50 to 70,000 people in our community can't afford even the median housing piece, so we're missing a big gap in that right now as well. We're forgetting also that in terms of the sewer connection fees, that if they're paid at the COO, that's because they're not even being utilized. So I don't see an issue with us deferring those until COO. Sewer, the utilities aren't being used at the moment. No one's living in those units. No one's expressed. So at the COO starting point, I think it's fine. What I appreciate with the flexibility is as case-by-case scenarios, as groups come to us and as we bring forward the principles to say what additional points we want to make sure that those fulfill our affordable and workforce housing that we need in our community, is going to allow the council to vet those out a little bit more thorough and give us an opportunity to speak to them at that point. I hate for it to go back, have workshops, as we all know right now. Families are looking for homes. We need to make that happen. We see it consistently every other week in the paper about how hard it is to make things happen. This, to me, does not seem like it's it's an opportunity to get people into homes that we all know that they need at the moment. So, Madam Mayor, I don't want us to go too over and confuse this. Just bringing it back for the intent and
No, and
where
I think
we're
what
from.
I'm hearing from council too is that sometimes unintended consequences, right, of
Yes.
certain things,
Yes.
right? So I'm hearing that, but at the same time, I want to encourage this council. We have an obligation to really take a
100%.
big look at affordable housing in a way that we can get it off the ground as soon as possible, as fast as possible. I mean, this is the only right thing, and I'm sorry, but sometimes it takes a long time to get a certain place, and this is government, and it's frustrating. And so I want everyone to understand that we continuously hear the wants of the community out there saying, we need more, we need more, we need more. So this really was something that it was brought with the intentions of helping us get there. So,
Yeah, so I just express again to the 120% mark, and also express to Councilwoman Breckus that the Blight Fund is working. It has been working. Staff is working on it. So to say that it's not working is not true. So you bring that up consistently, and it's not to the play, and it's not to this item. So and no, I don't want to break off of items here, but just want to let you know that's not.
Well, I
correct.
guess my point
Madam
is,
Mayor, if I
if
could be
you know
recognized for
res-
a first time.
no, I'm sorry. Sorry.
cutting off discussion.
Councilmember McKenzie.
You think it takes a long time to build affordable housing? Look at how long it takes to get recognized by the mayor.
That's because I'm always calling on them, am I right? So now it's on
Okay.
you.
So,
right?
so I agree with staff that the idea that we've got an affordable component in this that is gonna come in on a case-by-case basis, so we can look at the place of need, the demand and everything, and gives us the flexibility to utilize it. It might be 100% AMI that we're using it for, it might be 80%, and it gives us that flexibility where if we define it clearly in statute, we don't have, or in the ordinance, we don't have that flexibility. And if you think it's hard for subsidized housing to make the dimes match, if you look at unsubsidized affordable housing, it's even harder because they don't have the subsidies to help them over the hump. And this might be the possibility of something that we can utilize. But we have to do something to kickstart affordable housing because the discussion we had about these estates in the North Valleys right now, the housing we need in the North Valleys is at 75 to 80% of AMI, and we're building $350,000 to $400,000 homes up there. We aren't placing housing where we need it that people can afford to live in it. The people that are going to buy that housing are going to put a bigger burden on the infrastructure because they're going to have to drive to South Reno to work, and that's going to cause the overuse of the spaghetti bowl, which we've already got too much traffic on, and all the other issues we have with that. So if we haven't got the ability to give a little flexibility to incentivize somebody to build affordable housing that's priced for the market we need in the areas we need it, then we just as well forget about trying to move forward with affordable housing. We have to be able to get them to place it in the right places at the right price for what we need there. And I applaud staff for coming forward with something that gives us the flexibility to do that.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is the classic example of it's the council's job to give the vision and give the tools to the staff. And staff heard us and is hearing us, and we were building a record about the concerns that we have about if we're going to provide flexibility, what are the parameters, what are the concerns, what are the boxes that need to be checked. This is a major tool that we are providing. We should have provided it yesterday. We're doing it now. That is good. We're gonna, and I'm looking forward to seeing case by case what comes back and how many boxes get checked. Infill development is a big one, and I'm hoping that we can see some projects pretty soon that are gonna use this for infill. Of course, the term affordable is going to be all over the map. There's a range, whether we're talking workforce or what have you. There's an accountability issue that I am trusting the staff to bring forward to us some projects that they feel confident are going to perform, are going to have the impact. And Councilman Delgado said it right. I mean, I'm talking to people all the time that have very real concerns about affordability. I mean, it is front and center in everyone's minds. And so we need to move forward with this. I'm trusting and I'm asking staff to keep us apprised of how this process unfolds. It is the classic, we are flying the airplane as we build it. We have no choice. That's what we're doing right now. I mean, that's the phase that we're in, and we have to act and we have to respond.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, and I just want to applaud staff for responding so quickly to this very serious issue. You know, a 2% vacancy rate is doing really horrible things right now to affordability. I think we're seeing the homeless numbers increase. And, you know, this is one of those instances where, you know, perfect can't be the enemy of good. And, you know, again, we will perfect this in some degree as we go. I'm going to guess you guys didn't just pull this out of the air. You've looked at other regions, and this is something that on a per development basis can be honed in and modified and should have some of that flexibility to it. But I just wanted to thank you for your quick work on this. The sooner we can get shovels in the ground, the quicker we can get folks in affordable housing and get some of the homeless off the street.
Madam
All
Mayor.
right, great. Thank you very much.
Ma'am.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to express a little concern, a little additional concern too, is if we're going up to, I want to make ordinance decisions on evidence-based. And there's no real evidence, discussion of what this would achieve and to what magnitude. And with the comment to the Blight Fund, I think it has had some success, but the point is, and we've all made it to the person, is let's have some rules and guidelines for that. We would have saved a lot of gray matter and a lot of consternation if we had laid that down earlier in the process, because that's money we've rolled over 2 budget cycles. I guess my concern is, is 40% of the housing being built here at the 120? So if we have 40% of the housing stock, building permits, new construction, eligible for this, what principles do we put down to decide, are we going to give that to all 40%? So Mr. Bob Zine said he wants infill. So are we going to say everything within the McCarran Loop? I just don't know, because then we'll be having requests come to us. I'm also very concerned and questioning how this is going to work in the lending environment. Say I come in, I buy a house at 40%, I've got a 30-year loan on it. In 5 years, the market's run up, I get a windfall. Is that a lien? How does a lender look at that? Have you thought about all that and those sort of questions? How permanent would a deferral be through subsequent sellers? I'd like to see this sort of discussion prior to having that go. And I'd also like to re-articulate my desire to tie this to our subsidized projects. That's the product we're having the hard time building for those who are out on the streets and by the river. And so, I don't know, I'm having a very hard time with this very small wordage that I don't see how it's going to work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Move to
We can-
accept and move to second
We
reading.
can argue this all day long, but bottom line is people need homes. So anyway, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
No.
opposed? Motion does not carry unanimously. Let the record show 6-1. Thank you very much.
I2.
I2, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 6978, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 12 entitled Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Article 2, Section 12.16.155, entitled Sewer Connection Fee Credit Policy, to add reference to RMC 12.16.280, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment.
All right, since it's related to this, no staff presentation?
Would you mind, I want to understand what we're doing in this one. Is it different?
It's the
Susan
same
Ball-Roth,
thing,
Deputy City
pretty
Attorney.
much.
It's simply to add the reference,
Oh, fine.
because before it just read building permit, and it
Yeah.
was to add the reference to certificate of
thank you.
occupancy.
All right, thank you very much.
Move to approve, move
So-
to second reading.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item J1. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We did J1. Item,
No, we need to do it. That
With
was-
respect to J1, I would like council action on that item to accept the donation.
Second.
So a motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously.
It's because they did public comment. That was it. They didn't do that.
Okay.
item J2.
Okay. Item J2. Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
Not on J2, Madam Mayor.
No? Okay, thank you very much. Any staff presentation? Seeing that there's none, may I get a motion?
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I think Councilwoman Neoma Jordan was the second on that, by the way.
Oh, okay. Item J3. This is Reno Charter Committee. We would love a presentation on this.
Scott thought he was going to get out of it.
He's like, ugh. I could just see your face.
I was just excited.
His face
to-
got all red, too.
It always does, right? With that start, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, and the council. Here today to present the recommendations that have been made by the Charter Committee for changes to the Reno City Charter. Mr. Diss is here as well. He's the chairman of the Charter Committee. Some real quick background. The 2016 version of the Charter Committee met 10 times. Mr. Diss was elected the chair. Josh Hicks was elected the vice chair. Throughout that process, myself, the city attorney's office, and the clerk provided staff support and support to set up the meetings. Before we get into the actual recommendations, a little bit about process that I've talked to some of you about already, or all of you about already. Today is a presentation of preliminary recommendations. The committee is looking for and hoping for feedback from the council on the recommendations, which they'll discuss at their next meeting on Monday night. And at that point, they will likely take a vote to approve final recommendations or recommendations they're going to bring back as final recommendations to the council at a joint meeting on August 10th. So the more feedback, the better at this meeting. That will only help the Charter Committee understand where the council is at with these items prior to the joint meeting. Ultimately, what the Charter Committee, I assume, will be asking for is that the city use one of its 2 bill draft requests to submit a bill that would make some or all of these recommendations to the charter as part of a legislative measure. One thing I'll note, because this question's been asked, if the council makes a decision not to use one of its BDRs on a charter bill with these recommendations, the Charter Committee is mandated by the charter to seek legislation, or seek out a legislator to sponsor a legislative measure with their recommendation. So with that, at this point, if Madam Clerk could pull up the document with the changes. I won't go through these line by line for obvious reasons, but and again, I would suggest to the council, if the council's looking for an explanation of what the Charter Committee's motivation is, Mr. Diss is here to speak for the Charter Committee himself, or itself. So the first recommendation is a change to the charter, which will create a process by which City of Reno municipal judges would be appointed through a vetting process and then ultimately would run for a retention election. The process that was outlined by the Charter Committee would utilize the state's Commission on Judicial Selection, which currently is used to look at applications and make nominations for Supreme Court justices, Court of Appeals justices, and district court judges. The idea would be that a temporary commission would be set up under the kind of same structure that's used for district court judges, where in this case you would have the permanent commission, which is established by the Constitution, a member of an appointment from the state bar who is a member of the bar who resides in the city of Reno, and then a local resident of the city of Reno appointed by the council. That commission, that temporary commission, would then go through any and all applications for a vacancy in municipal court judge, and ultimately send back 3 nominations to the city council, at which point the mayor would appoint and the city council would have to ratify that appointment. In that process, if a decision is, if an appointment and a ratification is not completed within 60 days of the 3-person list, the appointment power reverts back to the commission to make that appointment. Once that judge is appointed and is in place and either fills a partial term, there's a midterm vacancy, or a full term, instead of having to then run for re-election in the normal process we do now, they would run in a retention election. The idea being the voters would decide whether or not to retain or not retain that judge. And if the majority of the voters decide to not retain the judge, at that point, the appointment process would start anew. One other additional item I'll add to this. This law would go into effect after the 2017 session. The municipal judges who are incumbents at that time, when their term is over, The appointment process would start, but the recommendations from the Charter Committee would guarantee that those incumbent judges, if they applied, would be one of the guaranteed 3 finalists at that time. So that's the appointment of judges. The next item.
Is it possible to take these one by one?
Yeah,
Do you mind if we-
absolutely.
Okay, let's do that.
Is that okay?
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I guess my question to this is, why? Why would we be, I mean, isn't this more appropriate for like the Bar Association to be bringing this forward as a bill? Why are we as the city doing it?
Andrew Dis, for the record,
Andrew.
Chairman of the Charter Committee. Councilwoman Jordan, the committee felt that it was important to take money out of the political system when it comes to judges. When it comes to a lot of these races, the biggest donors to judges are attorneys that are going to be appearing in front of them. And the committee wasn't comfortable with putting judges in a position where they're raising funds, where there could be a conflict of interest later on down the line because you have a major donor that's appearing in front of your court. And that was the prime motivation for making this change.
Madam Mayor, may I be recognized, please?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just happened to attend 2 of the Charter Committee meetings. I don't know if anyone else went, but I sat through some of the discussion on this. I heard Judge Holmes kind of go back and forth. It was a very thoughtful discussion, and I know she's just one of the judges, but she seemed to not object to it. She seemed to think it was okay. Is that, did I get that right?
That's correct. That's my take on it too, Councilwoman Breckus. She came to 3 meetings? 2 meetings. So she was present for all of these discussions too.
All right, thank you. Quick question. Other cities, how do they do it?
We did look
Because-
at that. I can't remember off the top of my head, Madam Mayor.
Because isn't it different, like different cities do it differently?
I think some cities throughout Nevada do differently. We would be the only city of our size with municipal judges who are elected and then potentially retained in this manner.
So normally they are appointed?
Typically, they are elected.
Oh, they're typically elected.
I think you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize if I said the reverse. I don't know for a fact, but there may be smaller jurisdictions throughout the state who have some level of appointment for some municipal or lower court positions. I think Judge Holmes had mentioned a couple of examples out there, but no cities of our size that I'm aware of use this appointment and retention process. They're typically elected.
Elected, okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, two points, maybe, Mr. Dis. One is typically my understanding is when you take away a voter's opportunity to vote, that becomes an issue if they're already part of that process, right? The other piece to it too is if you have a certain body that's been elected and then they start to appoint of a certain political field, and that becomes an issue as well. So I mean, I think that's where I run into sometimes the ideology of appointments. I totally get it about the money, where the money comes from, but you take away a voter's opportunity to vote for them, and then you take away the opportunity, or then you see a certain type of political environment that's been created, and then they start making all these appointments that adds sometimes to some of those issues that I've seen. So did you guys talk about that?
We did, Councilman Delgado, and that's why the committee wanted to go with the hybrid system. With the Missouri plan, the voters do still have the opportunity to chime in once that judge is appointed. So when their term runs out, they run for a retention election. They don't have an opponent, but the voters still have a chance to give their say. And if 50% plus one of the voters don't approve of the job, then that judge is going to lose their position. But if the voters think they're doing a good job, then they will stay.
I think people run into confusion sometimes with those hybrid systems like the one we have now with our current elections at the city where we run ward only and then run general. People get confused about that system. So when you start going into this hybrid system, that's where you're going to start into some really good confusion.
Hopefully we cut down on the confusion because later on in the presentation, we're going to go over some
You're going
changes.
to get rid
for
of
that
one
too.
and then add another one.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question is what led us to believe that there's a problem with our municipal judge system as it works now? I understand the money issue because I've listened to this at the legislature a number of times, and I understand that one of the members on the Charter Committee is a lobbyist that's pushed for this for years. But I've listened to these arguments a number of times about the money, but where have we seen a problem in our current system that we would want to change the way?
The simple answer to that is we haven't seen one, but we want to prevent something from possibly occurring in the future.
Okay, and then, if I'm not mistaken, this has been on the ballot. And I'm not sure if it was on a municipal level or on another level, but I believe there was a ballot question about appointment of judges.
There was a statewide ballot question. I forget how long ago. I want to say maybe 6-8 years ago at this point.
And it went down overwhelmingly, if I remember correctly.
I don't. I remember it was defeated. I don't remember the vote
And you know, I feel taking the control of who represents in different offices away from the voters and creating an appointment. And I understand the whole theory about, well, we're going to do a retention election. What happens 9 times out of 10 when a person sees one name on the ballot?
Pick that person.
Right. And a retention election is no more than putting one name on the ballot for people to vote for.
Oh, what are you trying to say?
Huh?
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I'll vote for you whether you're one name or not.
Good one, Councilwoman. Good one, Councilwoman.
Councilman McKenzie, I would just add to your first point about whether there's been a problem or not. We discussed this, as we said, with Judge Holmes and a couple of the judges in the past, and they have told us that it makes them feel uncomfortable when they have to make these calls, and a lot of the donations they receive are coming from attorneys that could appear in their court. So that's coming from the judge themselves. And if they're uncomfortable, I just think this is a way to alleviate that.
Well, you've run for office before. Were you comfortable making those calls?
No, it's the worst part about running
So,
for office.
That's no different than any other person who runs for office. That's not a comfortable feeling, calling somebody and asking them for money. And regardless whether you're a judge or you're a city council member or you're running for any other office, if you have to call out and ask people for money, it's a very uncomfortable feeling. That's a system that needs fixed.
Understood.
Is the fact that we have to raise money to run for election. But that's something we can't handle in the charter. So I'm very confident in our staff of municipal judges, and I'm very confident that the people of the city of Reno do their homework when it comes to electing judges. And I hate to go towards taking that away from them, especially knowing that the majority of them probably voted against that ballot initiative about appointment of judges. And because it went down overwhelmingly, if I remember correctly, when that ballot question was on the ballot.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman?
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in a bit here. Well, in contrast to the previous speaker, I actually think this is a good idea. I like the idea of, we have the 3 branches of government, legislative, right? Executive and judicial. And here at the council, we sort of have both executive powers and legislative powers. And I like the idea of keeping the judges as far away from the political process as they can. It is political. I mean, right up to the Supreme Court, they can't get a hearing. It's a partisan issue. But I really, really like the idea of selecting judges on their capabilities. And for example, I think Governor Sandoval's done a great job of, making appointments based on, character, integrity, past performance, and those kind of things. And I would think that we would do the same kind of job here. And I like the blend. It could be confusing to Councilman Delgado's perspective, and to the point of, don't you always vote for the person that's on the list? I would say that you would have to put that person's name and a none of the above or alternate choice, so that it's clear that you actually do have a choice. And it would involve a voter education process. But I rather like it. I was a little bit concerned, when I got the briefing about the retention process. I don't know if it's perfect, and I'm sure there's even other ways to do this, reappointment process, maybe it's another reappointment from the council. And if a council makes an appointment, I mean, we have plenty of public comment of people that would be concerned about this, whether it's an attorney, another judge, an individual who's had a case before that person, to come and opine about their opinion. But I'm going to register a preference. I do like this plan. And I did run with a bunch of judges who were running, both first-time candidates, as well as people seeking retention. And it was a very difficult process for all of us, but I think it more so for them. And while we do have to make opinions about developments, there's no question. Developers are giving us money, and we have to make decisions on developments. Casino owners are giving us money, we have to make decisions on casinos. All kind of individuals have to give us money, and we're making all kind of decisions. And I totally get that and respect that. But I think if we have an opportunity to somewhat insulate judges from this process, I think it's a good thing. Maybe in the complete minority here, but I rather like it. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ready for a motion?
Councilor Jordan.
Are we prepared for a motion?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, wait, before we do that. Madam Secretary, public comment, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right.
Tammy Riggs would like to speak on this item, followed by Eddie Lorton.
All right, great.
So we don't.
Yeah, we're gonna take each one. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and Mr. Klinger. I am Tammy Riggs. I'm a local attorney who practices in Reno Muni Court. I'm also the unopposed candidate for Reno Municipal Court Department 4 for 2016. Thank you for this opportunity to voice a comment regarding the proposal that you're considering today. Initially, I have two concerns, both being constitutional concerns under the Constitution of the State of Nevada. First of all, and this is sort of a minor point, but important, the Commission on Judicial Selection does not have the authority under the Nevada Constitution to participate in this process. As is indicated to you, their duties are described in Article 6, Section 20 of the Nevada Constitution. They are limited to participate in selection of the Nevada Supreme Court members, the appellate court, and the district courts. There is no savings clause in Article 6, Section 20, or a provision that would allow the legislature to expand their authority, so therefore they wouldn't be allowed to participate in this process. So that's my initial concern. But second, and most importantly, Councilwoman Dewar, you raise a great point, and that is that if you're trying to keep the judicial officers, especially the incumbents, that will be incumbent in the year 2020 and 2022, as far away from the political process is necessary. This provision will have the opposite effect. And this is why. Because this represents an improper exercise of legislative and executive power over the judiciary. That is because what the what the committee is suggesting is that the elected incumbent judges who have already been elected by the electors of the city of Reno go through the process again, say in 2020 when Department 1 comes back up for re-election. That judge will go back on the list of 3. However, that judge has established a record. That judge has made verdicts or entered verdicts that may or may not be popular, evidentiary rulings, civil judgments, perhaps on code enforcement cases, etc. So what this process would really result in for that judge is a job review, a job performance review at the end of that judge's elected term by the executive and legislative branch, because the mayor sits on both. So that would be improper. It's an improper oversight, in my opinion, constitutionally improper, improper violation of the separation of powers. Recently, the Nevada Supreme Court did emphasize the need for an independent I apologize, for the need for an independent judiciary in municipal government, which is just as important as it is in national government and in local government. That case was City of Sparks versus Sparks Municipal Court. I have the citation if you need it. Also, if I may answer Councilman McKenzie's question regarding the Missouri plan. Yes, that was denied by the voters in 2008. That was the third time in Nevada history that the Missouri plan was rejected by the voters of the state of Nevada. Not only that, but according to the American Bar Association, the Missouri plan hadn't been approved by any state in the prior 20 years. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Councilman.
So in the spirit of providing feedback, and as I understand, talking to Mr. Gillis, at this meeting, we're taking each of the recommendations in, we're kind of chewing on them, we're providing some initial feedback. The one question that I wanted to flag, and I'm sure you caught it as well, what I heard from those comments was that in addition to a charter change, we've been making a statutory change to the duties and authority of judicial review, right?
Correct, and I should apologize. I probably should have flagged this before we got to the end of that item. I didn't realize we were going to go jump into public comment that quickly. But the timing of this recommendation, the Charter Committee made the recommendation on July 12th. The deadline for this staff report was, for this meeting, for the staff report was July 12th. So all of these issues from top to bottom haven't had a chance to be completely vetted by our city attorney's office for what is and what is, or what is, and what may and may not be, valid, in the Constitution. I agree with Ms. Riggs. I think there is an issue, potentially a problem with using the state's Commission on Judicial Selection simply because it is the Constitution that it creates the jurisdiction for that commission. If that determination is made between now and the August 10th joint meeting when we come back, or prior to providing a staff report for that meeting, we'll note that for council and any other legal hurdles we have with these recommendations. Again, this is just the recommendation that came from the Charter Committee. This is an issue that there wasn't time to fully vet, but that will be done prior to the August 10th meeting, and we'll be reaching out to, I'll reach out and talk to Ms. Riggs amongst others to figure out if there's something in these recommendations that isn't going to work legally.
Okay, so just to flag that from the perspective as we're receiving these recommendations and considering them, we also have to be thinking in mind in terms of, okay, what's actually going to get rolled up into a package that we're going to take to Carson City, and if this is one of these ones that reaches a level of complexity, we're going to have an honest discussion about, is it even, what's the likelihood of actually convincing the legislature to go down this route?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to Councilman Bobzine's point, as we go through, if this is a topic the council decided it wanted to pursue through a charter bill, during the process where I'll be working with LCB on bill drafting, at that point, LCB staff may very well tell us what you want to do, what you want to change in state law. You cannot. So,
constitutional challenge.
Yeah, this will be worked out through that process, if not sooner.
Quick follow-up to that, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just the part you maybe didn't say, but maybe could say is, but could you cure that issue? I mean, so if it can't be the commission, the one commission, could we set up our own panel of recommenders, so to speak?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not aware of anything at this point that would prevent us legally from creating that type of our own panel at this level to use this type of process.
Okay, and just a comment to all my colleagues. This is not something for, I think I'm the only one who opined at this point in support, but it's not something to die on. I think it's an interesting proposal. I'm not opposed to it. But my question is to process. You're seeking input from us today. I mean, are we voting, or are we just giving you kind of our collective thoughts, and then the charter committee goes back and refines these? I mean, how do you want to work this?
That's ultimately what I'm looking for, and I think Mr. Diss and the Charter Committee are looking for is feedback. If this is an idea that all of or a bulk of the council completely is not interested in, that is an indication to them that it probably won't have much legs when we come back.
So it's good for us to
BDRs.
sort of give you an opinion, but you're not looking for a vote. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Not looking for any formal decision today.
Okay.
If the council wants to make a decision and take a vote and clearly express to the Charter Committee that this is not a recommendation it will accept, it can do that, but it doesn't have to, because ultimately it's the August 10th date where there's a joint meeting were final decisions and presumably a decision on whether or not to use a BDR to make
So
changes.
here's my challenge, and just to my colleagues as well. First thing of first impression. We've only had a very brief briefing from you.
Correct.
It's really valuable to hear from the Charter Committee and also the public. I'm a person that likes to keep my mind open to gather information. So I would prefer not to vote. I would like to, for example, even hear from others that aren't here in the room today, about what they think about some of these ideas before I took a formal vote. But that's just where I'm at.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. My only concern is in kind of not giving at least some sort of clarification on where the majority is here today, is that we could be expending a fair amount of staff resources, city attorney resources, down a path that we may not want to pursue, even aside from the constitutional issues and the certain commission. For other reasons, I'm hearing at least what I think I'm hearing as a majority that don't want to pursue this. So if I'm out of line for saying that, then I'm out of line. But I don't want anybody, including the Charter Committee, to spend, and I know those meetings are incredibly long already, to spend their time on something that the majority of council just doesn't have an interest in pursuing.
Well, then maybe we should
Councilwoman Buckles.
take a vote. I mean, I do support it. I think, I appreciate the points that it has failed at the statewide level, but I will always stand that cities are laboratories for innovation and progress. And I do find this a progressive notion. I think when it went before the voters, I remember Sandra Day O'Connor was kind of stomping for it. And she's, one of the preeminent jurists of our time. And also based on personal experience, one of the earliest votes I ever made was in a judicial retention vote, a statewide one, where a justice was not retained and then replaced. So the point that, 9 out of 10 times they go up again, yeah, but, when there is perceived by the voters to be a problem, it's a powerful tool. And, I don't see it's a more burdensome job review to anyone than a one-on-one primary than general election. So I just don't know. I think I would support it, and I think it would be a good approach.
I would just add, from the Charter Committee's perspective, the clearer you guys are on where you stand, the better it is for us, because to Councilwoman Jordan's point, that means we're not wasting a lot of time. If we as a committee want to go find an individual bill sponsor from a legislator, that just makes it easier on us. So the more clarity.
So one more
would be
question on
appreciated.
process, if I may. And this is to Scott, really. So if, I do have in mind two things that I would like to challenge the Charter Committee with discussing further. And if we are to vote up or down each of these things, what happens when we come to something that they have not addressed or haven't fully addressed? Are we going to vote that up or down just on a few comments? Or could, of those things that are in that basket, could we at least throw it out there, have some consideration and, because I'm certainly not prepared to fully, I haven't done all the research. The Charter Committee's done no research on some of the ideas that I've had for the charter. So that's all I just wanted to clarify to my, my colleagues here, is that if it's all up or down, I mean, I'm not going to be able to make a pretty good case for a new idea. So just if we could allow some leeway there, that would be helpful. So, okay.
Actually, at this time, did you want to speak in public comment, sir? Okay. What were you doing?
Just waiting for staff to get done.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask. Come on up.
Mayor, we have one more public commenter,
Okay,
Eddie
all
Lord.
right, we'll let Eddie go, and then
Eddie
we'll
Lorton,
get back
Miss
to you.
Mayor, City Council, how you doing today? Well, for one, I don't believe in taking the process away from the voter. I think it's implemented for a reason, and like they said earlier, that most cities do it this way. They elect their officials, so it makes them more accountable. So, everybody in the room that's ran for office gets money. But hopefully these people get money as well. But since they're making decisions, life and death ones, I hope they can separate what money is and what a decision is. So I hope we keep this in the process. I think we should leave it up to the people. That's what the people's for. And it does get political. So I guess to go any further, I guess I'm done with that. Thank you.
No, I would agree with you. I don't think it's in the best interest to take the rights away from voters. However, maybe that being said, maybe the voters should vote if the mayor and council are two separate positions.
And they did.
There you go.
And they're
Sorry, had to do it. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment.
No. Go ahead.
part I don't like in the charter that was also implemented in this, and the Supreme Court did make a decision on that. You're a part of the council.
Yes, they did, but I think the voters should decide that, because a lot of the voters don't believe that, and I know that from being the mayor. So I know from experience. Not you, Mr. Lawton. Thanks. Okay, here we go.
All right, moving on. The next recommendation it relates to.
We're not voting on that one?
No, wait, Madam Secretary, I thought we had more public comment.
Eddie was our public commenter.
Okay, that was it. Okay, all right, just making sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the next piece is recommendations for changes to our charter that would require.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Does this council want to vote on that? Would you like to vote on it?
I'd recommend that we do, so we can, just
Okay.
a short time frame,
I
be
think everyone's
respectful to
kinda know
the
where they're at.
charter committee. And
So, like Councilwoman Jordan said, correct?
Thank you. I would vote, make a motion to not have the Charter Committee pursue this item.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Aye. Motion carries, I think, what is it, 5-2?
Yep.
Okay, 5-2. All right, next one.
Thank you. Apologize for jumping the gun there. The next item is a recommendation regarding campaign finance reporting. These would be additional reporting requirements for council members, the mayor, and candidates for council member or mayor. These would be reporting requirements in addition to the existing statewide Secretary of State campaign contribution reporting requirements. The way this would work pursuant to the recommendation is a report would be filed the first and third Mondays of every month, covering the preceding 2 weeks or roughly 2 weeks, and it would have to list every contribution received in excess of $100, the name of the contributor, and their address. This would be required for candidates as well once they file their declaration of candidacy, basically through the primary or the general if they make it to the general. That is the extent of that recommendation. I guess with one caveat, the contributions for this section in the charter would be defined in the same way as they would be defined in Chapter 294A, which is the Secretary of State's campaign finance chapter, meaning it's cash contribution, commitments, loans, in-kind contributions as well.
All
Are
right.
there any questions?
Sure.
Councilwoman Dorr, go right ahead.
Okay, well, I'll wade in here. First of all, kudos for approaching the issue of campaign contributions. I'm really impressed that you guys tackled that and spent a lot of time on it. I know there was a bunch of meetings. That said, you and I had a conversation separately, and I'm going to reiterate what I told you privately, publicly, and that is that I completely support additional reporting. I think it's the right way to go, and I think it would set us apart as a city, as a leader that we perceive ourselves to be. I personally think the way that this is crafted goes too far. I think it sets up a system that is possibly designed to fail, and in that way, what I mean is it basically says at least twice a month, but it's every other week, so some months could have 3 times reporting in the month. You would need to report contributions. I personally think that that is too frequent. People are away, people are sick. I would like us to take a step towards more reporting, and I want to make that extremely clear. My proposal would be to require quarterly reporting, 15 days after each quarter. It's easy to remember. Lots of things happen quarterly. It's not like, are we on the first, third, or fifth Monday? People know when the quarter ends, April 1st, et cetera, July 1, October, et cetera. And you can prepare for that in case you're away, you can get ready, you can fulfill the reporting requirement. And it would already be 3 times more, you know, we report once a year, this would be 4 times a year. It's already a significant step, I think, in the right direction. And when you're making this kind of change, I do believe it's good to take it in a stepwise manner, so that if there are unintended consequences, you can recapture. I think that if you go this extreme, which in my mind is at least 25 or 26, I guess 26 times reporting a year, I think there's many opportunities to make a mistake. And I think the last thing any elected official wants to do is make a mistake on something as important as reporting contributions. So I would just offer that as a different kind of idea, is to take a step in this direction, but not go as far as the Charter Committee has recommended here.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McKenzie?
Well, I've got a couple of questions about it. And of course, like the other item, I would ask, what led the Charter Committee to believe that there needed to be a change in this area?
Andrew, just again for the record, Councilman McKenzie, the biggest reason we wanted to make the change is we have a campaign finance reporting system that is set up with the legislature in mind. They meet once every 2 years for 120 days, as you well know. But when it comes to local government, particularly the Reno City Council, all of you essentially meet every 2 weeks. And in an off year, to have a situation where you can go an entire year without reporting till that following January, there's almost zero transparency. You're going to have to go back, and if you're interested on timing of contributions in relation to certain votes that are being made by the council, somebody's going to have to do a lot of homework. And that's why we came up with the 2-week time frame, was you guys are voting and meeting every 2 weeks, and so we thought that there should be reporting every 2 weeks. Now, there was a lot of discussion on the timing of this on the council, and to Councilwoman Dewar's point, it is a big change from where we currently are. And I don't think that the 2 weeks is a hill to die for the committee. If it became a monthly reporting thing, that's something we could take back to the committee and discuss. But the main reason was local government is fundamentally different than the legislature, and we have a finance reporting system that is designed with the legislature in mind. So that's the reason for the change.
Okay, and then with that being said, where are the reports supposed to be made?
They would be made with the city clerk. Now, we leave it up to your discretion to come up with the form and the method. We envision just something as easy as logging on. The city clerk could come up with a easy form, and even if you don't take in any contributions for that previous 2 weeks, then it's just a simple matter of checking a box, saying we didn't get anything, submit, and it's as easy as that.
Okay, and then with all reporting, we want transparency. So was there any evaluation made of what the cost would be to the clerk's office to establish a system to establish the transparency?
The cost was something that we considered, and there's another part that we're going to be looking at for the lobbyist registration, where we are considering having lobbyists pay fees to register in front of the city, and the cost could be deferred by the amount paid by lobbyists.
Yeah. And then to Councilwoman Dewar's point, so this is additional reporting that we'd have to do above and beyond what we have to do with the state. So because of the timing of it and everything else, there's no way that so you're not only adding the additional burden of, because the state's not going to allow you to replace the reporting to the Secretary of State with this system, even though you tell them it's more frequent, it's more transparent, we're still going to have to do that. So now we've got 2 reporting systems, 2 timetables, 2 that you're asking a person to keep up with, and I mean, if you established a quarterly system that was based along the same lines as the Secretary of State's system is, it could actually be filed through the Secretary of State's office annually. I mean, we don't have to be in an election process to file those reports with them, and they'll record them. And then you've got the transparency, you've got the reporting, you've got the public access. It's all available without no recreation of the wheel. the schedule's there, and just a recommendation based upon the Councilwoman Doer's comments about it being quarterly instead of, I'm not even sure what that is, because when I read that, that confuses my calendar and it shut off on me.
Probably like 26 times a year. And I just want to clarify too, for candidates in my proposal, I would leave the candidate reporting system the way it is. You're a candidate, you know, you have to follow those. Those have been set up by the state. I think you make a good point. The problem is if you're an elected official running, also a candidate, you know, it's a good point, Councilwoman McKenzie, that you'd have to do a quarterly reporting along my proposal. And there's a point at which, you know, it doesn't sync up quarterly, where you have to do so many days before the election, so many days after the primary, and that kind of thing. So, you know, if I could summarize my comments, I would like to keep it simpler than more complicated. That's my first preference. And then if there has to be an additional, it would be what I suggested, so.
Yeah, to the candidates filing, the reason we included that is we wanted to set an even playing field. We didn't want them playing by different rules than the incumbents, and we actually thought that you guys would prefer that, so that's why we included it.
Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman, go right ahead.
You know, I congratulate the Charter Committee on this proposal. I think it's something I brought up here. I brought up at this table, and then the other meeting I did go when I think I went to their first meeting and just ran through a list. This was one that I listed, and they ran with it. And I think they have some expertise that sees it, you know, in a different way. I like it. I think maybe that it could be meshed if we're going down to the legislature. Maybe the legislature could change the reporting at the Secretary of State, say, you know, or unless another charter provision, unless another jurisdiction has their own charter provision, and then we could maybe even JPA, you know, joint agreement with the SOS to have them be our, use their system and pay a fee or something. So I think the mechanics could get worked out. It's just, do we want to be in the way of having a more regular reporting system that reflects the way that we do business? I'm very moved by the fact that it is set up by the legislature, and I think there's been I think they looked at a lot of different models of more frequent reporting for local governments that are in business all day, all the time. So I do support it. One question is, you know, maybe we would do a quarterly thing. I think we should capture the city attorney and the judges. Because if the Missouri plan isn't going to go, I think the city attorney should be in there, and I think the judges should be in there also. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Bombzine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think this is unlike the last recommendation that we considered, and I think we pretty roundly just said, okay, we got too many problems. I think this is one that there's a nugget of goodness here that I'd like to see the Charter Committee run with and do a little more exploration on. This is not a new conversation. I mean, we certainly had this conversation when Councilwoman Breckus brought this up in the context of the last legislative session. I mean, I have a number of the questions that I had then still. Councilman McKenzie pointed to one of the big ones, which is just the implementation of the system. I do want to flag for when we get to the discussion about the lobbyist registration. I think it's important for us to always remember kind of how most bodies are acting. And it's a theme that came up in the consideration of the Missouri plan, where, you know, you need to allow for some separation of powers and the ability for individual branches of government to regulate themselves. On the lobbyist registration piece, I'm jumping ahead obviously here, you know, I'm more comfortable with trying to find a system that works for us and governs how we do things. Clearly, because this is an electoral issue, this rises to a higher level where, yes, it is valid for this conversation to happen with the charter and to explore the possibility of changing the charter to up the game, if you will. And Mr. Diss hit it squarely on the head when he said we have a campaign finance system that is based around the legislative calendar. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And so, you know, while I'm not ready to say, okay, this recommendation, it's perfect, let's go with it, I do want to see this conversation continue. I think we've heard a number of the questions that would bear some research, discussion if there's the possibility to partner up with the Secretary of State's office to use their website. They've made tremendous strides technologically in recent years where it is much easier. You know, if we report more often, that's great, more consistent with the rhythm and the business that we do. I think it's also the opportunity for, and I'd love to see the City of Reno Charter Committee be kind of the champion. And I think Councilwoman Breckus would agree with me, to have the charter committee come down and be able to hold up the city of Reno saying, hey, we want to move things forward, we want to change this, and who knows, maybe we could start a conversation with the other municipalities across the state to bring together on some sort of moving ahead of the process.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you.
I'm joking.
My first thought on this was staff resources and who was going to be able to do it and how would it sync up with the state. I'm not opposed to whether you're in office or running for office, a quarterly reporting, if it's capable of doing that through the Secretary of State's office, and there being some consistency to that on a quarterly basis. Let's be honest, the whole 2-week thing, if someone will just hold a check and give it to you after the vote of something. I mean, it's I'm not
There's a
seeing
way
where
to
that
always get
really kind
around it, right?
of gets you where it's going. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if there's value in seeing if the Secretary of State's office can do it on a quarterly basis, even if you're not, running, I'm okay with pursuing that. I think the 2-week thing doesn't sync up well, is excessive, and is going to cause a lot of staff resources, in my opinion, to put together, oversee, facilitate. I'm not sure that's necessary.
Okay. May I get a motion then, Councilwoman Jordan?
Motion for the committee to look at how it would work, if possible, with the Secretary of State on a quarterly reporting basis.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just
right
one
ahead.
comment on the utilization of the Secretary of State's application. I had some preliminary conversations with them in the past about this, and for way of background, I was involved in the year-long process of creating that system. It is not set up to very easily create a quarterly report for either every user or a specific demographic like the City of Reno council members or whoever that may be. The change to file quarterly reports through the Aurora website would be a significant IT project for the Secretary of State's office and allocation of resources from other projects to that. So while we can pursue that and see if they'd be interested in accommodating that or interested in supporting a state law change that would be directed only towards Reno City Council members, we can do that. But there's not a lot of feasibility to it's not easy and it's not feasible to just kind of add additional reporting periods for a specific group of people within that system as it exists.
Yes, Councilman.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. And once again, reminder of just another reason why we hired Mr. Gillis to do this work. That kind of background and perspective is I don't find to be surprising. And I think as this conversation goes forward, we can do a little more research and we can probably confirm I know that's probably true. But I could see, again, the value of having the conversation in the legislative setting to say, like,
Let 'em
okay,
know we're
even though we have a
interested.
fiscal issue here, we clearly have one city in the state that recognizes we maybe need to change this up and do a better job. And so there's value to the conversation, even if we run up against those sorts of hurdles.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, and unless there's any further questions on the campaign finance piece, I'll move now to the lobbyist registration piece. With a little quick background, it's relatively similar to the ordinance proposal that came to this council by me about a month ago, or maybe a little more than a month ago. The key distinction between what the Charter Committee has recommended and what staff has recommended is A, this would be in the charter versus the code, and B, they expand the universe of which staff triggers the lobbyist registration requirement. Council essentially settled on City Council, Planning Commission, and appointive officers. They've added to that appointive employees, which is a universe of about another approximately 40 employees within the city who, if a lobbyist talked to them, it would trigger the lobbyist registration. And that's the primary difference between the two.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
This brings up, kind of a philosophical, do we put it in charter, do we put it in ordinance? And so I'd maybe start the discussion from that point.
Good place to start.
Councilman.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilwoman Breckitz, for kind of teeing that up. I mean, that's exactly sort of how I see this, and I'm always going to have that reference point of, you know,
Where does it belong?
the legislature that enacts the rules governing its operations. You know, the council similarly would adopt the rules to govern its operations. And I think this harkens back to when we last considered this, that, you know, we had a council that understandably wanted to take a little more time and look at this and perfect it and address some of the questions. And my concern, I mean, I think that experience sums up rather succinctly why we probably should be very hesitant about putting this in the charter, because if we put something in the charter and then we come to find out that it's not working, it has unintended consequences, it's presenting an undue burden on normal citizens, quote unquote normal, if you will, to access their government, we have to wait for 2 years to then take it back to the legislature. So, I mean, again, I applaud the Charter Committee for looking at this one and frankly pushing us. I mean, I want to see us have that registration here enacted by the end of the year. I think all of us do. And so I'm hopeful that we can bring it back and get it done. And we are taking the Charter Committee's input and perspectives into consideration, I think, as we stand that up. And I think, again, it serves to put the hammer on us to get going and get that lobbyist registration system up and running.
Madam Mayor?
All right, Councilwoman Dorr.
I just want to say ditto to Councilwoman Bobzian's remarks.
All right, thank you. All
Ma-
right.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
So I too agree with Councilman Bobzian, and this is something that I think that once we start going with it, may want to refine it, and the 2-year process is pretty cumbersome to do that. But something else we have to keep in mind when we send something down to the legislature in a charter bill is it's no longer our bill. So whatever our idea is, once it hits the doors of that building, we no longer have control of what that is going to look like as it comes out of there. And this is a can of worms that I would just as soon keep in the tackle box and use when I know that I'm going to catch fish and not something else. And I think sending this to the legislature for them to doctor up and send back to us may give us something that we definitely don't want to play with. So,
All right. He's got director there.
Okay, moving on.
You don't need a vote?
We do not need
All
a
right,
vote.
Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the rest of the changes are recommended changes to existing charter section. The previous items were all new articles or new sections to the charter entirely. So can I scroll from here? Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this first change, and I'll clarify here where these changes were suggested by staff to the Charter Committee, and they ultimately recommended, but this was a staff recommended change which the Charter accepted. The issue here was after AB 88, the Charter Bill from last session, we created new terminology, a point of officer, a point of employee, and when the Charter was codified with changes from the bill, some of the usages of these terms was not as clean and as accurate as we believe that it should read. So we're trying to do some cleanup to clarify some of these issues. In here, we have we remove a potential ambiguity with the term "a point of employee," which is described in subsection 5 of section 109, and then also dealt with in subsection 4 of section 109. The way the current law reads is there's an "or" there, which seemed to some people create some belief that it was an either or, whereas it's really one clear definition. So we've just attempted to clean that up by getting rid of the "or" statement. This next section.
Can we opine?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Would you like to?
Could I just say?
Question on that last section?
Yes.
Apologies.
I mean, do you need direction or anything? How about this? Is there anyone opposed to this?
Okay, moving on. So this next section, the way it came out after the charter was codified, created a couple odd things for us. The city manager's authority to appoint is completely set forth in section 1.090. It lists the appoint of officers he can appoint, the appoint of employees he can appoint with the number cap. But the way this change came out, and this was not requested by the charter committee, this was kind of an LCB staff on their own. They noted that the city manager may appoint such staff as he or she deems necessary for the proper functioning of the city, his or her office, including without limitation. And then it went on to list, if you look at A through C that are lined out, for some reason, 3 specific types of appoint of officers when there's a list of approximately 25 different appoint of officers in section 1.090. And then subsection D refers to clerical and office support staff who are subject to the provisions of Article 9 of this charter. So the way that read to myself and the city attorney's office was it seemed to imply the city manager could appoint individuals who would then transition immediately into civil service, which is not the case, is not the practice, and is not allowed. So the idea with this was just to clean up the A, B, C, and D, and just note that in accordance with section 1.090, the city manager may appoint such staff as he or she deems necessary. So section 1.090 is really the limiting section here, and not, A, B, C, and D, I think just served to confuse within the charter. So again, this is cleanup that came from staff. Any questions on this section?
I guess I just have a question on practice, I suppose, if I may, Madam Mayor. Okay, I'm comfortable with the way this reads, because especially being in our charter, I mean, we may change our organization. We could end up with 3 assistant city managers or only 1. We could have a chief of staff, et cetera. I mean, well, it says chief of staff, but, I think as long as we define what those appoint of officer or employees are someplace, the council has as a way to opine on what those are, I'm very comfortable with this. Do we have a way to establish that?
Yes, section 1.090 lists all the appoint of officers that the city manager may appoint, including the 3 categories in A, B, C, and D, or excuse me, A, B, and C, and it also defines the appoint of employees that the city manager may appoint as well. So really, 1.090 is the provision in the charter which kind of creates the authority in the universe of the appoint of positions the city manager may
So it goes
appoint.
on to lay out what they are?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm gonna opine on this part. I don't like having them, I like having the categories of what they are in the charter. I don't like having the specific positions, because I think this, again, it gets to the, well, Councilman Bobzian's gone, but it gets to that point of, I think that the council should have the ability to establish, even annually or whatever, what that list is, without having to have this embedded into the charter. These specific positions are the appointed employees. And that's just, I think that should be reserved to the council and not have to the legislature decide. So I wouldn't mind having, again, the categories, of these kind of positions and being descriptive about those, but that's my personal opinion, so.
And I'll just note for one point of clarification, the appoint of officers in the charter, that is a finite list of office titles. The appoint of employees is more of a broad definition,
Yeah.
which is then the actual appoint of employee positions is established by code.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm going a little further than the recommendation from the charter, which is, I'm going to just register that I'm not that comfortable having all the point of officers listed out in the charter. I think it restricts the ability to establish our organizational chart. And that's just, it's just where I stand. I mean, I think you, Mr. Manager, if you needed to reorganize and call it a different name, I just think that should be, in your prerogative, approved by the council about what these are. So I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but.
Well, I think that was a lot of cleanup last time, and I think
It
we
was,
really
I just didn't feel like
tightened
it should
down
be.
the list, and I am comfortable with how
Okay.
it got to. I really do think that it's fine. I mean, that's not to say that your point about in the operations, there should be more
like how the more oversight by the council when budgetary numbers are moved away. I mean, I think the budget should absolutely involve a complement, and if there's any change to that complement, whether through reclassification or new positions created, which, you know, are in the mass of the, you know, the positions that we hold but may not be filled, I think council should approve on that. But the way it's structured in the charter, I think does work.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that I think it's very important to have a list and to have the list, and we were the ones who approved the list in the charter last time. And we had a lot of input into that. I just, and maybe it shouldn't change very frequently, but sometimes things do change. And I don't like, you know, I'm just expressing my opinion. I just don't like having that level of detail about our organization embedded in our charter. So just my opinion. So.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll move on to the next section.
Does anybody else have any input? Okay.
So the next change, section 3.140, this is the provision in the charter that basically puts some limitations on the council as far as hiring, firing, removal of city employees, and also the restriction on dealing directly with city employees. The cleanup change here really is swapping out the reference to appointed employees to all city employees. The way it was codified using appointed employees limits the restriction to a very small section of city employees. Basically, the way it's written, it wouldn't include civil service employees and appointed officers, just the kind of the appointed employees in the middle. So that's kind of the primary cleanup change here, is to apply this to all city employees with, you can see at the beginning, the exceptions as otherwise set forth in this charter, which would be obviously the clerk and the city manager. The other change at the bottom there, subsection 2, is cleanup. And the reason for the cleanup is under the current rule, it says the council members shall not deal directly with employees on matters pertaining to city business except for the purpose of inquiry, but shall deal through the city manager. What we've done here is clean that up a little bit, so it's still, the council members shall still deal directly with the city manager on communicating with city employees. What we've done here is get rid of the qualifier except for purpose of inquiry. We think that gives a little more flexibility to both council and the city manager as to when it's appropriate for staff and council members to discuss. Right now, the way the charter reads, it has to be for the purpose of inquiry only. That seemed a little limiting, and that was the basis for the change.
What about saying something, and I think this is a good change. This is a section that's confounded me because the word deal, it really confounds me. But I guess the thought was to keep it in, which is fine, but maybe give any order publicly or privately to any subordinate of the city manager, but then maybe put the concept of inquiry, you know, the mayor and council members may deal with you know, the employees only on matters of inquiry, you know, or say give any order to any subordinate of the city manager, or give anyway, getting the thought that the inquiry is in there, you know, so you have an order, you have an inquiry. I don't know.
No, if I may, Madam Mayor. And I want to say I support this as well, and I also support where you're going, I think, Councilman Breckus, which is that any member of the public can make an inquiry. Sometimes they're easily dealt with. Sometimes they have to file a FOIA request, you know, Freedom of Information Act request, if the inquiry is too broad. But I don't think that the council members should be foreclosed from making an inquiry. That's number one. And because of our job and because we work here, you know, we should be able to ask, for example, the CFO about some numbers supporting the budget or indebtedness or whatever. I do have just a question about how it's supposed to work, because I do think this is improvement, because we have ended up, I'll give a recent example. We had a question about pesticides, and somehow I became a council person delegated to work with the staff. I'm having a meeting with the staff, with the public, about what's some go-forward ideas to improve our process improvement. They've asked me to participate. I assume that they consulted with you, Mr. Manager. I mean, they called me up to set up the meeting, so I assume they did. But I don't want to have to ask them every single time. Is this a direct order from the manager that you incorporate me into this process? I think it was actually the mayor that asked me to get involved. So I want to be careful of process. I want to make sure that we're not crossing process, but I also don't want to make it so onerous that every single time, if somebody asks me a question, let's say on a interview, or something, or calls me up and says, we've set up a media thing for you on XYZ. Do I have to call the manager and make sure that's okay? I would just like some further clarification on that. But I think that the way the charter that you've kind of laid this out is an improvement, And I do support this concept of inquiry. Like, I don't think we should be prevented, like any citizen, from asking a question, And if the question's deemed too onerous, okay, we have to file a FOIA request, if it's going to take 20 hours of staff time. But, we already understand our 2-hour, what's that? Yeah, we already understand our 2-hour process. If it's going to take more than 2 hours, we could do an L item. If it's not, we get to ask a question, so.
And to be clear, maybe I'm hearing one thing and you're saying the other, but to be clear, this isn't taking away the ability to have that inquiry. This is only taking away the possibility of inquiry as a limitation, as the only communications that can happen. So it's really expanding the
Yeah,
world
so
of-
you feel it's not necessary. Okay.
Any further questions on this section?
Nope.
All right, now we get to get into the fun stuff. The final recommendation for the Charter Committee, and probably the biggest topic that they've had to deal with as far as the pending court case out of the Ninth Circuit in the city of Tucson on the hybrid voting system. Their recommendations, their first recommendation is to move to a ward-only voting system at both the primary and the general election. And there, you'll see changes in your staff report that it basically implement those changes. That would be a change that would take effect immediately, according to the committee's recommendation. So, if this were to pass at the legislature, any election or special election following, July 2017 would be ward only at both levels. The second part of the recommendation from the Charter Committee was to eliminate the at-large ward and create a 6th ward in the city of Reno. The effective date on that would be a little differently. They've set the effective date as January 1, 2022, and there's a very practical reason for that. In 2020, there will be every decade we have a census. So after that census in 2022, if there is certain population discrepancies between the wards as they exist now, the charter mandates a redrawing of the existing lines. So the thought by the Charter Committee was, we might as well wait and see what those numbers look like. We're likely going to have to redraw 5 wards. Why not spend the time to redraw these 6 wards at that time? So the idea would be census in 2020, redrawing process in 2021, and then effective 2022 for that upcoming election cycle, there would be 6 wards. So all potential candidates for any of the seats that are up in 2022 would know exactly where those wards are drawn as of at the latest January 1st, 2022 for that upcoming election.
All right. Can I weigh in?
Yes, please.
So this one's super interesting for me because obviously being the at-large member at one time, I have very, very different perspectives, okay? And then I also really felt like, okay, you're living in that ward, that's sort of your community, you know the issues that are happening right there, so it makes sense to elect just in that ward and not run at large. But then after serving, it became extremely clear that what happens, there's a couple of things that I noticed that happen. Remember, and I speak, this is from experience, that you might have a constituent that cannot work with someone in their ward. And I found that quite a bit when I was at the at-large. And so it is really nice to have that at-large person because of that. But the other thing is then you take away, and I truly believe this, you take away for them to And I see this sometimes we do see it still. Hey, that's your ward, not mine. I don't have to deal with that. Everyone sort of turns a blind eye, you know it. I mean, how often do you pay attention, Councilwoman Jordan, to Ward 1? How often do you pay attention, Councilwoman Breckus, to Ward 4? Not much.
I think I had some comments on a master plan zoning amendment today.
But you know what I mean. You don't typically dive into those issues in different wards. You
Maybe it's
just
an
don't.
80-20 thing.
You just don't. Let's just be honest. And I know because I sit up here, because that's just the reality of it. And that's what I think that does by creating a 6th ward, is you completely take out of the responsibility of the entire city by creating that. And that's why I think an at-large position is so incredibly important, but also to run at-large whenever we do elect city council members. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, it costs a lot of money. Yeah, it costs a lot of money to get elected, but it also shows your ability for that desire to have that seat and how bad you want it. And I mean, there's something to be said about that. And we run and represent the entire city of Reno. You don't just wear these little pens that says, City of Reno, Ward 1. No, it says City of Reno, City of Reno. And we should all be representing the city of Reno.
May I
Should we all
respond?
run citywide? I mean.
Yeah, I think we should all run citywide. It was funny. I've wrestled with this. I went back and forth, but now when you have that experience, that's where it comes from.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, Andrew Diss again for the record. Your exact point is something we talked a lot about on the committee, and the majority of the committee felt that what you're alluding to is also one of the primary responsibilities of the mayor. If they go to the council person in their ward and they feel like, you know, they're turning a blind eye to them, that they don't have their ear, they're not responsive to them, then that's what the mayor is there for, because that is that backstop that you ultimately go to that represents the entire city.
Have you seen her schedule?
I was just going to tell you, if
Oh,
you've seen my schedule.
Goodness.
It is very, and it goes back to my point to Mr. Lorton. I don't care what anyone says, and I'm the only one that has served in both capacities of a council person and a mayor, right, with the at-large. It is very, very different how you are perceived, completely different from the council, and what happens to your responsibilities too. They change dramatically. I mean, it would be very, very difficult based on my schedule and what those responsibilities people also think of the mayor, right? So that's where I think it gets a little bit tricky, and it gets, like Councilwoman Jordan said, I mean, you're taking on a whole other, you're taking on a whole city, so you'd be taking on a whole other level.
Understood, and you know better than anybody, but I also think the reason your schedule looks the way it does is because you are so responsive to everybody, so.
And that could be very true. That could be true, you're right, so. If you don't start being nice, Councilmember McKenzie, just kidding.
I haven't thrown anything
Go
yet.
right ahead. I'm just kidding. He's being very nice.
I think the vice mayor had his hand up first.
Oh, wow.
Very kind of you, sir. Very kind.
Well, that's the other thing is in other cities they also have the, what do they call it? The mayor, the
Pro
vice-
tem.
yeah, right.
Yeah, and so, yeah, thank you, Councilman McKenzie. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there is sometimes, because of the hybrid system, because of the way our government is structured, there's a lot of confusion in the community. So there's a perception that, and then this is an interesting conversation, because I think at one point the size of the city, when it was smaller, then allowed for maybe the at-large perspective, because you're able to see those things. Right now, we've grown so tremendously, where it's very much more diverse. Our neighborhoods are very much different. So I think that's where I'd say you need to have a ward-only person. You're absolutely right, Madam Mayor, where my neighborhood is very much more different, very much needs my attention maybe than other wards that are growing that much more exponentially. And also in terms of just demographically, some of the issues that are taking place there. I'd find it, if you start to take your eye off the ball in terms of everyone looking at large, you're gonna run into some equity issues. And I say that because if everyone's at large, then I can almost guarantee you that everyone's going to be coming out of a certain neighborhood. And I'm assuming that, I'm suggesting that, but that's taking place in a lot of other cities where you have a lot of people all living in a certain income area because they have the money, they have the way to run, and that's where the influence is. And so then you start, because now, which again takes away the conversation from, is there proper representation taking place from some of these marginalized communities? You start to lose the essence as to what's really going on there. The argument I used to have all the time is, you know, Oscar, we don't want to take away from the broad conversation that we're all here for the entire city. Absolutely. Essentially, at the end of the day, I think if I want something passed in my ward, I've got to work with all of you. I've got to get those 4 votes and to get something done. So I've got to work for my community and with you in order to be responsive to my community so I can go back and say that I've done something. If I haven't, then I haven't done my job in terms of just knowing my community than knowing the other. It puts a responsibility back on all of us if we represent our wards in that sense. The other piece too is if we go the 6th ward, then I definitely think then that starts the conversation that the mayor is different from the council members, because then you're running at large. Right now, the way our system is set up, if we all go at large, then the suggestion would be that then we take away the title of mayor, and then everyone goes pro tem, and we rotate that position among the council, because there is no difference in terms of how we're all structured, how we're all laid out. That's how other strong manager form of governments are. So if we're going down that road, then we got to lay it all out and say, well, then we're strong manager form of government. Everyone's at large.
Start looking at the mayor's position, which isn't a bad idea, so then other people get the opportunity to run, because quite frankly, you guys won't get those opportunities if we don't look at that.
So I think it opens up this envelope. Essentially, at the end of the day, what I always come back to is just saying, look, ward only truly represents, it takes away those equity issues that we all know. It's already up at the court system. I'd like to see what ultimately comes from the courts in terms of whether we're legal or not. I know we have the opportunity to go to pick one or the other, all at large or ward only. I say we wait until it tells us what to do, because we are not in violation at the moment, my understanding. But once it comes forward, then we make those changes at that time. But I'm always been supportive of ward only. The at-large position, you know, I think that that's a good backstop for us in terms of somebody to, because your schedule is so crazy, Madam Mayor, but in the at-large position, I think is somebody that can help out with that. But again, if our city's grown so tremendously and so rapidly, if there is a 6th ward, then you know, I understand Sheila Leslie's arguments during that time as well. But I definitely think it's an equity issue if we go all at large, according to how we're growing and the demographics that our cities are in right now.
No.
Can I have my time back now?
Go right ahead, Councilmember McKenzie. Go right ahead.
Never be polite again. So I think that the problem we have with our current elections process is that while you do your primary in your ward, you're more beholden to the other 6 wards in the city, the other 5 wards in the city, than you are to yourself, or to your ward, the other 4 wards. Yeah. Because you've got one ward of voters that you've got to get through the primary with, but once you've got through the primary, all of a sudden you've got to worry about the rest of the city and making sure that you're addressing the rest. I think that deprives the citizens of the ward that you represent your true representation, because you're so concerned about making sure other wards that you can get elected in the other wards that you leave your own ward behind. Now, the argument might be that would, if you're not representing your ward properly, that's going to flush out in primary. I can point you back to a number of primaries that the person that came in 2nd place in the primary ended up winning the general election, including my first election. I came in 2nd in the primary and ended up winning the general. But you can't take your eye off the ward of the people you represent. That's what wards are about. They are elected representatives to represent their interests. And if I'm beholden to the rest of the city for my general election, I can't give true representation to the people in my ward. So I've always been an adamant believer in the ward-only voting system. I believe that's the true way that people are represented. It puts me in kind of a unique situation because I mentioned earlier on the judges that we had a ballot initiative that failed overwhelmingly on the judges, appointment of judges, and that I didn't think it was appropriate to go against the vote of the people. In this court case has kind of put us in a unique situation where we've got to make a decision. I don't believe that there's anyone in the city that voted for that ballot initiative that said that they wanted to retain the current election cycle or system. That wasn't exactly how it was worded. It probably would have come out differently if that was the way it was worded. But that if you put it back in front of them that says that they wanted to give up their right to select their representative out of their ward, that they would agree with that. So we're in a position where we've either got to go to ward only or we've got to go to citywide election for everybody. I think that the people have asked that question, which we haven't got time to do, would go with the ward only over the fact that we were elected citywide, all of us. As far as the at-large representative, I'm not nearly as convicted on that argument, but I believe that we're getting big enough that we should be looking at smaller areas of representation so we can concentrate more effort on the people that we represent. And if that means creating another ward and creating another and keeping the at-large, or if that means converting the at-large to another ward. But I believe that geographically, we're getting big enough that it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on in your ward. Now, I've got the largest geographical area ward myself. I probably can travel around my ward faster than Jenny can Ward 1, for example. There's easier accessibility to voters within my ward than there is in Jenny's ward because I spent a lot of time walking up and down those hills in that ward. It's really hard to get to the doors of the voters in that ward. So I think that we've come to a time, and we're going to get bigger. We're not going to shrink. We're going to get bigger. And as we grow, to give the people of our community the representation that they deserve, I think that we need to concentrate our individual efforts on smaller groups of people so that we can give them better representation. So I believe that probably the best choice is to go to the 6th Ward. I do not disagree with the idea that the mayor's position, which is something you haven't included in your proposal here, that the mayor's position should be identified separately within the charter, whether it's that she's a non-voting member of the board, so that we can address that issue, that she is a different and separate, and it's not always going to be she. There might be a man can win that position someday. But I think that our mayor is unique and does a lot of different things, and it's kind of knowing what our current mayor does in her job. To think that she's identified in the charter is nothing more than a glorified council person, to me, is insulting to our mayor, and I believe that we need to make changes to address that.
Oh, Councilmember McKenzie, I'm going to call on you first every time now. You know I love you, Paul. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. He kind of here's where I am on this. I'm just kind of wondering if the vote or the priority of the 6th Ward is premature in waiting for the vote on ward or citywide voting, which is premature because we don't have a ruling from the court, and we have a governor that has vetoed ward-only voting twice. So I'm just wondering if we are heading down, if we are heading down a path that may ultimately not, he vetoed
was
it
twice,
Twice.
yeah.
Twice,
I think.
I think. Okay, Gillis, twice. And he's going to be our governor in the next cycle of the legislature. And I'm just wondering, are we heading down something that a court could send us in a completely different direction, and a governor could keep us in a certain direction, but the court is going to dictate potentially where the governor goes? And does the 6th Ward or keeping the at-large depend on the decisions of that? And I'm just wondering if we might be pursuing too many things too soon with this particular issue?
So that is something that the committee's been fully cognizant of, because we don't want to put in a poison pill that could sacrifice the rest of the bill. Some of the thinking around including this was we want to get ahead of it if the Ninth Circuit comes back and they uphold what the 3-judge panel said. So a little background on the Tucson case. It went to the federal courts. A 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit heard the case, and they said that the scheme Tucson was using was unconstitutional. And the city of Tucson has appealed that for a full hearing by the Ninth Circuit, which has been granted. So they will have an en banc hearing. They have not set a date for that, but our thinking on the committee was that if they set the date for that and they decide and they uphold the 3-judge panel's decision, and it's December or January and we're gearing up for legislative session, that this is already ready to go. It's primed. We know it's unconstitutional. And then I think a former federal judge such as Governor Sandoval is going to change the way that he's seen this issue before. So that was the thinking of the committee.
Maybe not. I mean, I don't know that we have any definitive confirmation of that. I just, and I appreciate that you guys are trying to get stuff ready in the bullpen in the event, a ruling comes out. I'm not convinced that there'll be an official ruling before the legislative session closes, but based upon their speed of rulings to date, I still am of the full belief that it's a citywide vote. I think it should be citywide voting. The voters spoke during the last time this was on the ballot, and we can debate whether the wording of the question on the ballot persuaded certain things a certain way. I think every person in this community should have a vote on every member of this council, both if we have to be consistent, both in the primary and in the general. So I might be the minority on that, but that's where I am. But I just didn't want to make sure we weren't putting all of some eggs in a basket that is really dangling. We don't know. There's a lot of hanging chads right now.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. People are always confused. They're like, why weren't you on my ballot? They always do that.
So given the schedule for bills, let's say that in November, the court did come back and we don't have a bill that has any language in it, then we're trying to amend our charter bill on the floor to include it, which is a big thing. Let's say that it's after the close of the legislature before it's addressed by the courts, and then there's a change. What do you think the appetite of the governor to call a special session for us to change our charter to address an issue in? So, I mean, we put ourselves in a position that if we don't act on it, if we don't include it in a proposed charter bill, and the court upholds the decision, or knowing that the way that the case was actually filed, that the court actually changes its decision and dictates even further, because the people that filed the case were seeking ward-only voting in Tucson when they did it. So if they come to that position and we haven't got anything, we've still got to change our charter.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead,
Two-
Councilman.
And two things on the court case that make the timing even more confounded is that, okay, let's say that the en banc hearing results in the decision being upheld. For all we know, Tucson then takes it to the Springs. So, I mean, this may be resolved even way out into the future. I think the important thing to remember is that, there are two very distinct conversations here about, the at-large position. And on that, I'll just reference my agreement with the statements that the mayor made earlier. Councilman Delgado is right, though, that, you know, they really do thread together. And if we start having that conversation, we do have to have the conversation about, you know, the ultimate structure of the council as it comes to the mayor, et cetera, et cetera. You know, that said, I have long been a proponent of ward-only voting for the wards as they exist. And I feel confident that the legislature is going to want to take that up again. And there will be a renewed appeal to the governor, even if even if it hasn't ultimately been resolved in the courts. I mean, there's clearly a track now where, you know, as a former jurist, he'll look at this and say, okay, I get it. I'm looking at this with fresh eyes. I can see where this is going. Let's go ahead and get this cleaned up right now. So I think so much of this is maybe we don't get this resolved in the context of what the Charter Committee recommendations are, but you better be darn sure we're going to have this conversation, really form it up in terms of a legislative agenda, because, you know, this will be a topic of conversation for the next legislative session. There's clearly a legislative track on this issue, and we're going to have to really firm up what our position is so that, you know, we're clear in our conversations with the legislature how we think the city is best structured in its governance.
Madam Mayor? Yeah, I thought a lot of great conversation. I won't duplicate it. I will just say where I'm coming down because I think everybody's made some outstanding points. I support ward-only voting versus citywide on each position. As far as the at-large, I too am, well, to use your word, Councilwoman McKenzie, convicted. I'm less, you know, swayed one way or the other. I can see the benefits of both. But it does raise a question to me, two questions about the at-large. What is their job? You know, is their job just to take overflow or things that where we have, you know, a constituent can't work with us and we send them, because I've sent stuff over to Councilman Bobzian, for example, and I know that you stepped up, Madam Mayor, probably people called you on their own to ask for help. So where I'm getting at is, does it get more to a vice mayor kind of role? Do we have the mayor and vice mayor run, you know, citywide? This is a question. Do they get to does it deprive that large of having a very set constituency and being focused? Because I do enjoy working with my ward people and getting to understand their issues and being able to advocate for them. I think it's like a joy.
Right.
And so it's almost like a deprivation in a way for some, or for the at-large. So anyway, but all that said, I am not firmly in one court or another. I think you peel one potato at a time. If we go to ward only, let's make that decision first, then deal with the other decision. And I think that the council's made some really good thoughts about getting this court decision by queuing it up. So my proposal is that I don't particularly think we should vote or not vote. You've kind of heard us. But I do think that we need to be ready to vote when August comes. We need to send something up and kind of register our opinion, at least on the ward issue, I think. Right. And then lastly, and I thought I was the only one who was going to introduce this, is I too think the mayor is a different job. And I too, that's why I asked that this wasn't the whole, I would just like to look at Mr. Gillis, if you wouldn't mind. That's why
Yeah, are those conversations, I guess, have you been discussing in the charter? Right.
Yeah, so that's why I said I had some things that weren't on this page, and that was one of the things that wasn't on this page, is I think it's important to distinguish the mayor's role. I concur with you, and I would have said it first if I'd been called upon first, but, you know, I really think it's a different job. And if the job is different, I don't really think it even gets to the conversation of strong manager, weak manager, and all that. I think it's more about the relationship of the mayor to the council, not the mayor to the manager. The mayor to the world. Right. The mayor to the world is a good way to put it. So, you know, I was hoping that the Charter Committee might come back, might be bold enough to come back with some thoughts on that. And I just want to register a preference for that in this conversation.
So, Councilwoman Dewar, to your point, we spent 2 meetings specifically talking about the role of the mayor and how it differentiates from a council member. And Mr. Rossi, who is also a member of the committee,
Right.
he can back me up on this. The majority of the committee thought that there is a clear difference between the role of the mayor and a council member. But when it came to coming up with specific areas where that role is differentiated, we really struggled to come up with something to put in the charter.
Okay.
And it is something that we spent 2 meetings discussing, but that's where we left it. So it was on our radar.
Would it help?
Yeah. And I'm just going to say this, let me tell you where it's really different is the public perception.
Yeah.
And what happens there and where I find myself getting frustrated. Can you turn this down? It's been like super loud all perfect. Thank you so much. Part of the problem that I see that gets very frustrating as the mayor is the public perception thinks that I have all the power.
Yep.
And do you know how hard that is sometimes when you can't change something? It's very, very difficult. And then it poses a problem between the relationship with the council and with the mayor of what the public perception is. They don't have a clue how the charter works and what our responsibilities are. And I mean, people don't even, they don't even understand that we have to get the majority of the votes. They think that what I say goes. And that's a big problem that the public perception has, that they think that the mayor can just, snap their fingers, but I have to get my votes just like everyone else.
Yeah.
So I think that to me is not a good public perception.
Well, it's a misunderstanding of how it works. And I guess to your point that you've struggled with this for 2 meetings, I mean, perhaps we should have a discussion here while your process is going on, if we want to put something in the charter, so maybe we propose something.
Well, part of the problem is then people will say to me, the mayor and council are not doing their jobs. They really sometimes believe that. They literally believe we are not doing our jobs, and they don't realize that there's a process. This is how it works. It's not a strong form of mayor government, strong form of city manager government.
I don't even think the word strong. I think it's different, different roles.
No, I would agree, but that's what we refer to it as. And going to conference of mayors, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can slice a mayor, I mean, to be honest with you. So,
Madam Mayor?
yes,
Mayor?
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So was some of the struggle that if you kind of redefined the mayor and maybe made her a non-voting, he or she a non-voting mayor, was the concern that it would then be a tie vote? Is that part of the issue? Potentially there could be a tie vote. Is that what the concern was? I'm trying to find, because I would agree. I mean, yeah, that's.
That was a concern, and we looked at the way that a system similar to Sparks,
Like Gino
where
does.
the mayor would have a veto, and the tie scenario was some.
He never votes.
He never votes. Yeah.
Right.
He votes on a tie.
No, he doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't?
No, he doesn't.
Mr.
No, he-
Gillis should address this. If my suggestion. I know that you did research, Mr. Gillis. You actually have the answer to this question.
It is correct that in Sparks, the mayor does not cast a vote except for during the redevelopment agenda, which he is a voting member.
Even
of
to
that.
break a tie, right?
Even to break a tie, because
So if it's a tie vote, it fails.
if it's a tie vote, it fails. Correct.
So that's a problem.
The Sparks mayor has the veto authority to override a vote, and to override the veto would require a 4/5 vote. That's how Sparks works. And again, I think there's a distinction that should be made in the discussions that the charter committee had. There's kind of the role of the mayor legislatively as part of the board that takes votes and sets policy, and the mayor as is part of the executive portion or wing of the city. And what I took from the charter committee's discussions, they looked at various ways in which you could adjust those roles in kind of both those areas, and ultimately the group as a whole never came up with a collective consensus that one change here or there would be an improvement to the city to the extent where they wanted to make the recommendation.
But we could put in our charter, potential charter bill that if he or she, the mayor, was a non-voting position and there was a tie, that position could then be the tie vote. I mean, just because Sparks doesn't have the tie vote option, we don't have to follow that exactly, right?
That is correct, Councilwoman. And I take this moment to note that you're receiving recommendations from the charter committee, and ultimately, though, it is this council's decision on whether or not to submit a charter bill, and ultimately you have control over what's going to go into that bill. So if there are concept ideas, changes, alterations to the charter that this council wants that hasn't come from the charter committee as a recommendation, you can still include that.
Madam Mayor, may I enter this conversation?
Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. I think in terms of ward voting, I have always favored ward voting. I think it's just the norm in so many legislative bodies. You know, my father, my sister sit on a town council, but it's a town of under 3,000. You can walk across it in 15 minutes, and they elect at large. And I just think we're struggling a lot on our big city quality. You know, where are we going? And we see a lot of growth numbers that are big. That's why Councilmember McKenzie's point of a sixth ward to spread the constituency demands is, you know, and I do find them a joy. They're one of the best parts of the job. They're so fun, but they're growing. I mean, I have my spreadsheet right here of so many active ones for Ward 1, and I think that it does question, you know, whether it's a deprivation or an ability to skate or a backstop. There's an ambiguity there, and I think when you have ambiguity, you know, you're not working on all cylinders, maybe. So I think maybe making the sixth ward, going to ward voting, regardless of what the court did, would be a good idea. And the next time around, because this is an iterative process, and now I think those of us who are on the council have been through it leading up to it 3 times, is the next time around is really the time to dwell into the mayor role. And at that time, add a vice mayor, add an at-large possibly. Maybe that's an approach, because I don't think the mayor role can be divorced really from talking about what you want your chief executive to do. Your chief executive really is the one with all the authority, so much vesting. I think it's why the reason we have an elected city attorney, so I may get into that. So I think we should follow up with resolving the long-term ward voting issue, possibly the 6-1, and then leave the mayor, vice mayor, chief executive role for the next go-round.
And I think honestly, the vice mayor should be the at-large position. But the one interesting thing though, but that could be, depends on the person who's elected as the vice mayor. One of the things that really served me well was that I could represent business as the at-large position. So there's kind of that too, because it's interesting to watch if you're very connected in your neighborhood, but sometimes there's business issues that it can be very difficult very difficult to get there. So go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make some personal observations of the value of the at-large as Mr. Bobzian has represented it. He certainly has been very engaged and active in my ward on a variation of issues. I'll give you an example. When I was going through my treatments, he stepped up to cover for me so that meetings continued, so that the community was still engaged. So he really does, the at-large position really does fill a role in its current form and fill some gaps, whether you're spread too thin, whether, like in my case, I had 2 wards or 2 NABs when I first started, and they're 2 very diverse things. They're the university area and they're Somerset Del Webb. So it sometimes needed 2 people to help cover when there was really hot issues going on in both. And again, he stepped up in a big way. So thank you.
All right. Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was obviously trying not to reflect personal experiences into the conversation about the
Well,
LRC,
you should.
but
I think it's
very-
important
but
because
I-
you serve in that capacity, so I'm going to just
Yes, thank you. And I am certainly very appreciative for
encourage you to do that.
Councilwoman Jordan's comments. But I think one of the things that I would offer as an observation as to the role of the at-large position, and something that I've tried to take very seriously. I mean, I think, Madam Mayor, you were right to point out the backstop idea of the at-large council member, and I'm pleased to say I haven't had a lot of that in terms of, oh my gosh, I can't work with that member.
That's because
can
you
I come
have
to
a
you?
great council.
Not saying that hasn't happened, that it doesn't happen, but what I will say, there's probably
It just
a
might
slightly
happen when they've
kinder
served
version.
for a long time. They're not really engaged.
Sure,
Let's just
no.
say it that way.
I think what it is, there's a different flavor of that, and it's sort of counselor and advisor as to the process and to the ward dynamics and to the ward traditions and protocols that we have. So I spend a lot of time, I think, and some of you may see this and some of you may not, serving up and making connections for folks who just have questions from a general process, who just sort of like need the decoding as to how our city works with our ward representation. So neighborhood issues that, just because they know me through other connections and my own involvement in the community, they'll come to me without being really aware of a ward system and the need to work with folks. And so I will send them off to, different ward members to work on their issues and kind of have them check in with me if they need further coaching and advising. And that's something that's totally behind the scenes, but I think it's just another value to consider in terms of the practical functioning of the at-large position.
All right. Okay, so we don't need to take any action on this, but I think you got an earful. I'm sorry.
Well,
You're such a good sports guy.
The clerk has promised the minutes will be ready by tomorrow morning, so that shouldn't be a problem.
All right, let's move on, because I want to get this council moving.
One more item.
Okay.
We covered one of my items that wasn't covered by the charter.
Okay.
Okay. The second one, and should have prepped our attorney probably, but I did a little research, and I know that the charter committee talked about this, but maybe didn't come again to an opinion, and that is that there are 12 chartered cities in the state, 12, and 10 of them have an appointed attorney, okay, to represent them, and only 2 don't, and it's ourselves and Sparks. And this conversation, just like the last conversation, which is difficult when you have a person sitting in the seat to talk kind of globally or philosophically, I love working with our city attorney. I visit with him probably more than any other person that I talk to at the city, other than his deputy city attorney. But I do think that, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City, Caliente, Carlin, Elko, Wells, and Yerington all appoint their attorney. And it's just, again, a question, just like the mayor question with the council is, does the attorney work for the council? Does the attorney has to run for election? Is that a good thing, a bad thing? And I know I'm treading on difficult ground, and I just pray that you don't take this, at all personally, Carl, but and it wouldn't have to take effect for a long time, and it could be something for a future conversation, all my disclaimers, but I at least feel, kind of impassioned to at least have the conversation, at least introduce the idea that should our attorney be appointed or elected? It's always hard to make a change. We have an elected attorney. They've invested a lot in that position. They need to run through their term, maybe even another term. Maybe a change like this needs to take place many years from now. But I really felt a little bit passionate about it. Why? Because for 30 years, I've worked for organizations, for 30 years, government organizations that appointed their attorney. And all of the bodies that we work for, the intergovernmental bodies appoint their attorney, they select their attorney, which meshes up with that body because the attorney has a role to report to that body. So, at the risk of kind of stepping out there, and I have no idea if anybody, including Carl, would agree with me, I at least wanted to introduce it and find out what your discussions were at the Charter Committee, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, so Councilwoman Dewar, we did discuss it at the committee, and we did put Mr. Hall on the witness stand, and we had a whole lot of questions for him about his role. And this is actually a conversation that the previous charter committee, which I was a member of, had with Mr. Cadlick at the time too.
Okay.
So it's an ongoing.
And I think it depends on who you elect and appoint, to be honest with you.
I'm not making it about the person,
So-
just
No,
like
no,
it's
I'm
not
just saying,
about
right.
Councilman Bobzien.
The same exact issues that you touched on are the ones that we discussed, because officially the city attorney acts as the counsel for all of you. But at the same time, he is also publicly elected by all the voters of the city.
Yeah.
So he has a responsibility to them, but also to you. And that's why we had the conversation. So if he's representing city council, shouldn't he be appointed by council? But at the same time, if he's representing the city, shouldn't the voters have a say? And we didn't come up with a recommendation, obviously, because it would be in front of you today, but it is something that we discussed, but we really didn't have a hard, solid recommendation to put forward to you. So that's where we're
All
at.
right, well, at least I've introduced the topic.
No, but I will, you know what, I'm just going to say, because from the experience I had with the last city attorney, it was really interesting to see the dynamic, because I think you also have to, you can get conflicting messages, because the city attorney is going to, they might not want to go the direction of the council.
Okay.
Right? And that can be difficult. I ran into this a lot with the last city attorney. But so I guess the hard part is different people you work differently with. So it can depend on the person. However, I also believe again, the people should elect, but at the same time, you can both have complete difference of opinion. So it depends on what the people that elect you, what they want to see. Does that make sense? So,
And I've seen the other elected attorney, not naming names, advocate for policy, at a policy level.
but most cities, what do they do?
10 out of 12 appoint. And
They appoint. And is the reason being because of that reason? What's the reason? There's obviously a reason.
The reason that I understand is that the city attorney acts as the counsel for the city council, and that's why it's appointed.
Yes.
But
Got
Madam
it.
Mayor, here's my thing, and I think the voters should be the ones that elect that position. And to me, while the city attorney may not be aligned with the council's direction on something, they're meant to be that independent legal voice and direction of the legal interpretation of things. They're not meant to necessarily, in my opinion, completely advocate for something we have proposed.
Well,
They're
they
supposed to
can.
be more of a legal, neutral, law. Am I off point here? Now, when they're defending us, that's different.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're defending us, you're defending us. But if they disagree with us in a direction we're going, I kind of feel like that's kind of their role.
Well, I think it depends too on the situation. I will distinctively remember, this is way before Carl was here. This is Councilman Delgado and I voted on something, and I remember my constituents being so angry, and they reversed it. The city attorney ended up reversing it. Do you remember that? And people were unhappy. And so that's where I thought, that was the first time I was like, well, wow. So it depends. I'm not saying either way or the other, except for I do think that I feel strongly that the people should always decide on voting people in. I believe that.
Well,
But I'm just saying, I think you can get into different, you almost might need two.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear what Mr. Rossi says, but if I would just interject, I think that the reason for having the city attorney elected right now under this framework is because the council, there's only two checks. There's the council and the city attorney. If you had a strong mayor who had the whole administrative apparatus under her, then him or her, but then she would be checked by the legislative body, and then the city attorney could fall under her.
Right.
And the legislative body, and I live this, right? I work for a big city. I started my career at the city of Albuquerque. Then the legislative body would be like down in Carson. They have their own staff. They wouldn't necessarily have their own legal team, but they'd have their own staff. But as it is now, the only check to the combined legislative executive body is this elected city attorney. So I think it's a time for a future discussion. But I'd like to hear what Mr. Rossi has to say.
Mac Rossi, for the record, also a member of the Charter Committee. I don't want to drag this out. I know you want to move on, but something I'd like to find out. Councilman McKenzie had mentioned that the city's getting larger. We're talking 5 years down the road. Is it something the council might want to consider as far as 6 wards and an at-large? That's all.
Yeah,
Thank
there you go.
Thank you.
I love it.
I've thought
Mac,
of it too.
you're a hero.
Thank you.
Well, and it makes an odd number, which is what Sparks has,
It's
5
good, it's
with a
good.
mayor, different mayor.
Right. See, if we just called you up earlier, we would have avoided all of this.
I tried.
Well, thank goodness
I'm
you're on the
sorry,
charter.
I was-
Thank goodness you're on the charter committee.
Madam Mayor?
All right, Councilman, and then we got to move on
I was
because
gonna say,
we've got a lot going on here.
Sensing an opportunity to move this conversation along, I
Okay.
was going to invite Chairman Dis back up to the witness stand one more time.
The witness
for
stand.
discussion and appreciation for the members of the committee that are here tonight, because I think clearly the volume of the discussion generated, I think, speaks volumes to the in-depthness of the work that they did. I appreciated in the staff report lining out the other areas that were considered and no recommendations were made. We obviously covered a few of them here so far, but Mr. Dis, any closing comments on other discussions that happened, either a decision was made that they didn't rise to the level of criticalness that would require a recommendation, or there simply was no consensus, so in that case, a recommendation was not forwarded. I don't know, any other observations or reports you could make about other deliberation?
So, Councilman Bobstein, in terms of other issues, there's nothing really major that I would bring to your attention. The one thing that I would add is that there was open discussion to the point that you brought up earlier, that if you do not decide to move forward with the ward only for the primary and the general provision that we've submitted to you, that there will be legislative sponsors for that. There are a couple assembly members from Northern Nevada I can think of off the top of my head. So and this is what happened last time, and Councilwoman Jordan, you'll remember, 2 years ago when we went through this whole process, we removed that provision because we didn't want to be the poison pill that I mentioned earlier. So you're not going to hurt our feelings if you guys decide not to go forward with that stuff, because I do think that there are other avenues. But other major issues, there's nothing that I would bring to your attention right now.
All right. Okay, Mr. Gillis, come on up to the witness stand.
And at this point, I have nothing further to add other than just a reiteration that the Charter Committee will be meeting on Monday. We'll be discussing this feedback and coming forward on the 10th of August at a joint meeting with their final recommendations. And if there's any additional input the council would like to give to the Charter Committee while the members are here, I would encourage that now, but otherwise, that is the end of my presentation.
All right, great job. You did it. You made it.
Madam Mayor,
Right.
could
Yeah.
we take a 5-minute?
Yeah,
go to the bathroom?
we have to take a 5-minute break, you guys, please. Okay. Thank you.
No, that was sincere.
Ready. Bye. Thank you for coming. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Bye, Richard. Okay, tell Pete. Okay? Let him know. Okay. All right. Let's resume the meeting. What item are we on?
J4.
Item J4. Okay. So, Mr. Gillis, you are not allowed to leave.
City Manager and the council. Item J4 tonight, this presentation, it's agendized for action if the council so chooses, but really tonight is more of a presentation of ideas for potential City of Reno BDRs. So I'm not expecting direction or decisions tonight since the deadline for the city's 2 BDRs is September 1st. In a perfect world, we come back on August 10th at that meeting, and hopefully a decision is made. If not, we'd obviously have the August 24th meeting to make it for the council to make a decision on BDRs. A little condensed timeline for staff to put together a BDR, but not entirely undoable. So again, just want to reiterate, this is kind of more of an information presentation, and I'm looking for feedback again and direction in a particular area of if the council wants more information on a particular topic. If you want me to explore a topic that is not in the staff report and I don't talk about tonight, we can do that as well. So first, before I get into the topics, a little quick background. This list that was in the staff report was compiled based on one-on-one meetings with all the council members, meetings with department heads, city staff, executive team, and ultimately a meeting with the executive staff that kind of whittled a bucket of ideas down to 5 ideas that we thought made the most sense for the city of Reno, but is by no means a limit on what this council may want to do with its BDRs. So with that, I'll jump right into the topics that were presented in your staff report. The first one is the concept of extending by a certain amount of years RDA 1, Redevelopment District 1. RDA 1 will expire by operation of law in 2028. They are only allowed to be 45 years in length for a city of our size in this county. The development plan was adopted in 1983. And the idea would be extending the RDA 15 years, which would require a legislative change, would potentially allow for refinancing of existing debt into better terms, and it could potentially, over the long haul, the extended life of the RDA, potentially take advantage of the redevelopment plan to stimulate redevelopment and construction in that district. Now, I'm sure you all have a lot of questions about the specifics of that, and I'd love to give you those answers tonight, but I don't have them. But what we do have for council is on the 27th, a week from today, a full fleshed out presentation by Mr. Chisel and staff regarding redevelopment districts in general, and then some specifics on redevelopment district 1 and 2 as to what that looks like from a number standpoint and the debt standpoint. So I'm happy to answer general questions, but I don't really have anything specific tonight to talk to the council about until next week. Councilmember.
Yeah, I really appreciate that we're going to have that look at the redevelopment agency before we, think about any premature decisions on RDA. Just wondering if, teeing up for that discussion, if we could have a historical analysis as how much money, tax property money, the school district has given up since the start of RDA 1. Property tax that would have gone into the school district to build facilities and capital needs, but instead went into RDA and our city resources. Because I think, that tool has a lot of, can really work well, but it comes at a cost, and the cost is taking revenue from other jurisdictions, and we all know that the school district is one that is always, short on their revenues.
And I'll note that the legislature, I think, has acknowledged that the last 2 extensions of redevelopment districts in Las Vegas and Henderson, they've both come with a requirement of an 18% set aside on the revenue for the Clark County School District. I'm not suggesting we include that in our bill, a potential bill draft at this time, but I would tell you, I believe if we were to bring that down to Carson City, we would no doubt be required to include that in any measure that's going to pass. I know that doesn't solve the entire problem that you're referring to, but just kind of wanted to point that out for council as something to flag for the future.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, just real
And then
quick, I understand the potential need to do this, have some concerns about it, like that we would wait. But I have to say, in the list of BDRs that you have, to me, this is a lower priority because it doesn't expire until 2028. I think there are probably 6 sessions, or 5 anyway, between now and when it expires. And so at some point, it will rise to the most important thing. But I personally think we may have other more important things, which I'll probably argue for as we get through the list. So that's just my thought.
Councilman Popson.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to echo some of the comments made by Councilwoman Breckus. It's good, and I had a similar conversation with Mr. Gillis ahead of the meeting that, we really needed to have the full presentation on the fiscal side of this to really understand and make the decision as to whether or not we wanted to pursue this as a policy. I will disagree. Well, and I also agree about the impacts to schools. I mean, that was something that I was certainly a part of in conversations in the legislature. And I would say that, we may have to go in with a bill that is very similar to what was done with Henderson. And along that same note, and of course, this really points to the need to engage our legislative delegation as to why we believe this is important if we do elect to pull the trigger on this one. I will disagree a little bit with Councilwoman Dorr on the window. I think if anything, the window for us is actually this next session is at a premium because there was the Henderson extension that just happened. In terms of the memories of the collective memory of the legislature, now would be the time to say, hey, we're asking for similar relief and extension to what you granted another jurisdiction if we
I see what
decide
you're
to go
saying.
forward with this.
Go right ahead. Wait, hold on. Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, I guess the point is,
See, if we had one of those things where it comes up.
yeah,
Right?
on the
Madam Secretary, she's like, "Arr."
On the RDA, we tend to think in these BDRs about Carson and the legislature, but I think we need to think about our public. And I think our redevelopment has a very sour taste in the mouths of a lot of Reno residents. And I think that if we are going to go down with a bill to advocate for its continued use as a tool, I think we need to stand on the record and look at what has worked and not worked and be able to explain to ourselves and to our public, what we want to use it for the future and what will be different this time. And I don't know if that is on the timetable to get something in this fall.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Popson.
I don't see how those goals are mutually exclusive.
Okay. Councilmember McKenzie. Go right.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I tend to agree with Councilman Bobzian that while we definitely need to look at the where we are on these and understand a little better. I think that the premium time to move forward is at the next legislative session, and I think that probably as much as the memory being fresh is the fact that the tool is most effective when we've got people seeking to utilize it. And the ability to utilize our redevelopment tool the way it was intended to be used to redevelop our downtown is right now is vital if we're going to if we're going to have a goal of redeveloping downtown. The bad taste in the mouth of the public over redevelopment is based on one project that did not perform and then came back and blackmailed the council into giving general fund money to subsidize them after they failed to perform their part of the agreement under the redevelopment agreement. And that specifically is in the way you draft a redevelopment agreement and the fact that it's a performance agreement, it's not a guaranteed agreement. And that's The idea that we can have a tool for developers that are willing to go out and perform and redevelop our downtown and help us reach one of our goals as a council of the redevelopment of downtown is vital, that we have that tool to help them along with that. So I agree that we need to look at this closely, and that this probably is one of the priorities if we're going to move forward as a city, and we're going to have a vitalized downtown.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. Representing a large section of downtown, I think to undercut the redevelopment district at this time would be a grave mistake at a time when we are trying to maximize, downtown infill projects and incentivize folks to bring their projects in downtown. I think we would be making a big mistake by not continuing the redevelopment district.
So may I
Very well
respond?
said, Councilwoman. I don't need to say anything. Go ahead.
Just a quick
Councilwoman Dorr.
response. What I probably didn't say, because I do agree this is very, very important, was the conversation I had with Mr. Gillis was, and you may disagree on this, team, is that I thought this is one that could potentially be carried by a legislator from Northern Nevada. It's pretty specific. It's not a super complicated bill. It's a let's extend it for a period of time. It's just that there's another one that both you and I, Councilwoman Jordan, have supported, and we're going to get to it. And if we go with the charter bill as our, one of our bills, I personally think that we should support a bill dealing with downtown blight, code enforcement. You called it, I think, I don't know, your great term that you had, abandoned.
Repeat offender property.
Repeating offenders. I think personally it's very specific to Reno. I mean, both of these are. But I think that it needs our touch and our advocacy. And that's the only thing, is that when choosing between, we only have two. Those were my two that I thought rose to the surface, and I thought a legislator could be, or a team of legislators could be persuaded to get this one for us. But just so it's clear on the record. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead, City Manager.
Madam Mayor, just two things. The first on the RDA, if you're considering, extending this, and you're talking, and we're, looking at it from a refinancing or restructuring the debt standpoint, extending it sooner rather than later may have some benefit to be able to do that, number one. And number two, since we're talking about, our ability to introduce a BDR versus, asking one of our legislators to introduce a BDR, there is a thought to the council that I just want you to think about. I mean, there is a strategy of us not introducing any of our own BDRs and letting legislators carry all of them. I know other jurisdictions do that, so it's certainly something this council should consider.
All right. Okay, do we have to take a motion? No. All right. So.
The next topic gets to, I think, Council Member Jordan's issue with repeat offenders. We're looking at a BDR that would likely make changes to Chapter 268 for incorporated cities to deal with vacant buildings, abandoned buildings, blighted properties. And, I've worked with staff on this to some extent already. Bill Thomas, Bill Dunn, have conversations with our new Director of Community Development, Eric, and John Shipman, to try and figure out what are some creative things that we could do here, both either within the construct of the current law and or what we would need to change in a state law to accomplish. So, one of the things we've looked at is kind of and I think it's and everyone agrees it's kind of a small step, at least an initial step, is the concept of creating a requirement for vacant lot owners, abandoned building owners, to register or submit a plan to the City of Reno Code Enforcement or Community Development, explaining why their property is vacant, what they're planning on doing, what their intentions are. That could come with an annual fee for either not making any progress or not accomplishing what they've set out to do in their plan. There's some examples of this in other jurisdictions. So we don't, there's not necessarily kind of I think a one-size-fits-all here. This is just some concepts and ideas. If we were going to include a fee in this kind of circumstance, the city attorney's office believes that we would require a state law change to have authority, because it's not it doesn't sound like it would be a fee in the true sense of a fee, which we could charge ourselves, but
More of a penalty, maybe.
I hasten to use the term penalty.
Oh,
I mean,
I mean-
I think ultimately we want to, disincentivize
Disincentive.
vacant property owners from sitting on these lots while everyone builds around them. They pay virtually no property tax, and their property values are increasing. So we're looking at something to deal with that. Part of this, I think, getting feedback from the council, there's interest in looking at increased fees, which the city of Reno actually increased fees from 500 to 1,000.
No, I'm talking like
in
increased
2005.
like craziness.
Right.
Like 10,000.
I'm all for it.
Money motivates people to do things. I'm sorry, money motivates people to do things.
Right. So looking at that, seeing what we can do with the, penalizing, disincentivizing property owners with the repeated service calls. What we can do with that. I mean, there's certain, I think, legal limitations on how we can treat these property owners, but I think what I'm looking for
Really?
today
Because
is
they're treating their city pretty poorly.
yeah. If this is a topic the council really wants us to look into, come back with some creative ideas for what a bill draft would look like to accomplish these things, then we could do that.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for all the hard work. I know you have put a lot of thought into this, a lot of research. I think you're passionate about it, like the council is. So I really appreciate you really diving into this. And I would just say, from my point of view, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the council, and they can tell you how they feel, but I think it has to be significant. I think it has to really make a dent and send a message that this is not acceptable. Talking about, again, like Councilwoman Jordan talked about, all those excessive calls. I mean, just outrageous. So I think that we have to send that message that we are going to take an extremely strong stance on these property owners. Because right now, we really don't have a lot of leeway. So anyway, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. And to that point, I think I had an item maybe almost a year ago that was talking about strengthening our code enforcement ability, and that included our penalties. And I asked Mr. Gillis to go back because we had a bill, I've heard, a number of years ago to even strengthen our ability to fine people for certain infractions. And it was ramped way back because of a concern in Las Vegas. So we ended up with, a fairly small fining capability. And so I thought if we move forward with this, we should also add that, beefing up our overall enforcement of our code, whether it's monetary or whatever. And secondly, I would ask you to, if we decide we're interested in moving forward or getting more information, we don't have to just narrow it to 2 today, but getting more information on this kind of bill, I would ask you to either go to the Council of Mayors or the, an equivalent of Legislative Council Bureau,
NCSL?
Yes. Some kind of group that might point to how other cities deal with this, go a little further besides just the fee thing, because I think that came from, Troy, New York, you mentioned may do something like this.
It's one of the jurisdictions that
Right.
has implemented that.
And so all I would like is, there might be some additional things. And if we decide this is where we want to go, which I'm pretty much there, I would like us to maybe bring even a couple more ideas to the table to explore, to strengthen our ability to deal with the blight and to deal with the repeat offender properties and to be strong on our code.
Madam Mayor.
Right. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, this is an issue a lot of cities struggle with. I've read quite a bit of articles about it, and I'm wondering, I just wanted to know, it seems like there's sometimes some approaches where it's in the tax valuation formulas. So vacant land, land with, improvements that maybe aren't, in a certain status. So it gets into that tax appreciation sort of component. Have you looked at it that way? And then we also have the fee. We're an outlier as it is in terms of our budget makeup, that so much of our budget comes from fees, which is, possibly kind of problematic. That's why we're doing the fee analysis study. And so, would you have to get into that whole body of, taxation formulas? So I see you going off of these two paths. And I have an article somewhere, I gave it around to someone my first time there was a session here about a property tax fee that was a lost property, like an opportunity cost, a reservation cost, because you have a reservation capacity at the water treat, water utilities, you have street lights on top of it, you have all these other, and it's not performing back to you revenue. It's a pretty complex notion, but I don't know. I just think that the first and most foremost consideration should be what you said is, do we have any laws right now that you could put to better use to do, what we're trying to achieve.
So some existing tools that we have, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That we're maybe not using? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. I'll be honest with you. I think our discussion today on the Lake Mill Lodge, a property with a heck of a lot of calls, a rule that, we're only going to have one business license there because only one two ain't working. A policy is we're only going to have one in a situation like that. So, I think that we need to maybe, the way I was taught in school is you work with case examples. So let's look at 5 properties and say, how is this a problem? What would this do to that? How would this law we're drafting work in that situation? We go the tax route. What is the tax route on this? Is a different valuation needed for that tax valuation needed for vacant land? Maybe that's.
I had not thought about and not worked with staff on looking at how we could deal with tax valuation on these types of properties. I'm no expert in real property tax. So, I know we have the real Nevada unique depreciation rules in place for improvements on land. And the caps. And, I think doing something, if I understand what you're suggesting, I think you maybe bump up against an issue with the equal and fair treatment of properties in the Constitution for property tax evaluation. But you may be talking about something more complex than that I'm not picking up. So I'm happy to talk with you about that at a later time. But again, going to the property tax, I think that is a topic that kind of is the umbrella over everything local governments are going to do this session, and it's trying to fix that issue first and foremost, whether it is, getting rid of the secondary calculation on the caps, altering the caps, dealing with depreciation, reset upon sale. I don't know what the answer is at this time. I don't think anybody does, but those issues are going to be addressed, I think, through more of a collective group of local governments.
Yeah, and you're making my point for me, which is I think the eyes need to be on that ball. And if this one that is property related somehow gets kind of out here and thrown into the mix, that could be a problem for us on if we agree this effort is our bigger, desired approach.
Right. And the tax caps directly impact our what we're able to do with the redevelopment districts as well. It kind of crosses all boundaries for us.
Madam Mayor.
Looks like we have a question.
Yes, Councilmember McKenzie.
So, I think that this is a good cause. I think that one of the things we've got to look at real seriously is if we're looking at crafting a bill like this, is how understandable and supportable is. Because from my experience in the legislature, that if it's something that is complicated, like I was just hearing Councilwoman Breckes trying to explain a whole complicated scenario of how she would address the issue. If you take that complicated of a bill to the legislature, you've got to get support to pass that, and if they don't understand it, there's a little thing I was taught when I started going to the legislature and working on bills, and it was KISS, and I think that if we're looking at doing this, we need to have a goal in mind that's pretty simple, pretty easy to explain, and pretty easy to show the benefit for, and probably not just a benefit that's going to be good for Reno. It's a benefit that's a tool that other cities can use as well, because we've got to be able to sell it to the bulk of the legislators that come from Vegas, that it's a good idea that's good for the state as a whole. So,
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that's something to keep in mind. A bill like this is going to deal on an entire chapter. It's going to impact all cities or potentially all cities and counties, and that creates a whole different set of challenges at the legislature as opposed to a bill like an RDA extension would be specific to the city of Reno. Doesn't mean it's not doable. It's just it creates a whole set of different challenges as far as getting other influential local governments to support it as well.
right.
Could this be specific to us? I mean,
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Theoretically,
we'll have to see what it is.
I suppose it could be, but I mean, typically these types of changes would be in Chapter 268, which applies to all incorporated cities.
And those bigger statewide changes come better from one of our, either the League of Cities, the League of Counties, or from a state legislator. Those are where they usually get the most traction, where you've got a group that's supportive of it. But I think it's a great idea. We definitely have some problems we need to figure out ways to address, and I thought that we got a waiver under the Dillon's rule where we could take care of all this stuff.
If only. Any more questions on?
No more questions.
Okay.
I think you're good.
So the next potential topic is potential charter bills. So if you'd like, I can go through all of those changes once again.
We might need a refresher.
Yeah, absolutely, right.
With the mayor's indulgence, I'll skip right over the charter bill. But that is one of the options we presented for a BDR topic. The next item is the concept of, this would be enabling legislation to allow us to charge developers impact fees that would go to school construction. Impact fees are impact fees are allowed for many other things in this state. Counties, cities are allowed to charge impact fees on developers for various reasons, except for schools right now for a city of our size. The idea is this is a charge upon a developer when they come in for a building permit, and that money is allocated to a fund for the construction of schools. The one thing I'll point out with this, I think this council understands the significant implications of an impact fee on developers for school construction. One of the tricky issues with this topic is we'd be submitting a BDR by September 1st, while at the same time a large effort is going on to increase sales tax in Washoe County for a potentially much larger collection of funds for school construction on the WC1 ballot question. I think that the conversation on impact fees changes drastically depending on whether that, both ways, if it passes or it's defeated. So it's just an added wrinkle, I think, to this topic.
Madam Mayor, if I may. I spoke with several legislators over a year ago about this, and I mean, there's a large number of the counties in the state of Nevada that have a fee like this, that is a new construction tax fee that's for the school district. The city or Washoe County doesn't have it. Some think that it's as simple as changing the population threshold in the law that would enable us to assess a construction fee. But I agree with Mr. Gillis that this is probably a strategic move that the legislature, we may be better off asking the legislature to address after we know the outcome of the bond issue, because we don't want to complicate the passage of that, which will create a large revenue stream for the schools to improve and expand. So, I think this is a great idea, and I think that there's going to be a need for a combination to address our expanding school needs in Washoe County. I think this is something that we probably need to let the legislature strategize the introduction of, rather than us forcing it upon them out of time. So
I would agree with that.
Okay, with no further questions on that, last topic is the surcharge that's charged to phone customers that's capped at 25 cents, which goes to a fund for 911 emergency telephone services. My understanding is that's a very low number in Washoe County, and it's 25 cents for the rest of the state as well. Very low number compared to the rest of the country. The thought here from staff was if we could increase that threshold to raise more money for this fund, as well as clarify that revenue collected from this surcharge could be used for dispatch and radio improvements, hardware and software, as well as the 911 phone system. That second part may already be the case. It's not clear to me. The one thing I'll point out about this, this is something I think would be very helpful to the city of Reno and the entire county when it comes to dispatch and public safety. But it's a county statute that sets the threshold, and it's the county who ultimately has to enact an ordinance to charge up to the threshold. So this would require kind of a partnership going forward with the county and all the regional partners on this topic.
I mean,
Right.
we could
Councilman
just
Breckman.
ask the county, or tell the county we'd be in support if they did that, right? I mean, that'd be the preferred route then, right?
Yeah, and I've had informal conversations with the county's government affairs person, and the indication is it's something the county would support. It hasn't been identified as a bill topic, at least publicly. NACO has had informal conversations on it, but it has not been to date, has not been part of their legislative platform for this upcoming session. I know there's the state organization that's looking into this and is going to be submitting a report to the governor recommending various changes for public safety measures, which I think will include a suggestion that the threshold be increased. Unless there's any more questions, I'll finish up for the night with council. One last thing to reiterate, we have 2 BDRs. Again, we don't have to use all of them. We don't have to use any of them. If there are topics that we want to pursue that we don't have a BDR for, it could still be made part of our legislative platform. We can still work with legislators to sponsor things and support these issues as they arise. So I think the fact that we're limited to 2 BDRs doesn't mean we can't, work with others to bring issues to the forefront that we want to.
Well, in terms of our legislative platform, are you going to propose changes to that, or are you going to get us a copy of it?
Yeah, I will. To me, it makes sense to wait until after the election when we know what we're looking at down in Carson City to really bring that forward.
Okay.
I know last year, right before I started, there was a legislative operations plan and platform, which kind of pointed to some areas and what the council's kind of general position would be. And you will be revisiting that and looking at either expanding that or decreasing that or identifying specific topics that weren't in the version from 2 years ago.
Because to me, as I recall, our number one legislative platform was "Don't preempt us." So that implies a defensive position versus an offensive position. So, defensive position is like last time there was the fire bill that came up. Then there was a move towards regional planning. Then there was the other one was related to our RDA tourism TIDs. And so, if you look at "Don't preempt us," we kind of got some of that. So I think the discussion should be as much about BDRs as, what others might bring our way. And I do think that we need to discuss affirmatively at this table the fire bill and know where we're at on it. Our position is still consolidation, I understand. I don't know if we want to revisit that, because that means one set of outcomes very different to how it's set up under that bill. So Maybe we should have that discussion next time he comes forward. I see one person nodding. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do that.
Madam Mayor,
Sound
if I may.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Gillis, I want to thank you for the work you're doing. This isn't an easy job, I know, and it's fixing to get harder after the first of the year. So, and I appreciate your keeping us constantly updated on what's going on and aware of it, and your willingness to listen and work with us on these issues.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Go home. Okay, moving on. Item K. So citizen appointments to boards and commissions, item K1. Madam Secretary, any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, none.
All right, that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I would make a motion to appoint Linda Musselman to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee.
Great, so I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item K12, I am going to send this to Vice Mayor Delgado.
Madam Mayor, can I continue this to the next meeting, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Item K13, and I am going to refer this to, I thought it was Councilwoman Breckus. Okay, go right ahead.
Move to appoint David Pritchett to the Parks Commission.
All right, so I have a
Yeah,
motion. Do I have a second?
That's good.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Future agenda items, Councilwoman Breckus. Yeah, I'm looking up on my notes, Madam Mayor. Okay. Councilmember Bobzian. Councilwoman Jordan.
Nope.
Vice Mayor Delgado.
Yes, can I please look into having no large trucks on Mayor Loma between McCarran and the proposed Southeast Connector?
All right, great. And perfect. And then I would like to add, looking at staff time for a business policy roundtable that would include staff, so it probably would be about 2 hours a month to include fire, planning, and business licensing department. Okay?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to revisit the discussion about the low-income affordable housing site. A memo was drafted about that, but then I received subsequent emails upon my inquiry from staff that maybe this isn't the best site, the one up in Golden Valley. So I'd like to revisit that discussion of what site we were going to commit to a very low-income affordable housing subsidized project.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good. Any liaison reports? Nope.
I have a liaison report.
Go ahead.
Well, it's not a report. Oh, I guess it's a report for the Urban Forestry Commission. I received a phone call this morning from a Ward 1 resident who was very appreciative of some tree work that was done this morning on Lander Street, and wanted to send kudos to the urban forester and his division, and particularly Casey Gunter and Christopher Lindeman. And I think that's very nice, because having your trees cut down is a real bummer. But this woman called and said she was appreciative. She had been given advance notice, and it was a job well done. And since we've kind of talked about them sometimes when they're cutting down trees and we're all disappointed, I wanted to extend a different message. But I also wanted to ask our flood representatives if it's timely for the city council to discuss flood issues. I'm feeling more and more like the city of Reno needs to take control of our own spot flooding and stormwater issues, and whether it's combining flood effort issues looking at the river with all the issues looking at particularly I was very motivated by those folks who came from Ward 1 and Ward 2 about the flooding they're experiencing from the fire. I was reading some of my professional literature, and that is going on all over the country. Colorado, with these big fires, the next 2 years, these subdivisions are just absolutely flooded out all the time. And we're going to start seeing that, and we need to get ahead of stormwater and flooding in our community. And I feel like maybe we need to have a workshop almost on not only the river flooding events, but these flooding events caused by what is primarily climate change factors related to fire. And so I'm going to, the lead people who have been on the flood, maybe they can report to us a little bit more at a future date, or now if they'd like to weigh in, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Where are we at? Item L2? Item L2. Any conference reports? Okay, go ahead.
Just two quick ones. Historical Resources Commission met recently, and they received an update from the university. President Johnson was there. One thing that I thought was very productive about that last meeting was the organization of sort of a subgroup of individuals from the HRC to actually sit down with the university and their design team, which I think is a concept that was talked about, 6 months ago. So that is moving forward, and the commission continues to plod along with those efforts. And then Sierra Arts Foundation, lots of things happening. If you haven't checked out their gallery recently and all the programming that they've been doing, check it out. And there's going to be kind of a fun one coming up this fall around baseball. Many of you know David Calvert, who's the photographer for the Aces and many other sports endeavors around town, and he's all-around good guy photographer. He's going to be having a show in November coinciding with the World Series, so that's kind of exciting.
Okay, comment. And just to follow Councilman Bobsey, and this may have happened, I think, after you departed. They also, at the Historic Resources Commission, a very cool thing, they nominated, I guess, the first historic neighborhood in Reno. The Newlands neighborhood was very cool. And I don't know where that will go, but I think they spent a lot of time putting a proposal together, a nomination. And, kudos to you and the, commission for carrying that and getting that done. I had one on mine. It's just our town's underway. I think almost everybody here has had a chance to attend something or another. And tickets continue to be available, for council and others to attend performances. So, we're about 2/3 of the way through. So if you were wanting to go to something, think about doing that now.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dorr. Okay, item L4. Or actually, is that right? Item L3? We're on 4? Okay, perfect. All right, this is for potential direction to city manager to utilize 2 or more hours of staff time to research the installation costs for green painted bike lanes. And that would be mine, so I would like a motion. Can I get a second?
Second for discussion as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And just so all the rest of the council members know, on Friday at the RTC meeting, in coordination in conjunction with NDOT, we brought this item up there as well, so that we can look at, the most heavily used bike areas in our community and how we can work, regionally to apply the green bike lanes.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, I've heard it all. Some is very positive, some is not positive. One minute I heard the green paint is an issue, then, heaven forbid, something,
would be easy.
Right. Exactly. So, we want to make sure that we really study it. Just because you talk about it doesn't mean that you're going out there and doing it. So I want to just make sure that we need to really study it.
So that staff knows they don't need to go on their own on this one. They can coordinate with RTC, who
and
is
this is more of
coordinating
an
with
RTC.
NDOT, so that
sure.
you guys don't have to recreate.
Yeah. Okay, great.
The bike wheel.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That item L5, Councilwoman Breckus.
Withdraw this one. The situation's being monitored.
All right, thank you very much. Item L6,
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Oh,
Did you want to discuss it?
Madam Mayor, I have a disclosure recusal to read on this one.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
On
L6.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk. Before we go any further on the agenda item, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest regarding the current agenda item L6, resolution of support from the Reno City Council in support of comprehensive federal public lands legislation. On this matter, I've sought guidance of the city attorney's office. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I've had a professional relationship with the Conservation Lands Foundation. Based upon my relationship with the Conservation Lands Foundation, I have significant pecuniary interest in relationship, which requires my recusal from consideration of this agenda item. Further, based upon my relationship with said foundation, I have concluded the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the relationship set forth above. Because this is a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. And with that, I will step out of the room.
All right. Sounds good. Hurry. Hurry, I'm trying to speed the meeting up.
Walk faster.
Hurry, walk faster. No, just- All right, Councilwoman Dewar, can
Yeah.
I please have a motion?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to, and I'd like if there's any discussion, but my motion will be to recommend that the city manager utilize 2 or more hours of staff time to prepare for potential adoption, a resolution of support from the Reno City Council, and this is a little bit different, to support our participation in development of comprehensive federal public lands legislation in Washoe County. And if I get a second, I'll just explain this a tiny bit more.
I'll second that.
All right, so I have a motion and a second.
Okay, the idea here is we have received notice that there is a Washoe County Public Lands Bill being drafted, or being discussed anyway, and drafted, and we are not at the table. And my concern is just that I think we should be at the table, that any legislation that would happen that would affect the Truckee Meadows, let's put it that way, or even beyond the Truckee Meadows to the north, we should have a role in participating in. There's also an opportunity, if there is a Washoe Lands Bill, that there may be some federal issues that we may be able to sync up with such a bill. So it may be both an opportunity to participate, an opportunity to monitor, and an opportunity to advocate for change. So to that end, I'd like to see us stay engaged.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, if I may.
go right ahead.
And I also very supportive of this, and I believe that we're much better off being participating in this process than sitting on the side and griping about what comes out of it. Since I've had discussions with people about this bill, I've had several of our developers that are developing within the city of Reno that have public land issues as far as accesses and stuff that would make their developments be more economical and give them better service, and us the opportunity to service their developments better. So these are conversations that we'll be able to bring to the table if we're participating that we wouldn't be able to do if we decided not to do that. So again, I'm very supportive of this and
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman.
I'm not supportive of this effort as it's currently outlined. I think the time and place to discuss about public lands in our urban environment is not in Congress. It is at the table under the regional planning framework that the legislature has given us. It's timely because we have a 5-year update of that. We're also doing our master plan where we'll have an understanding of what our needs analysis are for future land growth. And so I think that should be the leading to that discussion. So when I hear discussions are going on about this back in Washington, D.C., and let's admit what it really is about. There's a desire for some to see what lands removed from certain uses out in public lands, and as a part of that, there's a trade-off that's made to sell lands off for private use, and that's how these lands bills work. So let's just admit that's how it works, and we think that's what trade-off needs to be made. and it's admirable by some who want to see these lands up in northern Washoe County preserved, and I support that. But these trade-offs, if anything, particularly the Clark County trade-offs, have unintended consequences. There's a body of literature saying, maybe the Clark County overheating of the residential mortgage industry that crashed the economy was because this unrestrained supply of land came onto the market, led to speculators, so on, documented, analysis going on. So I think we need to move very carefully with this. I think releasing lands prematurely could result in even more leapfrog in suburban sprawl development, just at the time that we're really starting to talk about how to serve our urban form and development, and getting some true data to understand what different land uses we need and what's the cost of serving those. So I think it's highly premature to be advocating for this to occur right now, particularly because I think a lot of it is on a time frame associated with Senator Reed's retirement from Congress, and so that's a real push time frame. And so I'd like to see my colleagues support a resolution that would be, hey, slow down the train. A discussion about public lands needs to be in the concept of the regional planning framework.
And so just in response, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
And I want to make it clear that I am not advocating one way or another, and I certainly don't want an unrestrained amount of land released. In fact, that might be why I'd like to participate in this discussion rather than leaving it to just Washoe County and Sparks to participate. I think it's important to have a seat at the table so that, to your very point, so that the regional planning group still has a role, and so that the other checks and balances, the master planning process has a role, and that think of it perhaps as protecting us versus advocating for this. And that's why I've tried to make it clear that I want to participate, but not necessarily support at this moment in time a bill. I think it's really important to be at the table. So, and I'll just add, while I admire wilderness, there are definitely issues there too, and I think that again we need to be at the table, playing a role in that conversation. So that's the
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
gist of it.
Thank you. My concern about not participating in this at this point is something may be done to us versus with us. So
Yeah.
I am supportive of participating in these talks and getting to the table.
All right. That's it? Okay. So I had a motion and a second, right? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1. Okay. We are L7. Okay, great. So this is a donation to a gentleman that was riding his bike across country to participate in research for cancer treatment. So I make the motion, and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Can I go
All
ahead
those
and,
opposed?
can I read the resolution?
Oh,
real
sorry.
quick?
No.
Resolution number
You know, I
8230.
told you I'm trying to get through this meeting fast.
Resolution.
You weren't supposed to
donating
notice.
donation funds to the Huntsman's Cancer Foundation to assist with the operation of their programs to conduct research, provide cancer treatment in the amount of $500, general fund, Mayor Sheedy.
All right, thank you very much. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. No public hearings. Any public comment, Madam Secretary? None?
Move adjourn.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye. All right, go home.